fashion. How about you? Be military? Finds artful speech off-putting. Well, you'll love it here. We have none of those. Currently. The bud faith of vegetation. Sounds like some hippie pop propaganda. Unless you're doing ceramics. Yeah, it's really funny when, like, you get a bunch of migrants and it's just like, oh, they're all strand extractors. It's like, oh, someone's digging too deep somewhere. More busy equal good? Yeah. How can society function without loyalty? We must be able to have faith in each other. And this dwarf's getting existential. Novice butcher, novice siege engineer, and bookbinder. Cool. Personally feels that those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish. Views loyalty unfavorably and does not respect the law. Something that I kind of wanted to mention. It's been very interesting recently seeing, now that the Dwarf Fortress directories are fixed on Twitch, because when I'm doing my normal lurkin', I can go just like jump into a random like chat with a handful of viewers and realize very quickly that the entire chat is just my regulars. It's nice to see my emotes in other places, is what I'm trying to say. Beeforian, hello. It's good to see you. What's up, dwarfs? Is this like a what's up dog thing? Faded Creed, very popular. We are about to get a mayor, probably. So we don't have a mayor just yet, but we're going to end up with one in a moment. I'm also going to need a chief medical dwarf. I also got a goat kid. And also, with the way the labors work now, I'm actually going to start making custom labors now, finally. Because I can edit the default ones. Yeah, it's an oddity when I'm not. Shadow Absorber. Although it's kind of nice when I'm not, because it means that other people are coming by. Any tips about farming or where you can find a guide? I have many a tutorial and a half on my YouTube channel, but if you need help, just ask in chat and people can help. But I have many a tutorial on the YouTube channel. Never falls in love or develops positive feelings. Is married. How does this work? It's like the assholes at the bar who just go around insulting people and somehow aren't single. Good intuition. All right. Also that, yeah, Dwarf Fortress's wiki is incredible. Although just the only thing about the wiki is make sure you're reading the page for the correct version, because the wiki changes based on major patch eras, and every single one is archived and they're all there, so you could end up reading the wiki and not realize that you're reading the wrong era. This is the third stream of this fort, because the first stream got cut in half because my internet went out. For like 6 hours. Crampton King wants you to post beers, chat. Post beers. Thanks, Stone.
Crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer, crypt beer.
Yeah, you had to do the preemptive beers. Welcome back, Crampton. Friendly and tries to say nice things. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions, and she is confident under pressure. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by difference in appearance or culture. Thoughtless, resilient, flatterer. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Logan, I'm going to put you into the military. There still is some UI clipping here. Darius, thanks for the first 5-pack of the week, in fact. Appreciate you, man. What's up, Cat? Orphan be good. Yourself? And also, Cat on Mars, thanks so much for the raid. Appreciate you, dude. That, like, got completely eaten by the the wall of beers that was currently going on. But, chat room, can I get another round of beers for Cat on Mars and Raiders? How's things, Cat? What you been up to? Thanks for, like, you know, the years of keeping me busy at work, but... You guys don't know Cat on Mars. Cat on Mars is actually my longest running resub. Believe it or not. I don't know what he was playing today, but go give him a follow. Go click on that that heart thingy at the top of the screen. Just chilling. Play the new Granblue game. Oh, the Metroidvania thingy? Or did they put out a new fighting game? Because I know they put out like those versus things. I don't know what Granblue is. I know that it exists, but check the wiki. You try and Glazing Stones. When you read the version 47 without realizing they were nerfed in version 50. Oh yeah, no, totally. Like there's a lot of things like that. Oh no, like I am on a patch that's the experimental version is ahead of that, and yeah, no, the UI clipping thing is like dwarves clipping through the UI is still a thing. I know that some of the screens don't clip through screens that they used to clip through that don't clip through anymore. It's like Monster Hunter, but with MMO combat. Oh, okay. Huh. Interesting. Sounds fine, if that's what you're into. Sounds chill. Sounds like a good podcast game, actually. Like a good game to just babble. Back to meeting hall. Happy dwarfing. Lurking in the meanwhile. Gotcha. Dylan. Yeah, that sounds all right. I just kind of get stuck in my holes where I just play like one game for 5 years, 10 years, longer. So you couldn't help yourself. Yeah, no, I understand that. Like I had this thought recently, which is like, is Monster Hunter an extraction shooter? Like minus the PvP. Like if there was PvP in Monster Hunter, is Monster Hunter an extraction shooter? Because like you go into an area with a goal, you complete goal, you get out with items. An extraction game is a game where you go into a space with a set goal and you find you find a thing in the area and then you have to get to an exit. This is kind of like my argument about like Dark Souls being a rhythm game. Like, no, because you're like staring at patterns and trying to memorize patterns and then mimicking the patterns. If you had to guess what would be the next game to fixate on for years, it won't be Caves of Cut. Not enough people are willing to watch Caves of Cut. Paxmac, thanks for a 5-pack. No, I mean, it's going to be Dwarf Fortress. I think that Dwarf Fortress is my final fixation. With weird art projects jammed around the edges, and I mean, I'll play a bunch of Caves of Cut when it comes out, but as much as I love Caves of Cut, the audience doesn't want to watch it as much as I want to play it. And there's a reason I haven't finished my current story playthrough. Is because I've realized it's not a game people will watch enough for it to be a sustainable game for me to dedicate like 2,000 hours to it. I'll play 100 hours here and there for sure, and it'll definitely happen. But Final Fixation? Final Fixation sounds like a porn parody of the Final Destination. That's what that sounds like to me. Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm looking forward to people who really like those games being very happy about Dragon's Dogma 2. That's what I'm looking forward to. I'm looking forward to other people's positivity coming from that game. And hopefully they don't hate it. And I'll be very sad if they do. Shh. Maybe Final Fixation is like the video game version. It's like Manhunt. I think I might put this dwarf in the military too. Unless I literally just did that. No, I didn't. Although he does have poor... never mind. Easily stressed. Nope. Not happening. Flying off the back of a 16-wheeler. You know... Careful what you wish for, Montecar. What's up, Plop? Careful what you wish for. Alright, well this is a dwarf I need to make happier. I need to improve your mood. I also need to make more bedrooms, because we're currently short on bedrooms. And we just got another migrant wave, so... The question is who's going to become the mayor? Because all of these dwarves need beds. The thing I've been wondering, actually, which is something I should probably wonder out loud, chat room, is what tutorials do I need to remake now that once this UI update is out? Like, probably burrows, right? Where reversing had no programmed max speed. Big rigs over the road racing by Game Mill? I'm kind of upset that I know that. I actually saw that for sale in Walmart once when that was happening. Like, I remember going into that Walmart and just being like, huh. What's even better is like Big Rigs Over the Road Racing, same publisher as that SpongeBob Smash Brothers game. I'm pretty sure. Like, I'm mostly sure those are like the same people. How do you see that? It's always been there. Here, I'll show you. Pause game. Well, you don't need to pause game. Click on a bedroom. Click on the plus door face symbol. And it used to be just in no particular order, but it's ordered now. So dwarves that have modest quarters or bedrooms says what kind of bedroom they have. And then you can jump to the dwarf. And you can also jump to their bedroom by clicking on the dwarf's bedroom screen. And any dwarf that has a bedroom has the little has modest quarters next to it. I actually wouldn't mind just like total bedrooms available thing up here or something. But I don't think it's necessary. Or maybe down here. That used to be a DF hack feature. Might still be, but yeah. Literally, you just like go to the assign a dwarf menu to a bedroom and it filters out all the ones that have bedrooms already. So you can pretty easily see that. But I'm currently just paving more floors so that I can get more bedrooms set up. You're very glad you learned that. There's a lot of menus that are hiding behind like one button that are almost critical to like being able to properly play this game, which is not optimal, but it's kind of like the Crusader Kings problem of I didn't know that button existed. Or I saw that button, I didn't think it did anything. Or this button does something else in this menu, but in this menu, it's very important. It's just like the little Shield Plus button. It's, you know. Thank you very much, chat, for the hype train. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for all the 5 packs of gift subs. And also, once again, Kat, thanks a lot for that raid. Cheers, dude. Don't get a lot of raids around these parts, so it means a lot. Just 90% of your DF experience in the best way? What, finding new menus? I didn't know this button existed. It's like me and using Excel. I finally taught myself how to make Excel automatically add numbers together. So that I don't, like, as I was doing my taxes, like, I'm almost done with my taxes and ready to go to my tax lady for the year. And I was adding numbers up with a calculator and sitting there staring at it. I'm like, there's no way in hell, like, I can't just make Excel do this with, like, 3 button presses. So I Googled it and figured out how to make Excel do that and felt like a wizard. Yeah, I figured out what sum is, yeah, pretty much. Because somebody once told me that I could save a lot of time. And I didn't listen. Choo-choo, indeed. This bubblegum. I'd prefer to just use a control F function in a service manual, but, you know, if you need to ask a dumb robot how to do dumb thing, that's on you. I'd rather just download a user manual, use control F. Just disband a squad and not cancel order. That's like, I learned around that so fast. Like, I accidentally disbanded a squad once, and I don't think I've done it since. Oh, no, I'm aware. Microsoft? You own Doom. Put E1, M1 in Excel, you cowards. That's all. The thing is, though, I don't really need Excel to do super cool things. But that did save me some time, making it add numbers for me. For a total bedroom stat, but it's not really useful beyond curiosity. It's one of those things where it would be nice to know if I can stop making beds. Oh. My condolences, Lanix. Always sad. I'm kind of waiting for my parents' cat to keel over at some point, but at this point, it's almost a running joke that my parents' cat isn't dead yet. Like, it's actually becoming, like, we joke about the fact that he's still alive somehow because he's 22. It's like, that cat should be dead. There's no way this cat should still be alive, but somehow this stupid cat is still alive. Where did I, this is where I put my livestock. KV. I have 2, okay, I should slaughter these 2 male KVs. Oh, I see some livestock screen. KV, there you go. Chat, what's this screen missing? Geld. Sorry, I was just reporting a bug. Cat's waiting for the first of spring. That's sad, but also funny. 90% of your addition is done entirely in Excel these days, to the point that I forget that calc exists on Windows, and would be far simpler than for adding 3 numbers. And I mean, that's, I use Windows Calculator all the goddamn time. But, yeah. All right, anyway, I need to geld a bunch of creatures. Specifically, like, dumb question. Shouldn't mules be gelded by default? Why can I geld a mule? I'm sure it's just a UI eccentricity, but I'm just gonna slaughter the mule because, like, just seeing what I do not need. Do not need all of these reindeer calves to be baby makers. We can geld you too. You know little about farm animals. A mule is a horse donkey, and they're all sterile. It's like a liger. A lion tiger? Something pulled the lever! Motherfucker, I think we got another one, chat. So, pulling that lever just caved in this. I think we got another one. I think we got another one. I think we got another one. For reference, well, actually, here, for those of you who don't know what's going to happen, we'll leave it a surprise, but we're catching gremlins. I'm going to hack through this wall just a little bit. We're going to give this a big old smooth. And then I'm going to cut holes in it. And let's see. Then toss them in the water. No. I'm going to try and cage trap them. But they're trap avoids, so I have to do that very carefully. I'm going to try and cage trap them, put them all in one area with the idea or the goal of getting them into cages so that I can train them. Yeah, hopefully we have a breeding pair. Oh my god, if we have a breeding pair of gremlins. In before Gremlin's gay. Well, if I caught one, it's not in this area anymore. There it is. Never mind, we found it. A gremlin, drive it away! We've got Gremlin and other. So this is the first one I saw because 419 years old. Yeah. Got 2. Hell yeah. Okay, so we got Gremlass and Gremlin. Poor social awareness. That checks out. Disdains nature. Samesies, man. Hell yeah. We got 2 gremlins. They have they have genitals but are sterile. But if they can be gelded in Dwarf Fortress, that implies that they can breed. It'd be very funny if... I wonder if the game would crash if you ended up with baby mules, because they're not supposed to exist. Like, the funny thing is, it's impossible to make mules in Dwarf Fortress, even if you have horses and donkeys. So, has anybody here seen the baby gremlins sprite? Check this out. This is going to be very pixelated and zoomed in because it's tiny, but... In fact, I'm going to zoom it in more, but like I said, it's going to be pixelated. Oh, jeez. My camera's in the wrong place here. Nope. It's got a box diaper. So, yeah, the goal is find baby gremlins. It has a diaper. Exactly! See, it's got a diaper. They're crawling. Baby gremlin. And yes, we have a top hat version. So that is the goal. Can I make the gremlins make baby gremlins? But first I have to figure out how to catch them in a cage trap, which is not gonna be. And when you let them out, they move. And once I start training them, I have to feed them, and they only eat bones. So I'm gonna have to pasture them on a refuse pile, probably. Can they become civilized? So gremlins are the only trainable intelligent creature in the game, meaning they can speak and gain skills, and they have personalities. However, they are pets. So I can train them, and literally all they do is they go and they hang out. See, this one's an accomplished ambusher. It's actually like better than most of my soldiers in most forts, probably. But because they are intelligent creatures that are disguised as pets, they can be trained, meaning you can train them into joining your fort. They can also petition for permanent residency, just like any other creature that you can run into. So it is now time for us to make another one, another trap, because I know that there is more of these. And I say that I know that there's more of these because I've seen at least 3. So we're going to see if we can catch the next one. Intelligent pets? Oh no. That's all I have to say. All right, so... Okay, this spot here will work better. So you here are going to go up, 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 up. Go up one layer, cut that out. Let them at it. Just making sure that they can still make it here. Yep, they can. Because gremlins have very high stealth stats. All right, let's go here. Pause. We're throwing doors in. These are going to be higher value bedrooms for somebody who needs higher value bedroom. These are all limestone doors. Get some more doors, which currently I don't have enough. Because this map doesn't have any iron on it, I'm not worrying too much about using the flux for like not iron usage. I mean, obviously, like I could be using some of it, but it's not a huge priority currently to worry about such things. I also need more bedrooms from the looks of things. Logs. How are we doing on logs? Plenty of logs. Where are most of them? Ah, all down in the caverns. Sweet. Well, I can't actually get to those. I guess we gotta go up to the surface. Hack down some trees. Although we are trading with the elves, but they haven't given us a mandate yet, so we're okay for a bit. This is Untamed Wilds good biome, so it's a joyous wilds biome. So we do need to be a little bit careful with what I do on the surface, or we may start getting attacked by giant birds. I haven't seen unicorns, but we do have ravens, and I've seen giant other birds, so gotta be a little cautious when just hacking down trees, but don't have to be too cautious. Okay, this is going to become my hospital, so that's something else I should probably work on. He's even sassier. You have a I think we've talked about this before, that your Chihuahua has buttons that allow him to ask you questions and things. I have a question about Chihuahua or dogs with the ability to communicate via human tools such as buttons. Do they get upset when they leave the house and they don't have access to the buttons? Because you're kind of like taking away one of their main modes of communication. Because I actively wonder about this. Some of them do. Well, more, does your dog get upset about it? More specifically at your personal little gremlin. Did I make traction benches? No. Okay. Tables. Most of these are made. Got grates. Don't see any tables. Okay, let's do rock tables. Well, let's do wooden tables. Wooden table. We'll use featherwood. And we'll also do wooden thrones. Or chairs, actually. And we'll also make them out of featherwood. Except I'm going to do 20 and 20. And then I'm going to make cloth rope and rock mechanisms. I need to do more digging. We're running out of boulders. It's a good thing. He's mostly worrying about where you are. Ah, I getcha. I'll have to take a bullet for you. I could totally imagine the Chihuahuas being the paranoid conspiracy theorists of the pet world. I could absolutely imagine that. I need to start digging my main entrance. And I'm thinking that the main entrance is going to be like, not down here, because that's where the dead things go. I'm thinking like around here. Around this spot. Like, obviously, that's the aquifer right there, so we don't want it to be right there. I think this is going to be the main entrance. When I say main entrance, I mean like thing that I can put an entryway into so that I can like pull a drawbridge and lock the fort down. That's what I mean. Do they make doggy weed bunnies? Weed bunnies? They make doggy weed gummies? Question mark. That's the thing I was trying to say. Let's actually raise this up by a layer. Go down this to this layer. Erase this. It's going to end up on that layer regardless. And because I've got this little opening thingy here, do that. But what I'm going to actually do is I'm going to channel this down a layer. And what's going to end up happening is it's going to basically have like big epic high ceilings, and we can put in gonna have big epic high ceilings, and I can put in support pillars. Things like this, basically. Yeah, we'll do that. And we can set up trading over here, basically. He prefers the fruit gummies. Huh. The doctrine of ashes now has many worshippers in Riverdepths. Now requires a temple and a priest. So, doctrine of ashes is the second most popular temple god in the fort. Yeah, because this is the cult of ghosts, right? So the doctrine of ashes is the second most popular religion in the fort. The most popular religion in the fort is, for, well, lack of a better term, okay, no, I don't want you doing this. Do need some more miners, though. Let's give Fallout Rain mining. Maybe Rith as well. Let's also go to here. Let's just say copper pick. 10 of them. Because I got tons of copper all of a sudden. So, as much as you can cut off with your pinky nail and then cut it in half. That's a Bruce dose. I love, like, the mental concept of, like, just a stoner chihuahua. All right, so you need, like, Elfie, I have an art project for you. You need to make an InfoWars parody with Bruce. Just like a little chihuahua just sitting at a desk with like crazy image, like fake news imagery in the background, just like yapping. Except like all of the conspiracy theories are around cats. Just barking about cats and humans with big shoes. Trying to think, what other things, what are other things that chihuahuas would be mad about? Definitely got something to do with shoes. I'm actually amazed by how happy this fort is. Because, like, you might think it's this. They're getting almost nothing from this mist generator. Like, there's a tiny little bit of mist coming through these occasionally. Most of the dwarves just completely miss them. And I'm sitting here just going like, all right, well, right, I need to make more beds. It's just even just looking at this is kind of amazing to me how happy this fort is. Let's just make 40 beds. Let's make a bunch of them. Yeah, they turned all the treats to... Squirrels don't respect the dogs the way they used to. It is our right to chase squirrels. They're trying to remove the ability for us to chase squirrels. Something about that. Something about, like... cats used to run faster. I don't know. You could absolutely just make a batshit crazy dog joke series about that. I would watch that web series. All right, so we've got giant Rheus macaques now that are, you know, movable to a pen. So I think I'm going to put my monkeys here. Was the dog's name Squirrel? Lanix? Yeah, once again, my condolences. Like that stuff sucks. You do not want to be in a situation where a family pet dies. It's literally like losing a member of the family. It was awful. It's gonna take a while. Called grieving, you know. That's adorable and you're sorry. Yeah. One of the worst parts about moving out of my childhood home was you know, where my childhood dog was buried. We can now move giant monkeys from cages to pasture. Shouldn't take too long. We're going to, don't make cheese. Let's just milk animals. And milk animals and make cheese on the second one, so that they end up doing both. We're also stacking cloth and cloth and cloth and cloth. So now we have a giant trained monkeys. And in case of escapees, I can put some cage traps in. Although that means I need to go into here. Oh, well, I've apparently still got plenty of these. I clearly need a clothing shop. Something that older versions of the game used to do is it would put a little number next to the shop type, and that number was the number of those shops that you'd already constructed. And it was super useful, and I kind of missed that feature. Yeah, my massive monkey boys. What? I thought I was digging ramps. Apparently I wasn't. All right, well, instead of that, we're just going to go over to here. And we will put the entrance to this other temple over here. So currently, I only have temples dedicated to these two religions and this one god. I think I might keep this fort that way. Just so you know how many bedrooms you got. Well, to reiterate the thing that I talked about earlier, icon, hit Z, click on a bedroom, click on this, and scroll down. It'll say all the dwarves that currently are assigned and how many more you need aren't assigned. Another thing that you can do, which is something that I do, is hit Z, hit bedroom, and then hit multi, and then click and drag over everything, and it'll tell you how many are in use. So it'll tell you how many have already been assigned. I know that there used to be a like DF hack function that would just tell you how many dwarves have bedrooms, which would be nice, but I don't think it's 100% necessary. One of those things where it's like, it'd be nice, but no deal. Let's do copper statue of the fated ghost, who is the dwarven god of the deity, a deity of the elven iron, of the emerald irons, not the elven irons. The emerald irons most often takes the form of a female dwarf and is associated with death. You ever just like get tricked out of context by your own chat room? I know this is a very like streamer related thing, but looking over at YouTube chat, the first thing I see is, in real life, they have genitals but are sterile. Like, I've looked over at that a couple times and been like, what? Oh, right. Yeah, duh. We were talking about mules. Like, what are you talking about, YouTube? Oh, right. Yes, we were talking about mules. Yeah, it's the Emerald Irons is the name of my faction. I was skim reading. Every day. Mm-hmm. Oh, no. Why is your computer lagging so much? Also, what's your webcomic? Enchanted Pencil. Nothing to see here. That's fine. Also, thanks for the 75 of you guys watching on the YouTubes. Let's just jump back down to here because this is probably dug out and I should get this functioning. That one's caved in. To here. To here. Okay. So just to confirm, Big Bang A1 would like a dwarf. On, give me a sec. What dwarf you want is? Fallout Rain real pissed. Hmm. Here's hoping we can solve that dwarf. Also, that's kind of awkward. I have a bunch of trained animals, even though I had... Wait, hold on, wait. What was it set to everybody does this? Oh, that's why. Okay, so it is set to everybody does this. Yeah, we're using the dwarf. We've been using the dwarf redeem ever since the beta branch came out. Most of your dwarves have been in the military. I don't know. Okay, so I've got Manam, Onul, or Logem. What would you like? Also, we're going to start making copper spears. I know some people are going to be like, blasphemy! But we don't have readily available steel. And copper shields. Fortunately, we do have plenty of copper. But we're also going to be using silver when it's available. You'd like Logan the recruit? The newbie? Okay. No Cassiterite, nope. Not that I've seen anyway. All we have is tetrahedrite. I'm pretty sure that that's all that's on this map is tetrahedrite. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions. She is confident under pressure. Let me actually double check what we have on this map because I screenshotted it. It is. Yeah, silver copper. That's it. Just silver copper. She is very friendly and always tries to say nice things to others. She desires little for herself in the way of possessions and is confident under pressure. She doesn't generally think before acting, and she is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in appearance or culture. She doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise, and she takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. She is slow to anger, and she has a calm demeanor. She does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She stammers when she's excited, and her hands are animated when she's surprised, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. What are those copper sprites to the left? Sprites to the left. I'm perplexed. Hot Rod Ricky, until things calm down post patch, we're currently using the super limited dwarf naming scheme, not on an asking basis. We will return to that at some point, though. Who's the one dwarf that's really pissed off? Fallout Rain was the dwarf I was just looking at. I don't know why he's so pissed off. Well, I sort of do, but anyway. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally disregards tradition and has a negative view of those who exercise power over others. You're a member of the bud faith of vegetation, and you have good intuition. You're resilient and thoughtless, not greedy. Flatterer. You need to craft an object at some point, so you're going to need breaks in the military. And also, you're married. Your husband is Kivish, who's currently learning armor smithing. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure what's up with this dwarf. Like, they did witness death once. But outside of that, like, I'm a tad bit perplexed by this. I think this dwarf got into a fight with a troglodyte once. But, like... This might be like the one dwarf specifically that just happens to need a tavern to be happy. Although you also need a good meal. So it's possible that I could just like, I say get away with. It's possible that I could just, you know, make kitchens and start cooking meals and that'll help. Because kind of my plan was to do kitchens around here and have a tavern like right here. But currently we're making another temple, so exile time? Nah, we'll keep them. The be with family and friends one can be a rough one if family is very important to them if they have no family. I mean, this dwarf mostly like needs to acquire something, which I can sort out soon. They need to be extravagant. Okay. They need to make merry, and they want to practice a martial art. I could just chuck them in the military, which would be okay. Probably take you off of that. You know what? Why don't we just throw you in the military briefly and see how you like it? What could possibly go wrong? Go to your fighting demonstration, Dwarf. Let's see how you like this. Satisfied after learning about fighting? Let's see if that improves him. Let him do that for a little bit. You know, honestly, if you have a dwarf who's really upset and they want martial training, that might be what they need, Pencil. Skimming a website here. Enchanted Pencil. I like that your URL is mycomics.mycomicsargay, but like your website is enchantedpencil.com. Also, hey Doc Randall, what's up? Also, for reference, this is what I'm looking at right now. Although I realize we're in an ad break at this exact moment. There you go. Have a look. Click on things. Feel free to chuck that periodically into the self-promote section of my Discord too if you want. Might as well also forward this to the YouTube chat, so if anybody wants to know what we're talking about, they can see it. Work is important, especially when it's not made by dumb computers that steal other people's work. Hey man, thank you very much for the 3rd month, and I'm still convinced I butcher your username every time, but 40 levels into the 3rd cavern layer. You mean like a gem spire? I remember watching, oh wow, already goes from the worst amount of stressed up one. That's good. I don't think I will leave that dwarf in the military for too long. Oh boy. So I need another temple for the Bud Faith of Vegetation. Which, you know what? We're going to become a temple complex for it pretty quick. But that's a different god. The Bud Faith of Vegetation is a different god to the god of death, which is what I'm currently making the second temple for, because this is a temple dedicated to the god of death for one religion, and this other one that I'm making right now is a temple dedicated to the god of death for a different religion. So different religions worshiping the same god. But the Bud Faith of Vegetation is a different god, so they can't enter via here. They'd have to go a different route. Also, we're gonna get rid of this. I feel like the Bud Faith of Vegetation should look out over the gardens, because this is my farming area. I'm probably going to be the main farming area for most of the fort. So I'm thinking the entryway to the Bud Faith of Vegetation is down through here, maybe? Have faith in the great bud of vegetation, chat room. That looks a little odd. Get rid of that end bit there. Hangman? I can say Hangman. I'm actually just going to put that in quotes after. I'm going to give you like a personal nickname so I can... AEs in words always mess with my brain badly. All right, well, let's finish up the Doctrine of Ashes, which is going to be this. Because I can now queue it up because this area is dug out. New temple. Once again, you can figure out which ones you need to build based on the ones that have 10. So this is for hunting, fishing, fish, and lakes. Ooh, it's for hunting, fishing, fish, and lakes. I should have them overlooking the river. Not the gardens. What if we go up here? And we'll let them look out over the river here. It depends on when you invest and when you get out of said investment, but yes, I do tend to agree with that. Throw more borax floors down. Still think sounds like a medication that you'd get for, like, constipation. Or, like, stomach problems. If you have gastrointestinal issues, speak to your doctor about borax today. Borax. Ask your doctor. Are they even allowed to fish? Good question. I don't think so. Not currently. I would like to allow some fishing, though, because I think that'd be fun. Thanks, Elfie. Glad somebody does. Your dwarf just made a. You didn't know that you didn't know they could, like, you didn't know they could do that, or that they would do that. Because yeah, no, they absolutely can make blowguns. It's pretty rare. Sort of like getting a mask or a veil or something from a strange mood, like items that dwarves are not able to normally make. Must have been possessed by a no, more like a fish creature. I don't think goblins even get those. Oh, wow, I love how all these jobs got canceled because I deconstructed this. 2 seconds, chat room. I'm gonna go use the toilet. But before I do that, I'm gonna queue up another round of these getting finished. I should be back before the building is done. All right, 2 seconds. Bah. I did say it'd be quick. Wait, hold on. Are we talking about the same borax? Is borax actually like a thing that's used for such things? Okay, so we've already got it up pretty high. We're going to go with citizens and long-term residents only for the Doctrine of Ashes. I do need to get the size of this, or the value of this, up a bit. Got 6 statues I can make. I really like the additional statues. They look real nice. Oh, I should probably also grab an altar and put that in here somewhere. We're also going to engrave a bunch of the floor. and smooth the walls. Except for the, you know, areas that are still getting flooring put on them, because there's no point. First, they were local to your own country. Did I? So I've told you guys that my old ISP calls me constantly and are obnoxious about it. I think that there is like some scam site or group that have like realized how aggressively annoying my old ISP is. And so I've started getting scam calls that are pretending to be my old ISP alongside of the calls that are actually from my old ISP. And I got this phone call from like a suspected spam number the other day, and I answered it, and I get this very clearly in a call center guy who doesn't sound like he likes his job. You know, people like when they answer the phone on the other end and they just sound bored. It was like that kind of voice. It was, hello? Yeah, I'm calling from TELUS. And I'm just like, are you actually? And it's like 5 to 10 seconds of silence, followed by a muffled and then cursing in Punjabi. And then he hung up on me. Which, honestly, I think I won. That's all I have to say. I think I won. Oh, I'm well aware of spam baiting, yeah, or scam baiting. I used to watch Kit Boga when he had like a concurrent view count of like 150 when that shit was just getting started. So, oh yeah, I'm very familiar with scam baiting, and yes, I do forward those numbers to people like Kit. So no, I didn't learn Punjabi from scammers. I learned I used to work in fast food, and when I worked in fast food, it was rare that there was other Caucasian people working there. It was usually just me who was Caucasian. And because of this, I learned curse words, or I learned to I don't actually know what they mean. I also can't pronounce them, so don't ask me to. But I recognize curse words and know when somebody's insulting me or cursing at me because I had to learn them so that I could report them to my boss. When like the morning managers would walk in and just like talk about me in front of me in a language I don't understand. And in doing this and memorizing what they were saying and recounting it to my boss after trying to figure out what it was, to like report them, they actually put up a sign saying English only on the floor, which got me so much harassment from my old coworkers. It's not even funny. It's weird being the only white person in a place like that. Or rather, it sucks being the only person in a place like that. So now the question is, who becomes the Holy Burial? Here it looks like Darius is the only named one. So I think I'm going to give it to Darius. Former colleagues. What's funny is I actually went past my old place of work relatively recently because I had to go across town to do something. And still work. The worst person for that still works there. So Darius is no longer a miner because you're now the Holy Burial, but I'm sure we can get some other dwarves into the mining profession. Such as, let's just say this, furnace operator, a couple armorers, a lime maker. Okay, let's jump back down to the lowest layer and... Oh, right, yeah. I've actually made it go a lot lower. I need to start hotkeying layers. Let's go back to where that gremlin is. Because I need to set up another one of these right here. So... the one that I'm currently working on, because we got this gremlin. I need another gremlin. Must acquire additional gremlin. How does one hotkey a layer? Here. So by default, F1 goes to your wagon, but let's rebind it. Click on this button, and then F1, F2, F3, F4, all the way down to Shift F8. F1 now goes, instead of going from here, F1 is now going to go to here. F2 is going to go to here. F3 is going to go to here. So I hit F1, F2, F3. So that is what that button does. Yes. And hello, Joshua, over on the YouTube side of things. No problem. Happy to help. I also need to remove cloth from this. I thought I did, because I do have a cloth stockpile up here, but apparently I never set it up to work properly. How is the dwarves' clothing doing? I may actually, you know what? I think we're gonna do a round of clothes, because I probably have enough to make everybody a new set of clothing. That'll also give me some trade goods, because we're almost at that time of year anyway. Not the heavy Indian. I always find it kind of funny when people in like, dear managers of mass calling scam houses, do you really think that the people that you're calling are dumb enough to believe that you're the real thing when you're just stating that, you know, your name is Chris when your accent doesn't sound like that at all? Like, if you want to, like, blend in, you should try and blend in. You tried to create the greatest pub in a zombie wasteland and you couldn't keep up with the deaths. Sounds fun. Let's do, yarn shoe. I'm also going to assume that we can make dress. And we're just going to make 40 of each. Because we got 56 dwarves right now. Not everybody needs new clothing, but... All right, that'll work. Oh, I need more logs, apparently. Oh, I'm also just going to hotkey this to, like, 5, because I like to jump to the surface quickly. So I'm trying to make things out of featherwood, and turns out there ain't that much featherwood. Oh, there's some featherwood. Yay! Back that down, please. Not that much featherwood on this map. Featherwood is very, very, very good for wheelbarrows and bins and stuff because it's the lightest material in the game. We actually did some math on stream with Tarn once where we figured out that featherwood is quite literally the equivalent of balsa wood. Which means that, like, all toys should be made out of featherwood as far as I'm concerned, because I had so many, like, super light wooden toys growing up. It's good memories. Remember that target the elderly? The ones that we get here that target the elderly are all in Chinese. And they're, like, according to someone I used to know who, like, spoke 2 different Chinese dialects. It was Mandarin and Cantonese was what she spoke. She said that they were all really sad because they were basically designed to sound like Chinese Communist Party official notifications, basically. Like, they're almost like electronic robotic kind of thing, but it's just purely to, like, scare seniors into thinking that their visa or whatever is going to get revoked for Canada, so they have to pay money to a thing, which is really sad. Let toys make them strong. Yeah, there you go. The opposite of balsa wood. Bit less dense than featherwood's density. To, like, be more clear, it is the closest thing that we have in real life to featherwood, based on weight. I don't know about density. I only looked into weight. Weight and, like, brittleness. Kind of fun making a fort with so many ramps, because I almost never do this. Okay, so the God of vegetation thing. I want to know the name of the god that they worship so I can make some statues for it. Temple. The Bud Faith of Vegetation. They worship Igerrapt. Raptor Moist. Igor Raptor Moist. Oh no. What is Raptor Moist? Let's find out. Silver statue. Let's make 3 statues of Raptor Moist. It's a deity of the Emerald Islands, takes the form of a female dwarf, and is associated with day, lakes, fish, fishing, and hunting. Honestly, what's a good thing to make out of lead? Furniture, because you place it once, and it's higher value than stone, if you care about value. Or honestly, assuming you're not moving them around a lot, bins. Same with barrels. Goblets. Jewelry's a little iffy because you don't really want dwarves getting like completely slowed down to know, like they'll get strong and they'll speed up eventually, but like you don't really want your dwarves to move really slowly. So that's not like there's no lead poisoning in Dwarf Fortress, I guess is the simple answer to this question. So you don't need to worry about actual poisoning issues. So you can make lead out of kind of whatever you want. Does lead make an alloy? If it does, I've never used it for an alloy. Lead toy hammer would be funnier though. You've used lead on your floor for pitfalls? Yeah. I mean, like, it's funny. Fall damage isn't really calculated by speed of falling or height of fall. Fall damage is calculated by density of the thing they hit. So if you put, like, platinum on the floor, it's like, or drop them onto Slade in hell, it's like the equivalent of hitting a black hole. I would probably agree, regardless of what the lead alloy is. Yeah, I guess pewter is a lead alloy. Speaking of pewter, there's an antique store that I go to maybe every couple weeks and just kind of poke around and see what they have. They had a full set of pewter beer mugs, chat room, like Irish pewter beer mugs. And the reason I say that's super cool is one of the few heirlooms from my grandmother that I want eventually later down the line when my parents spread that stuff out to the kids, is I want my grandmother's pewter alloy, like lead pewter alloy beer mugs. The reason I want them is because they came from Ireland and they're like 250 years old. And whenever I see pewter beer mugs, I'm like, ooh. Oh yeah, great for looking at. Maybe don't use them. At least don't use them often because you will actually give yourself lead poisoning. But all right, so silver. Did I queue those up yet? Silver statue, Raptor Moist. That's what I'm looking for. Raptor Moist. All right, well, oh, right, I was going to do a silver altar as well. That's what I was looking at. Silver altar. I don't even know what antimony is. But as somebody who's anti-money, I can agree with this statement. Same thing with lead crystal. Ooh. Watching your first Fortress videos, the Weather Mountains playthrough, because those are pretty good. I'm a socialist. Pretty openly a socialist. Can you, like, explain like I'm 5, Blazing Iceberg? All right, so let's see. I've only got the copper ones currently, so I can't actually put more stuff in here. I'm actually gonna put some tables and chairs in this one. Just the element name? Oh, okay. I was like, what's SB? I'm really, 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 really bad with, like, element tables. It was like something that I was taught once at one point in my life and then immediately forgot when I was done being taught it and never really went back or remembered any of it. I mean, for whatever it's worth, this is my first time in my life hearing the word antimony. If you think that I would want to live in a communist dictatorship or a dictatorship with any financial system or government system running underneath it, you don't know me very well. If you also think that I would support a dictatorship, then I'm sure it is, was the guy. That's why I'm asking. Okay. Well, I'm responding to your question with a statement, which you should be able to discern and understand from my statement. I'm just imagining dick-shaped tater tots. Thanks for putting that image in my head. Also, what Saturab said is like, you're literally just, you're not describing socialism, you're describing fascism. I said that I'm a socialist. If you have to ask if I'm a fascist because I said that I'm a socialist, that's very funny to me. I always, you know, the first time I read it as B for Ian. That's how I first read it. That or it's beef or Ian. I don't know. Okay, let's see how this one's doing. Not quite high enough value just yet. So once I get those statues into here, that should clear things up. But I need those silver statues first. And because this is set as the bud faith of vegetation, I can now accept this. Because I've agreed to build the temple. What? Am I out of coal? Wow, I'm out of coal. Okay. Make charcoal then. I thought I had a bunch more coke left, but I guess I was wrong. There is hot take. Hatred of being in the rain in Dwarf Fortress is an extraordinarily minor debuff and not even close to as bad as being without a table in RimWorld. The only thing that I would say that is close to being without table in RimWorld in Dwarf Fortress sense is being unable to have access to alcohol. Do I have chores for my children? Is there even any children in this fort right now? Yes. Usually what I do with children is I go to standing orders, chores, and I disable burial and refuse hauling and cleaning, but leave the rest on. As somebody who lives in an apartment without a table but has alcohol in his apartment, I agree with this message. So let's make coke from lignite. Do that now, like right now. It includes blood and teeth. Basically, you want to keep the kids out of areas where they could end up... I'm gonna pause all these. You want to keep the kids out of areas where they could end up... You want to keep the kids out of areas where they could end up having to clean up bodies. Big, strong children. Usually by endgame forts, all I have them doing is item hauling and feeding prisoners, basically. Because there's no real issue with feeding prisoners usually, and item hauling is, like, gonna keep them inside the fort the majority of the time, which is really what you want. Uh-oh, got more animals I gotta cage trap up. Let's just jump over to creatures. That or I have stuff in cage traps I need to eat. We're gonna eat that raven, gonna eat the drothla, gonna eat the moldog. Yeah. We're also in an ad break. So the one other thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up here and I'm gonna unconstruct these cages so that we can use them again. Hello, Bonesaw, how are you? I mean, meat's on the menu, group. How many tables do you need per every dwarf? There is no strict number, but you just need to have enough tables that they're not fighting over the tables when they go to eat. Dwarves eat every couple months. I think it's like once every 4 weeks or something in game. So, I mean, you could math it out if you care. I'm not the sort of person to generally math things like that out. So, not thinking about it too hard, I'll be honest. Elfie Bean, thanks for gifting a subscription to Bonesaw. You need a movable butcher shop? Why? Just put them where you need them. Just a burger joint serving up Pokemon burgers? I still think one of my favorite article headlines I've read in the video game space in the past decade is knockoff Pokemon gives fake Pikachu a Glock and it sells 5 million copies in a weekend and then everybody forgot about it the week after. Which is one of the funniest headlines I've seen ever, maybe. Meanwhile, executives over at Ubisoft fucking sweating. I mean, don't get me wrong, like, that game will continue to exist and it'll have lots and lots of players and be very popular, but everybody outside of that specific niche that's actively playing it has already forgot that game even came out. It's like, oh, what was that, the Amazon published Korean MMO Diablo clone thingy? That was like the biggest game in the world for like, Lost Ark, yeah, it was like the biggest game in the world for like 4 days. Very reminiscent of that. Played it for a month and hated it? Then why'd you play it for a month? Why didn't you stop before then? Then forgot it existed. Okay. I mean, that was, you know, you literally just described my experience playing Terra Online, which I did actually play at one point for about a month because all of my friends decided that we were going to play Terra Online. I was like, really? Only good part about that game was the animation of the hamster man trying to hit shit, which was very funny looking. No, it was just out in a different region. Which means it might as well have not existed. So we are trying to train monkeys. Have to grind, MMO mentality. I don't know, that does not seem like a healthy relationship with your video games, man. I don't know, you live your life. I have to start giving dwarves, oops, I'm doubling up these bedrooms for some reason. I have to start giving these dwarves, furniture. I'm thinking copper furniture, probably. That or maybe even wooden furniture. I don't know why. I've gotten, like, weirdly okay with using wood for a lot of things recently. It's very out of character for me. Who's the mayor? Do we have a mayor yet? We don't have a mayor yet? I got 56 dwarves, game. What the heck? that gave me 25 more or 7 more bedrooms rather. Not quite 25, but. Don't play MMOs. Was the patch released? It's still in the experimental branch, but it is playable and it's quite stable now. It was kind of crashy the first few days, but they've cleaned it up a lot. Okay, so this. I'm gonna go down here. Not gonna use whatever. I'm just gonna use borax. Ooh, I just realized I shouldn't do this on this side. Should move it up to here. Because I want to be able to dig through the edge and see in to the area where the gremlin gets caught. Which I can also just smooth right now. Hold up. Snatchers. Ooh. Things are getting interesting. Neko Flyweb. From the Bronze Scorpion. Oh, that's a good name. Bronze Scorpion, hey? Do you have family? No relationships? All right. Rith seems to have noticed them. This is gonna get bloody. Goblins come running in. Military comes around the corner. Manam is leading the charge. The goblins are terrified as they are suddenly now in conflict. As the dwarves move up into the fight, bits and pieces and blood starts to fly. One of our goblin in fact, Power Tools and Beer is also joining in with the fight and is terrified while in conflict. In fact, our goblin most recently was fighting with a giant monkey, but currently bashes the goblin thief in the lower arm with an iron crossbow. Bits and pieces are starting to fly. Goblins are bleeding. Damatsu here is getting bashed by... The militia commander bashes the goblin thief in the eyelid with the shaft of his steel spear bruising the skin. After scratching the thief in the neck so hard, it destroys his leather cloak. One goblin has fallen. Second goblin over here, Nako, was punched by my broker in the head with their left hand, bruising the muscle through the purring maggot leather hood. The force twists the neck, tearing apart the skin and bruising the fat. And the second goblin has fallen. Oh yeah, no, like population rising. We'll get there. I mean, the whole point of this fort is I want to see trolls. And we are right here. And the Bronze Scorpion, specifically, has this. The Fortress of Black Aged. Which, you know. What do you think, chat? Because there's an artifact here called the Great Stozu Poison Bite. This goblin faction better be run by, like, a demonic giant scorpion. Are sieges population bound? Yes and no. They are awareness bound. Goblins become aware of you when you attack them or when you hit 80 population. But they can actually attack you by accident before that, too. Limped back might help. I mean, it might. Obviously. Why wouldn't it? Except for the bag. I will keep the bags. Just get these bodies out of here. All right. Let's see how the value of this temple is. Not quite there yet. Did I get any of those statues done? No. Okay, so let's just get those statues done first. Must be a book. That's usually what that stuff is. It's usually books. I need to... My forges aren't staying here. This is kind of a temporary forge, but now I'm suddenly ending up with, like, a bunch of forges being here, which I'm not actually too super fond of right now. Those ones I did, because I don't need them, and most of them are damaged anyways, and I'm making new goblin clothing. That's just clothing made by goblins, right? So it's no difference in value than the stuff I'm making, and I don't need it, so why would I keep it? In fact, I've already got used clothing that's probably better quality on the ground right now. And because of that, like, there's almost already no reason to keep it. In regards to what, Groot? What's up, Trevor in VR? Since your name's Trevor in VR, do you have a an Apple Vision Pro yet? Good. Actually, dumb question. Does anybody in chat have an Apple Vision Pro? I can't wait until there's a video of some kid trying to wear one of those in school. What's that? Technically, according to Google, it's a computer. This shit. For clarity's sake, I'm not making fun of these actors and their ads. It's not their fault. But they're making a HoloLens. No, it doesn't. Having a tavern doesn't change the awareness. No. That's a Apple Vision Pro. It's a AR Apple computer that I learned this morning can't load pornography. Like, you know those 3D videos that you can, like, look around in that, like, work on most VR headsets? Yeah, those aren't compatible with it. What about Skyrim? I mean, it's a Mac, so... Which I think's really funny that there's a bunch of, like, very horny, lonely, like, Silicon Valley types that are buying this thing and they can't even watch porn on it. I find that really, really funny. It's useless then. Exactly! Like, why does it even exist? Apple made a useless device. Again, surprise Pikachu. Am I out of lignite? I think I am. All right, well, it's time to go find some more lignite then. Let's go auto-mine some lignite. The question is, do I want to auto-mine the lignite on that layer or not? Yeah, we'll do it on this layer. Why did that get suspended? Weird. Oh yeah, I mean that's not the issue. It's not that I don't want them to mine that area. It's just a question of do I want to do that in the first place there. Because the constructions I want to do above, but Walnut Bag, the armorer has been possessed, meaning you are going to go claim my forge. But if you first get the well and then put a grate under it, it works fine. Huh. That's funny. Checks out, though. I wonder if that works with floors, too. Interesting. I love just the dead fluffy wamblers. There's something kind of hysterical about that to me. I also like that Fallout Rain went from being super happy to not... Oh, I know why. Stationed. Caravan has arrived. We can trade. Exactly what I needed. Let's just go to here and let's sell all of our cruddy clothing. Which isn't actually that much. It's mostly just shoes. So I'm making clothing pretty slowly, but it's something. Let's also go amulets. Let's go... I'm keeping the good quality socks. I may also have set a population cap. I need to check if that's the case. Okay, I definitely just made amulets. Okay, well that's probably fine. It means it's degrading. The bigger and bolder the X is, the lower quality it is. Like if I find somebody who's currently wearing some... You are. Yeah, so this shoe's degrading. It says it's showing some wear, basically. And that'll go all the way up to tattered. And part of the reason you'll see me throwing out a lot of goblin clothing and stuff is a lot of it has like bold X's, so it's like actively damaged. And because there's no way to repair clothing and dwarves don't like wearing crappy clothing, it makes the dwarves upset if they have to wear it. You learned recently that if you have... While we're talking Apple, you just read America has 87% teens using iPhones. That's nuts for you. So few Androids and iPhones are expensive. Like how? Marketing! I don't know. I don't live in America. I live in Canada, so I couldn't tell you. But it's probably as simple as marketing and fashion, and kids want to be able to do the same things back and forth, so all you need is one kid to have iMessage with the cute, like, big stickers, and then everybody else wants iMessage, is probably my bet. Once it's double bold X's, actually, they get taken to refuse stockpiles. But I don't know. I'm an Android person. I always have been. But yeah, like my bet is probably just the one simple answer: marketing. It's the same reason so many kids are on Instagram. Teach after-school art class. Enjoy after-school art class. Cheers. Are basically jewelry? No, I don't think Apple products are jewelry. Well, with the exception of like the $11,000 like Apple Watch, that's jewelry. I don't think Apple devices are jewelry. I think they're Adidas. It's a desirable brand name. That's about it. Watch and phone. Oh, there you go. I mean, lots of people do. Neezer meets with the Outpost Liaison, and the Outpost Liaison says, "Greetings from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. Let's discuss details." And I will say, I need iron, and I need steel. And I will also take iron and steel anvils. I can't make those myself. Thank ya. They want thread and prepared meals. Okay. I don't think that it's fair to call people who have been marketed into purchasing a product as not sane. I don't think that's a fair thing to refer to people as. Yeah, this embark has no iron. People are always like weirdly surprised that I do that, but this game is significantly more interesting if you don't have the perfect embark every time. I always either have sparse or scarce minerals in my world gens, and then like more than half the time I'm in an embark. Like it's weird actually. I did 2 embarks in a row that actually had access to iron, which is really strange for me. You only have platinum? Platinum is like this big at most. Like that kind of thing. Like good luck finding it. Scarce materials makes the game significantly more interesting because you actually have to take part in the trading. Instead of just like, you know, completely ignoring it. That sounds really boring. I think I do not like the fact that frequent minerals is the default in this version. Sparse was always the default in older versions, but for this version they made frequent the default, which I think kind of sucks. I'll buy the meats. Buy the fish. I mean, this embark, I embarked with no anvil. I embarked with in an area with no metal. Well, silver and no iron, basically. Only silver and copper is what's in this embark. Just silver and copper. Rainfall exposed. I need to buy that. That has to be some dwarven propaganda about rain. Although I can't actually afford it. It's very expensive. So I will buy the other book instead. Also buy that altar. And that's probably it. I mean, we've exposed it, so clearly. There's something up with the rain. Okay, so the Holy Earth is now going to be Big Bang. Congratulations, Big Bang. You are now the Holy Earth of the Bud Faith of vegetation. Also, I think the Dwarf Redeem should be up. How's your dwarf from earlier doing? Probably happy, because most of the dwarves are. Currently missing your sprite for some reason. You're lonely after being away from friends for too long. You have none, so you need to make some friends. You need to be extravagant, make merry, and admire art. All right. What dwarf you want? B4 Ian? No, it's a human conspiracy. The humans have built giant hoses on the other side of the world and are spraying water into the air to wet our beards. I don't know where I'm going with this. Carpenter or brewer? Spread their chemtrails? Definitely. It's all the humans. It's a human conspiracy. The elves? No. Now, the elves are too busy just, like, writing poetry and, like, making tree houses. He is quite a bold flatterer and extremely friendly and just a little bit insufferable. Strongly prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and I need to check in on that artifact. Hey, they began a mysterious construction suite. He is somewhat scatterbrained, and he seeks out exciting and adventurous situations. He isn't particularly ambitious and prefers to present himself modestly. He does not often feel lustful, and he has a greedy streak. He is quick to anger and brave in the face of imminent danger. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And he talks very quietly when he's angry, and he licks his lips when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and he's getting used to tragedy. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized. And personally, thinks friendship is important and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. If only if this dwarf wanted to train, that would be a good military dwarf, but they don't want to train, so I ain't gonna force him. We've now got the Holy Earths and the Holy Burial. Also, what are these statues of? Because they're of that god. It's an image. It's a well-designed image of Igor, Raptor Moist, deity of day, lakes, fish. Okay, so it's just like a portrait of the dwarf. Got it. I'm also realizing that there's other clothes I can trade. From super water geysers, sure. Is there, Maniac? Because that's news to me if there is. Walnut Bag, the armorer, has created Dural Subir, Zen God Stetad, a silver chain. A silver chain leggings, and offers it to dutiful boulders. Silver armor. This is a silver chain leggings. All Craftsware ship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver and decorated with drothel leather and encircled with bands of baguette-cut pyrites. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail and naked mulldog leather. On the item is an image of a great barracuda. Pigtail. That's a pretty... I imagine... It's got a giant fish on it, right? Which is a very angry fish. It's like up the side of the leg, maybe? I'm trying to imagine how that would be imprinted on it. Interesting. Embroidered? Probably. So I'm trying to decide if I should give that to my military or not. I'm thinking pedestal in the barracks, but I need a pedestal first. Oh, true. Yeah, it could be like Japanese embroidery kind of deal. Yeah, that could look nice. $33 value for the crappy shoe and crappy glove. I'm gonna buy a quiver. Thank you. Wait, hold on. So what exactly is happening, Ranger Rick? Are you saying that not all of them have left? I don't know what known bug Maniac's talking about. Okay, so if you remove those 3 mark stores from the squad, it'll work. If they haven't left yet, that's the issue. It's not a known bug. It's also not a bug at all. So what's happening is the 3 Marks dwarves haven't left the map because whenever they try to leave the map, they have to cancel the leave map job to go get food or something. Meaning likely, no, there isn't a way to make them go. So likely they had do you give them flasks or backpacks for food and drink? Because part of the reason they have flasks and backpacks is if you're on a particularly large embark and they can't get to the edge of the map. One of them is a militia captain. Replace the militia captain. Watch what they're doing, right? Watch their pathing. Follow them. Are they canceling the job halfway through and going back to sleep or something? What has happened is your fortress is too far from the edge of the map, right? And you need to realize that Dwarf Fortress time isn't real time. So 30 seconds is like a day. So if it takes them like 90 seconds to get from the middle of the fortress to the edge of the map, likely what's happening is they are probably canceling the job, because I know that you're building a really big fort, right? So I don't know where in your fort your barracks is, but I'd be willing to bet that they're simply canceling to go sleep, drink, or maybe they have a long-term injury. Like if it's not your lead militia captain that is in charge of your entire military, I would replace them with somebody else who can get to the edge of the map quicker. Yeah, or like put your barracks on the surface. Because what happens is when they reset and they have to cancel to go do something, they then have to go to the barracks again and start again. I've had this happen before in like really deep forts where like one dwarf just won't be able to leave. Maybe they have like a scar on their leg so they move a little slower, but they're a legendary spear dwarf, so I leave them in the squad anyway. And then they just can't get off the map. because they literally can't get to the edge of the map in time. So that's the problem. But do not, under any circumstances, cancel the job. Otherwise, those dwarves will get stuck off the edge of the map. So, is there a way to make them come back? No. You have to make sure that that dwarf gets off the map. So give them a faster way to path is actually my advice. So, like, just dig an ugly-ass staircase directly from the barracks to the surface so that they can get out quicker or something. Like, always have a side exit for military if you're building a huge base is the thing that I've learned. It's a Barracuda cod piece. I hate that. Nope. It does not, Maniac. And I say this because I've had this happen and tried to use that. No, it doesn't. It does not fix or retrieve military units. There is no way to, as far as I know, there is no way to fix or retrieve military units on the edge of the map. It does that for, like, merchants. You can't switch the captain because the commander is off on the raid already? All right. Well, then you have to give him an easier way to get off the map. Because, like, actually, hold on. Are you sending multiple squads, Ranger Rick? Ranger Rick, are you sending multiple squads? Because you could try just completely disbanding the Marksdorf squad. Although I would do a hard save if you're going to do this, because they might just never come back. Try disbanding the squad with the 3 that can't leave. Let the rest of them leave. And then the first squad should come back. But yeah, it's literally just because he can't get off the map quick enough. You'll have to make him a side entrance. But yeah, that sucks. But to give you an idea, when I'm sieging, there's a reason why. Never send the captain of the guard off map. Period. Don't do that. Do not send assigned nobles off map ever. Just never do that. And always have a backup squad at home that you can swap people out for if you need to. I've had that happen too, Dwarf Dragoon, but I've also had it just like never happen. Like they just never return. But literally what Ranger Rick's, the situation that Ranger Rick is in right now, like it's not a bug. You've just got bad pathing, basically. What I would do is if you want to be attacking things in a really large fortress, go all the way to the surface or like very close to the surface, have like a side tunnel going to that barracks and have like a barracks like at the edge of the map on the surface. Yeah, literally just stop. Like Dwarf has heavier armor than they're used to, or they have an old injury that's slowing them down. Is usually what it is. Is usually the fix. Almost always, it's the fix. That dwarf that returned both as a dwarf and an undead. I don't remember a dwarf returning both as a dwarf and an undead. I know the undead dwarf that I made leave and they returned as a ghost. And I remember the dwarf that I made leave and they were undead, and then when they came back, they were alive again. But extraordinarily injured. That was fucky. I mean, you can do that. But just be aware that if you have pathing issues when, like, your whole squad leaves, you could run into some pretty major issues. Like, you can't trade, as an example, if the mayor isn't on the map. So you have to time it really carefully. I honestly think that they should make it so that the game gives you a warning if you try and send an elected noble off map. Like, it should do that. But squad wanted to leave via the caverns. I've had that happen too. Yeah. Although that's actually not a bad way to send out raids. Can be kind of dangerous though. Okay, so that's all set up. That's all set up. What else was I working on? I need to start working on furniture for them. Need to do this. Let's keep you guys on update equipment. And we need to start making copper helms. I also need to make this barracks better. Did they ever make traction benches? No, they didn't. Okay. Yeah, I mean, they can leave through the caverns if that's the closest way to the edge of the map. And yeah, if fix retrieve units fixes squads, that's new and as of like the last few weeks, because Sunbirths had several squads, if you guys remember, that just they left the map entirely and never came back, which is a bug. That is a known bug, that they leave the map and don't come back. Which usually, if you just go read their history, one of two things happens: they died, in which case it means it's not a bug, or They either died, in which case it means it's not a bug.
Woo sub time.
Or alternatively, they just like got bored and joined a town and moved away, which shouldn't happen, but does. I think it should be able to happen that your dwarves can defect, but only like if your captain is really upset or something, and there should be like a mechanic to tell you that it happened. Like that's a bug that I wish they would build into a mechanic. But, Anander, thank you very much for the 16th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you, dude. Okay, so now that that's done, we go to here. Connect it to this. So that once, well, now that this is connected, actually, I can just do this. But the idea here is that when the gremlin pulls the lever, this caves in, which is going to block this off, which is going to trap a third gremlin, hopefully, in here. To go back and kill your deserter dwarves? I want to get attacked by my deserter dwarves, because, like, criminal groups can happen, right? So, like, what if... I'm just spitballing. This isn't a feature. I've never even heard of this referred to as a planned feature, so don't take me out of context, please. What if, as an example, you had a dwarf that, like, your militia captain of a squad got corrupted by a insurgent in the fort, right? Then you send them out to go attack a thing, and then they attack you alongside of the people that corrupted them. That would be pretty cool. I would be super down for that. I feel like if they actually added that to the game, or something like that to the game, it would just make some people really mad. But I would be super down for that. I think that would be really cool. All right, so this is all set up and ready to go. Is this the everybody? Ooh, we have an everybody button now. Does shift enter still work? Yay! And we have a hotkey. That's cool. You're fighting your dwarves and your family as... in your current world, you're fighting your dwarves' family as undead. Wait, so like undead siegers are showing up and they are related to your dwarves? Because that's kind of rad. All right, so that should be enough temptation to bring another gremlin in. Clockworks was trying to get out into the caverns. That's funny. I love how this character is now a legendary armor smith because they've been here for a while. Or this human is now a legendary armor smith, rather. Here's hoping they try to join the fort eventually. Aw, man. Well, there goes that dream. Found the aquifer. Nope, you haven't joined yet, unfortunately. Well, let's go one layer further up then. It's the way Dwarf Fortress always has been, Maniac. Dwarf Fortress has always been an extraordinarily open development, which is why I'm always a little bit boggled when I see people being like, oh, they're lazy, or like not telling us what they're working on. And it's always like, what are you even on about? Like, what are you smoking? Yeah, let's try this again. Because that's also aquifer. I need to get above the aquifer. What are you flooding? Are you flooding just like stone? Like plain rock floor? They need to have multiple layers of space above for trees to actually form. Wow, still aquifer. How high is this aquifer? Maybe I just need to go in the other direction. I don't know exact numbers. Basically, it's just a matter of build the thing and wait. And sometimes you get them and sometimes you just don't. Honestly, I don't really understand the logic behind growing tree farms underground. All right, so I have to make my entrance go the other way then, which is fine. It's just not what I wanted to do. But yeah, 2+ Z levels at least. Likely more. Best weapon is the one that you like to produce and like looking at your dwarves wielding. There really is no best weapon in DF. Actually, your own creativity, probably. Or water. Maybe lava? Lava's probably best weapon. All right, we got another round of dwarves. Strongly believes that peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best and sees war as a useful means to an end. Haven't married yet. No. Got a pet turkey. Member of the Doctrine of Ashes. Welcome home. Friend of death. Poor spatial sense. Independent. Flights of fancy. Values harmony and is creative. High master papermaker and a talented record keeper. Hearts full of lava can be super efficient, but they can also be super inefficient. An adequate Marks dwarf. Two of your kids start high school, year 7 in an Australian school system. Damn! That makes sense. Brave is this Coulette. Cling tightly, finds obligations confining. She's conflicted by this for one reason. I think that Coulette here is going to start at Marksdorf's squad. Let's do leather armor, leather caps. I'll just say handwear, low boots, which I'll make out of leather, bucklers, and crossbows. We're gonna say replaces clothing. For legwear, I'm going to do leggings. But currently, this person's going to have no uniform. I'm actually just going to go into here and I'm going to queue up leather armor, leather low boot, leather cap, which are going to get taken by anybody, but, and leather. Can't make leather gauntlets. Can you do leggings, Edis? No, you can't. Let's just do leather leggings. Leather leggings. The problem with these is, like, a lot of these are just gonna get stolen by the other dwarves. You've been pretty sick. You finally got your laptop so you could come watch stream. Oh, hell yeah! Hi, Walnut. You made artifact earlier. Yeah, so silver leggings. I thought you were telling me to make silver leggings, but no. You made artifact silver leggings. After one bucket, the well is dry. I have a question. Why are you trying to put a grate into your well? Are you trying to stop stuff from climbing out of the well? Also rip, in that case. I wonder if they can go through a open drawbridge. Because, like, generally your best bet if you're trying to stop stuff from getting out of your well is, like, make a reservoir for the well, right? So, like, pump water into a reservoir and then lock off the reservoir, use a drawbridge to let water flow in and then lock off the reservoir. Yeah, true. You could, you can attach a lever to the grate and then pull the lever, but then that wouldn't stop, random animals from flying up. You could also dig an overhang underneath your well so that there is stuff to stop stuff from climbing up, but that wouldn't stop flying creatures. I don't know. It's an interesting problem to try and solve. All right. Let's jump into the fortress and just quickly make a leatherworks, because I don't currently have one of those. And let's go back over to where these migrants is coming from. He is a boyer. Good with language, good spatial sense. Disdains merriment, values stoicism. You sound like you're fun at parties. This bar is still hard to click on. What about you? You're a lie maker. You create lies. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally, thinks that it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain. Poor memory. Intolerant. Good with language. I almost never have things crawling out of my well, at least not in the current version, unless it's like one layer above the ground. So there's that. Okay, what are we at right now? Okay, so Feb is my mayor now. Feb is very happy. Euphoric due to inebriation, not a vampire. That's good. Created a great work of art. Definitely has a lot of friends in the fort. Currently does have modest quarters. Well, I'm going to have to move you into bigger quarters because you get mayor bedroom right off the bat. Which means I'm going to try and find you a slightly nicer bed. Which religion do you worship, Mayor? The Cult of Ghosts. Sweet. So I could give you some of those copper statues. Just to increase the value of bedroom right off the bat. And yeah, I don't have any chests or cabinets just yet. Or bookcases. But these down here are already assigned offices to my lesser nobles, but this is already set up to be the mayor's office. So the mayor can have a... we'll put 2 tables and 2 thrones in here. And I will put... two tables and 2 thrones into this one. One of these will be a dining hall. The other one will be an office. Making this upper one could be a dining hall. Give this to the mayor. And this lower one can be an office. I will give this to the mayor. I just want the mayor to at least be able to operate. And function. And then let's go to Feb, the mayor. Jump up to you. Usability of these new of the new like search functions are pretty great, actually. And you are no longer going to be assigned to this bedroom, meaning you get to move all your clothing too. You had children fall down and drown? Children don't fall down the well. Something knocked them into the well. So if something's falling into the well, it's not the fault of the well. It's something is knocking them into the well. I would simply try and figure out what is knocking them into the well instead of trying to secure the well. It was me. I did it. Well, there you go. Found the imposter. Probably means that there's like some tantruming or fighting going on, if I had to bet. Combat training could do that, probably. But I'd be kind of surprised if combat training was doing that. Yeah, also don't make your well a high traffic zone. Merchants will be leaving soon. That is absolutely fine. I don't trust Fallout Rain in the military, so I'm going to remove them from the military. Then why is your captain of the guard training right next to a well? Like, this is my well, right? My well is connected to an aquifer. So there's an aquifer right here. And so it's infinitely refilling. The upper layer, which is where it goes to, is clean, can't freeze, and it's not in an area that's in the middle of everything. This is Dwarf Fortress, not, like, Dungeon Keeper. What? This is going to be my hospital in a moment. And hospital. Yeah, I usually put the well in the hospital. If you don't know what coke is like, if you know anything about blacksmithing, you'd know what coke is. I'll put it that way. It's what you get from lignite, which is a kind of, it's coal, basically. It's carbon. There you go. Section of cavern collapsed? Huh. That's mildly terrifying. Some ice fell. Oh, I see. There was some water here and it flowed through and then fell. That's mildly scary. It's like high quality coal? Sure. Making shields. Also, speaking of things, you're making the leather stuff. You love the way this fort looks? Thank you. It's very pink because I found a lot of rock salt. But here's hoping we get to fight against trolls, which is the kind of whole hope of this fort. I'm kind of thinking, because I've been trying to think how to defend this fort for a little bit, right? This is kind of the beginnings of my entry area, right? I want to have just like a tunnel built across this, which I can do pretty easily. And then a walkway that goes along this and then ramps up probably around here. To, well, maybe not all the way up to here because I don't really want them shooting up or spooking the crap out of my doors. I might go the other direction. But essentially just like a walkway that kind of goes maybe behind the waterfall and along here with a battlement all the way along it so that my mark dwarves can just shoot through, and then when they get to the end, my dwarves will fight with them down here. Just look at Kirby. Yeah, look at Kirby, Destroyer of Worlds. The problem is there's a bloody aquifer on this layer. I'd have to go up a few layers. So yeah, I'd have to go up this way. Yeah, we'll go this way. That's fine. Because yeah, that's where the aquifer starts. So I could do like a 4-wide walkway that just kind of goes all the way along here. No, Kirby is a good boy. Hasn't like Sakurai, the inventor of Kirby, like stated that he's like an elder demon or something? Like he's Grey Goo. He's like the bringer of the apocalypse. So that'll be plenty for Mark's dwarves. Although I'm still kind of planning to channel this down a layer. Like, I thought that was canonical. Okay. I mean, I could be very wrong, just for full clarity's sake here. I'm not a Nintendo person, nor am I a Kirby person. Need to try that sometime. Ranged combat's pretty fun in Dwarfort. Oh, the Metalsmiths Guild now needs a Grand Guild Hall. This one. I need to increase the value of this guild. Chat, I'm gonna go top off my coffee because I can. Enjoy Caves of Cud, Ken MFT. 2 seconds, chat. Also, I would have been quicker, but I had to moisten the closet soil. All I'm saying is that if Kirby and Katamari Damacy both existed in our universe, we'd all be dead. That looks oddly cute. I mean, come on. No, there's no innuendo there. I'm being 100% truthful and honest about that statement. Because I started tomatoes yesterday. I planted tomatoes. So, gotta keep that closet dirt moist. I have dirt in my closet with grow lights above it, and I started tomatoes yesterday. So, in about a week, I should have, hopefully... 1, 2, 3... 24 tomato plants? Different varieties, of course. Some are going to my community garden. Some are going to be grown on my neighbor's patio. Some are going to be gorilla planted close to my building. What, like the fact that ant communities are like outnumber us like 1,000,000 to 1 or whatever? I'm gonna put on my hoodie and stand up. This is gonna terrify me forever because I haven't used a standing desk in a while. Because my cables have been in a state of management, shall we say, where if I were to stand my desk up, it would rip half the cables out of the back of my computer. But I redid all my cabling yesterday so I could use the standing desk again, which is great. But now it just gives me a heart attack every time I go to use it. So let's increase the value of this. You can't wait for the produce stand to reopen? Oh yeah, no, I bought seeds for a whole bunch of heirloom tomatoes, and my mom gave me some of her seeds that she's been keeping, so... Yeah, it was kind of funny yesterday when me and my dad were having that discussion on the topic that I love. My dad's just like, what's your solution? And my solution was literally just buy a plot of land in the wilderness and start hoarding seeds. Like, if you've ever seen The Big Short, be like that guy. That's the solution to the world's problems right now. EDF, very, very, very good, accurate documentary of how humanity has survived many an alien attack, and we would never have made it without them. Because if we didn't defend Mother Earth from any alien attack against those stupid insects that continuously come back, we may have had a chance. But you saying Starship Troopers was one of your favorite movies growing up is kind of fucked up to me because I don't think a kid should watch that movie. Like, that is like you have to be like 14 at least to see that movie. You know, fun fact, one of the last sponsorships I took was for the most recent EDF game, not the one that's like about to come out, but the one before. And the reason I accepted that sponsorship was because it didn't come with 1 copy, it came with 4. So I was like, wait, I could get paid like, it was like $30 or whatever, to play not Starship Troopers, to play Earth Defense Force on my Christmas, because it was Christmas, the day that sponsorship was for, and I get 3 copies to give to friends, and I get a group of people to play EDF with. Hell yeah! You were terrified of Barney? I mean, as a little kid, I was scared of Peter Pan, but I don't even need the search bar. Let's just go to the bottom. Oh, I've also got a bunch of monkeys that... Oh, that's interesting. It doesn't show if they're in a different... I don't know if I like that. They should tell us that they're in a different pasture. Also, apparently the reason you can't geld named pets in the current version is because a bracket was missing in the code. So, hey chat, my artist is working on adventure mode thumbnails for VODs. Thoughts? EDF, EDF, EDF. Exactly. Of course, it'll have color variations like the other VOD ones, but I'm also going to point out that it's kind of annoying to have to it not tell me that other animals are in a different spot. You're not sure of the gray on gray shield with gray sword. Let me open that back up. Yeah, maybe. Could ask for more of like a silver trim on the shield. Yeah, also, I guess when it's smaller, it might be a little hard. Or heavier shad. I asked him to like work on like change the shading or the like color tone of the shield a little bit. Excuse me. Wooden buckler to piss off the elves. Leather bucklers are better. They both have the same results if that's your goal. But believe it or not, I play as elves in adventure mode sometimes. So you just gotta be wary of that fact. Okay, so assign uniform, go crossbow, see what they have available. Let's bump up leggings. That now. Or do that next, I guess. Currently, one of my dwarves is about to have no pants. Actually got a couple talented marks dwarves. That's interesting. Well, will have no pants once I set them to put on their armor, which I'm going to do soon. Let's also make copper, crossbow. Just make 5. And silver bolts. 5. I've had mixed results with trying to make fishing ponds, pumping water from somewhere to somewhere else. I've also had some positive / mixed results by simply... So this is gonna need a wall and a ceiling on it. I've also had some mixed results of... Actually, no, I shouldn't dig through this because I want to... You know what, whatever. We'll just do it this way. I've had mixed results, I guess is my response to that. Might just fill this in. But for right now, let's just do this. So I have to make the roof first. Although, don't want to just use whatever materials, want to use specific material. Let's go with limestone. I mean, it's just refining the current changes, right? Like, I could say that the search bars have moved. Like, the search bars were at the top initially, now they're down here. Like, there's... If I go into labors and kitchen menu, these all have proper buttons with graphics instead of, like, placeholder stuff. So that's good. Like, stuff like that. Crashes have been fixed. Bugs are getting fixed. Yeah, I think that's more what it is. It's more like, can it work? Sure. Does it work consistently? I think is maybe the better way of putting it. It's like, yeah, it absolutely can function. Does it always work? It's kind of the way I would describe it, I guess. Now, there is a very small chance that if ice decides to fall off of this, which might happen at some point, it could punch a hole in this front door, and then I'll have to rebuild it. What about should work? It should. I mean, that's kind of what I'm saying. Is it going to work consistently? I can't guarantee that. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, the new stuff is like... Well, there's no real new stuff in this patch, actually. It's just UI, unless you count, like, quality of life and UI refinement stuff, combined with... what's the word I'm looking for here? It's UI refinement and improvements, combined with some bugs that needed to be fixed for a while, like, you know, trolls working and vampires stealthing properly. The one that really perplexes me is the crash that was linked to pregnancy, which I think is kind of funny. Apparently there was if dwarves got pregnant, there was a chance the game could crash, but Putnam doesn't even know what was causing it. She just knows that she fixed it. Vampires not being blue and trolls working in new worlds, I think, are well, search bars are the biggest change, but the most welcome bug fix, I think, is vampires and trolls. Which I still think are funny, because they're both things I reported. Like, I genuinely wonder how long those wouldn't have worked if I hadn't... How long it would have taken for Tarn to fix vampires if I hadn't said anything. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, man, I wonder how much longer that bug would have stayed in. Probably a very long time. Not saying years, but, like, maybe it could have been years. It very much could have been years. working with Putnam. I mean, I don't see any reason to stop. The only reason I don't have Tarn on more often is, like... How do I describe this? How do I say this? Tarn's a bit of a antisocial person sometimes, from what I can tell. Like, I don't know him that well, but, like, there definitely is moments where it's like, oh, I shouldn't be taking too much of your time. Whereas Putnam's just very accessible and easy to just be like, hey, do you want to hop into a call for 5 minutes? 15 minutes and do this? Busy, yeah. I mean, who is a people person? Let's be honest. Psychopaths, crazy people. The antisocial ones are the smart ones. Bit of a hermit. Yeah. It's like, I know exactly why they're leaving all these socks up here. That's kind of funny. Tarn is a hermit dwarf? Sure. As I've kind of screwed this up pattern-wise. That's okay. I can fix it. Are often social but say little? Yeah. But no, I think Tarn's work hours should mostly be spent working on the game. Putnam's also not full-time on Dwarf Fortress. I think she's only technically doing 35 hours a week or something. Like, it's not... it's like a 4-day-a-week contract, basically, part-time. So I feel less bad doing stuff like that. Voluntarily listening to a person ramble about a video game and random stuff. You're here voluntarily? Huh. I'm trying to think of like a joke to be like, then what am I paying all of these, like, I don't know, psychologists for or something? I'm supposed to be here involuntarily, damn it. And I thank you very much. Silliness aside. Name the mayor blind. I will not do that. Would you like me to refund that, Brahms? I don't want to be in my forts. I don't have a basement, though. I have this pretty strict rule. I don't like being in my forts, and I also don't like being in other people's forts. It's just weird to me. Anander will be mayor? Am I giving it to Anander, Brahms? Anander is the mayor. All right. My mayor's still Feb. Yep. I just realized that the mayor has a pet KV. What? Excuse me? Game? No, it's not even about me dying. It's just weird to me. That's like honestly the only way I can put it. It's just weird to me. I would do that. I would do it if I wasn't streaming. How's that? To me, it's like feels narcissistic. Also, I really should just make a tavern. I've been putting it off to see how long I can go without making a tavern, but anyway, this dwarf. You used IRL people in your Dwarf Fortress games and got jaded about them dying constantly? I, years ago when I played XCOM actively, I would name XCOM characters after people I knew. You don't typically put yourself in lots of games you have a Zakos character, but almost never in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I'd be more okay with being one of the random giant monkeys than a dwarf. Anyway, so Anander never deliberates before acting, to the point of being considered thoughtless, is sloppy with his living space, and tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and doesn't often feel envious of others. Generally finds himself to be quite hopeful about the future and is quite ambitious. He enjoys the company of others and is often cheerful. Is not particularly interested in what others think of him and laughs in a unique way when he's nervous, and he pauses. He never allows pauses to occur in conversation. He personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have after seeing a troglodyte's dead body in 501. Doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife, and finds and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. Sees competition as wasteful and silly and doesn't particularly value the truth. Doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and dreams of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. Anander likes Realgar zinc and green zircon and the color cobalt and four-sided prisms. You have a pet cavy boar and you're friends with a goblin. And you are a member of the Cult of Ghosts, Metalsmiths Guild, and the Armorers Guild. And currently you're meditating on death. And you're happy while being cried on by an unhappy citizen. See, the thing is once all my friends, back when I used to, do that, once all my friends had died, I would stop playing that particular run. So. Is usually the way that stuff would go. It's like, well, everybody's dead, so like, why bother? Kind of deal. Well, at least stuff's starting to get put away. Why did these get suspended? What? Maybe that was right when the child snatchers showed up. Let's see how this squad is doing. All right, so because they have equipment available, we are going to set them to no orders and let them go equip their stuff. Which means they dump all of their clothes off. Oh. Speaking of giant monkeys, either I'm getting attacked by giant monkeys or my giant monkeys stopped being trained. Because suddenly there's dead giant monkeys everywhere. Nope. We are, in fact, getting attacked by giant monkeys. They're not agitated, but they're dead now. I'm not entirely sure where they came from, but... Huh. This is a Joyous Wilds biome, so there is a very real chance that we could start getting hit by agitated giant monkeys. It seems like most of my dwarves are okay. Well then. When I eventually tame them. I do have another gremlin trap set up, and I do have 2 gremlins that are ready to begin their training, but still a ways off with all of that. All right, there we go. Getting bolts going, as it should be. Okay, so I do have two dwarves in hospital, Stukos and Lore, the armorer, so we have to actually assign a medical dwarf. I don't really have a good chief medical dwarf, so we'll just give it to this one who has some skills in doctoring. Who's going to be removed from mining now. And we will throw, well, you're a competent bone doctor, so I should put you under bone doctor. Competent bone doctor. We have a great surgeon. An adequate diagnoser. Washing the blood off of you. A little grim. They're giant build the Empire State Building. Yeah. Diagnosis required. Is anybody diagnosing? There we go. Chief Medical Dwarf is up to it. Lots of blood getting cleaned off of dwarves. All right, another thing I need is I really need a chest in here. So let's actually just make a wooden chest. Let's make it out of maple. We also need empty buckets. If I had to bet, they probably all have milk in it. Because I've been milking my animals and not making cheese. Accurate. All right, so you've got threads. Get that. Oh, okay, fine. That's odd. Yeah, you can pair trained animals with the military. You have to click the trained animals button or the button in the creature screen to do it. Which is you go to creatures, you go to pets and livestock, and if they're military trained, which mine isn't for some reason, you then click on the little, it's like this icon, but in the middle here, and then you select the dwarf you want to assign it to. Did I never make an animal training zone? I guess I didn't. Thought I did. Yeah, I do have one, a small one. Our animal training zone's not working. Odd. How so, Avalancher? Settle next to a tower and take the monkeys with me? Why, so we have just giant zombie monkeys? All right, so now that those are done, was I not making bucklers? Guess I didn't. Okay. I thought about making bucklers, but I guess I didn't. Let's do copper bucklers. Let's just do 5 of them. Don't need that many. Now I need to figure out where to put my Marks dwarves. That's what I need to do. Kind of thinking about just plopping them right here, so they're nice and close by. So everything is just nice and easy and close. The training zone not working. Guess I don't get the pun, but all right. I would understand, like, damn, that's woof, but... Hell yeah, King Ping Island. Means a lot, dude. I have no idea how long ago you said that, but... less than 10 minutes ago, it's not too far back. The YouTube chat can get kind of quiet, so I don't look at it that often. But, means a lot, dude. If you're still listening. But yeah, so the weird thing about the gremlins is once we actually try and get the gremlins trained, I do have to feed them bones. So I just got this comment from a pretty long-time YouTube viewer, chat room. I'm just gonna read this out loud, and I'm curious for any like second opinions on it. It's from Leftover Pat, and this is on the video I put up this morning, which is, I've never played a game where a YouTuber is so pivotal to being the community, was so pivotal to being the community's connection to the devs. Are there any other games out there like this, where there's like one person? It's like, I think early days of like Paradox games were a lot like that. I'm trying to think of like other games that have been like that, because I can't say that there's other games out there like that, where if you want, like there's one or two YouTubers that just have like basically have the developers on speed dial. Yeah, maybe not to the extent that I've been, but So I've known streamers for years, I guess, that practically have the developer of a game on speed dial. I should have looked at the date. 420 Sandshrews wants you to post beers chat. Oh, I was gonna stand until the next load screen. Get on my level. There's some streamers that have a community manager that is, but they worked for the company while doing the stream community thing. Oh, it's pretty in. I thought you were saying that they're pretty looking. I was like, what? What does that have to do with anything? Sure. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. You fed your budgie Minecraft seeds, and now he's just a block. He's square. As long as it's not on the blockchain, then you might need to have a discussion with your budgie about bad investments. Yeah, I know, like, I know plenty of situations where there's, like, streamers who are, like, also community managers for games. That's relatively common these days, actually. But, like... no, it's not new. I've had it for, like, 6 years. I've just had a setup for this desk for a really long time that made it not possible for me to raise it and lower it. NFT your pet? Oh, no. Chipping your dog just got expensive. I mean, it's already kind of expensive, but more expensive? I wonder if that person ever, like, managed to buy a house with a Bored Ape. I remember there was, like, a local news article around here of somebody who was, like, making offers on houses in Vancouver for Bored Apes when they were at, like, peak value. If they did, he got away like a goddamn burglar. Let me tell you. But no, I've just had like a setup for this desk for a while that didn't allow me to, you know, use it as a standing desk, which is a bit counterintuitive, but or counterproductive, I guess. But yeah, I've had this standing desk for a long time, long time. But, you know, things like depression happen and things like lack of motivation happen. And the last thing you want to do when you're in that kind of headspace is stand, let alone, like, adjust your entire cable setup so that you could stand. So it's like, well, that's a thing I don't want to do in the first place. So like, why would I put in the work to reorganize my entire cable setup so that I could use this thing again that just causes more work? It's like, I guess the short answer. Which doesn't mean like I'm perfect or anything now, but generally in a better-ish headspace. Strong positive hyper mood to redo your cable setup, and it's been a very, very rare day. I mean, the reason I finally did it was because I had to pull everything apart anyway, because I like finally decided today's the day that I'm going to install these NVMe drives that I bought last spring when memory was cheap. You just got a dragon? Hell yeah! Caught it in a cage. You have successfully war trained it, but it's semi-wild. There's no way to get it fully tamed unless you have a breeding pair. If you already have war animals, be aware it'll probably get killed by other war animals. There's some weirdness, unless the stuff has been fixed, which I don't think it has. There's some weirdness with non-tame giant creatures like that. So rocks, dragons, hydras. When you're trying to train them, certain things will just kill them. So when you do finally release it from its cage, put down a hard save first. You also took a year to install your NVMe. It's just so much work to like take apart the whole computer, and then it's stressful because what if you like fuck something up and the computer doesn't work anymore? That kind of thing. But I finally did it. Got to it. Got it done. Let's make a ammunition stockpile for bolts. I'm actually curious about how much ammo I have. Oh, okay, a little bit of ammo. How are you feeling, Fallout? Are you still the most upset dwarf in the fort? Yep. I think Fallout just really, really, really needs to make merry. I think that's actually the issue. Which I'm kind of planning on doing right here anyway, so I should probably just get them digging this out. Is your dwarf still alive? I don't think you have a dwarf in this fort, Napalm. Unless I'm crazy. Oh, no. You do. Your dwarf is, in fact, still alive. Yeah, and you're still in love with Walnut Bag. We've had very few deaths in this fort. There was one cave-in that caused some dwarves to perish, but that was about it. But we're going to start getting hit by goblins pretty soon. Actually, I need to check my population cap, because I might actually have a population cap set. Okay, it is set to 100. That's fine. But yeah, no, you're still getting around. You're always in love with somebody and develop positive feelings because you had a new romance. Aw. Your legendary miner, your proficient armorsmith. You don't feel anything after seeing a giant Ria's Macaw's dead body. Giant dead monkey. No feels. Huzzah, you live. In fact, this is true. Uh-oh, we're out of booze. That's a problem. I may actually need to make another still pretty soon. I'm just going to put a second one right here for right now. That's going to turn the moods over. Uh-oh. Oh. We're getting attacked by another giant monkey, chat. Dwarves are fighting with the teeth go everywhere. Whoops. And it appears that Kublak here is seriously injured. So I think the reason they're starting to use... Well, actually, no. I don't know why they're using my fortress as a form of... as a way of getting through the area. Oh, another one just came down. Any more up here on the surface? Oh, wow, we've got a bunch in cages. Let's start training the ones that are in cages. King Kong incoming? Pretty much, yeah. No, it's certainly been going to be exciting. Okay, well, stuff's going in. Let's just dump stuff out of here, actually. Get all these bits and pieces out of here. Just got to get these teeth out. Lots of teeth. The leader's icon for the second squad is throwing you off. Maybe you don't have enough leather squads. That's just leather armor. Like, literally, that's all that this is. It's leather armor. And I've also got them swapping to just their armor, so. Well, became a stray reindeer bull. Are you saying that they look cool or something? Because I think they kind of look like action figures. Like, they look like He-Man action figures or something. Giant monkeys versus troll. I think I can word train the giant monkeys. Got 2 more in cages. All right, I think I'm just going to slaughter the ones that are in cages. The reason I'm going to do that is one for the bones, but I kind of want to just tame them. And in order to tame them, I need the full-grown monkeys to just start making baby monkeys. And I do have 2 female and 1 male giant monkey up here in my cage, or my pen, I suppose. What if you made a long hallway with monkeys and gorillas changed to the sides so the enemies had to run past them? I mean, okay, gorillas are war trainable, but like I've just confirmed, like these monkeys aren't, so. I mean, yeah, so because they aren't war trainable, it's like all I can do is I can assign them specific trainers, but that's it. There really is nothing I can do with them. As much as I would like to, like there is nothing I can do. Let's unforbid these. Oh wow, a bunch of these got forbidden. I love it when just like a ton of stuff gets forbidden because like something runs in and starts fighting and then all the jobs just immediately get canceled. I'm really gonna need to like lock off that surface door that I have right now, which is currently up here. This is gonna need to get like sealed off, like removed basically. And the reason that's gonna need to happen that way is because if I set this up correctly, the way it's gonna work is things are gonna try and come in through the front, and then my mark dwarves are just gonna kill them. That's the way it's gonna work ideally. Also, this isn't bad training. Also, shoutouts here to Onul, who's got 3 kills, as well as 4 from Monam. It's simply a Big Bang here who is, you know, kind of slacking, shall we say. But yeah, as soon as we start getting agitated creatures coming in, What if you made a long range enemies will have a field day? Yeah, that to me, I think that would mostly just be putting my things up for the slaughter more than anything. Like just basically convicting them to a death sentence. Is kind of how I read that. Okay. Trying to figure out what to do right now. Probably tavern is honestly what I need. Not the thing I want to be building right now, but let's work on that. Go down here. Queue up walls for all this. This is going to be my Mark's Dwarf training area. And once we get these guys going, then... Well, actually, I could just tell them to start training right now, actually. Once that back wall gets put in. The Dabbling Roofs. I need to change the name of this squad. That is a bad name. The Dead of Creating, and let's say the... maybe the Bolts of Dabbling? I don't know. The Bolts of... Dabbling. The Dabbling Bolts of Dabbling. The Bolts of Dabbling. There we go. That works. Unless you guys can pitch me a better name. Yeah, you can get agitated sea creatures, but I've never seen it happen. Not like sea permanent creatures. I've definitely had like agitated giant elephant seals and stuff. But I've said this before and I'll say it again. I've never seen a whale in this video game. I know they exist. Never seen one. So now they'll just fire bolts. The bolts will fall down here. And they'll run down and gather them. Yeah, I guess you theoretically could get agitated mermaids, but they wouldn't be able to do much. Because they wouldn't be able to leave the water, so they'd just be like, same with like agitated like octopus men, which kind of look like mind flayers. Like they wouldn't be able to do much either because they, again, wouldn't be able to leave the area where they sit in, so they'd just be stuck. All right, well, that's more than enough. For incompetently performing the rites of the Doctrine of Ashes at an improperly dedicated temple. I love seeing stuff like that. All right. At least it made you happy, Dwarf, though. That's the best possible outcome of that situation. There's few things in this game to me more satisfying than watching a cabinet go into a dwarves bedroom and then all of their stuff getting put away. There's few things in this game more satisfying than that. Like this now is all in here. Eventually the dwarf who owns this bedroom is gonna come into here and start putting their stuff away. Man, it's so satisfying. Incompetent but trying their best. At least they're trying their best. To me, I think the worst agitated creatures, and Jack could probably weigh in on this too. Suddenly fire alarm going off in my building? Don't you dare. The worst agitated creatures, in my experience, are just anything that can fly. Like, I wouldn't be too worried about... Sea creatures, the annoying thing with sea creatures would probably just be they would spook dwarves. Yeah, anything that can fly, but like giant birds would be horrifying. Before the agitation mechanic was in, I once had a goblin, necromancer, zombie-heavy faction that had a lot of elves in it. And they also happened to attack me with mounts, usually. And after a while, they started attacking me with undead giant ravens, which was, to put it simply, unkillable. Yeah, there's definitely a fire alarm going off in the vicinity. I can't tell if it's in my building, though. Which is, you know, slightly unnerving. You hate Kias? I mean, I've joked before that if I ever end up on a map with giant Kias, I will Alt F4. Hey, Jerk Tool. What's up? Let's just do this with borax. I might end up with like a 3-toned floor or something. There's definitely a fire alarm going off, but it's on the other side of my building. That or it's in the building next door. I can't quite tell. I may go stick my head out the window in a moment if it keeps going, if it persists. Don't think my dwarves are currently making rock blocks. I need to look into this. Nope, we are currently making rock blocks. First ever fort you built, you left holes from trees cut down. Yep, rookie mistake, yep. Agitated drop unicorns coming in like a SWAT team through the roof. That's kind of amazing, but would be really annoying to deal with. Certainly a hysterical visual, though. I'm kind of just waiting for a forgotten beast with webs, but I probably shouldn't be. Tree holes are a classic. I think the meanest noob trap in this version actually is this. Like, frozen water, ice, looks like this in ASCII. Very obvious, even if you can't currently see it, right? Super, super clear. Very clear that, you know, you probably shouldn't dig into the ice because that might stop being ice, right? Whereas, like, in this tile set, that's frozen ice. So unless you're staring at this, it's super easy to just dig through it. And the number of people that I watched dig through that and then 90 minutes later, their entire fort was underwater. The number of times I saw that was just comical. Nasty Ninja, what up, dude? It's good to see you. How you been? It's mean. I think it's funny. But it certainly is a humongous noob trap for this version. Like an absolutely gargantuan noob trap. Totally flooded your first fort. Serious Sage, I think that was like the #1 killer of this version's people's forts early on. Okay, I'm gonna go peek my head out the window. Hearing people running down the stairs. Hold on. People outside look annoyed, not worried, so... the fire alarm isn't going off in my unit, which means it's not on my end of the building anyway, but... I'm okay. The fire alarm's going off somewhere in my building, which is always mildly concerning. Although it's not going off in my unit, which is weird. Which leads me to believe it's probably a hallway pull and not actually a fire alarm nor an emergency. But the one time there was actually a fire in this building, which was ages ago, mind you, there was a person running down the hallway shouting fire. So basically, unless I peek outside and people actually look concerned, I'm on the first floor anyway, so I'm just not gonna worry about it. You've flooded so many forts with aquifers, but that's been you trying stuff and failing. I don't think I've ever successfully flooded a fort with an aquifer. The last fort that I flooded was because I was deconstructing the top of a wall and a block fell, and this block punched a hole in the ceiling of my bedroom layer, which was one layer beneath my moat. So it's been a while since I've actually flooded a fort, but I've done it. I mean, happens to the best of us. I think this area looks pretty cool. What do you think, chat? I'm gonna give them a chunk of space to walk down on. So we can shoot down on them. Let's go along here. Start smoothing all of... Oh, actually, I might just knock this out and put in walls. I will certainly knock out the lignite. To alert people about the fire, something collapsed on the surface. I don't think that would be super useful. Also, that would be more earthquake than fire. What's up, Juin? All right, chat room. I'm going to do everybody a favor here. Although, I'm probably going to regret this when I do it, but I'm going to go to my dashboard real quick, and I'm going to disable the Dwarf redemptions thing. And we're just going to go with just send in a request when you want a Dwarf. But we're going to do that when we get the next migrant wave. So when the next migrant wave arrives, whenever that is, I will put out a call, and we'll just name some dwarves, because I think we're at a point right now where I think we're okay. I think we are good for a little bit. I don't think things are too babbly for me to be able to get everybody named consistently. Let's do all this. And then let's start carving in these. At the very least, this will soften up most targets before they get to us. I think this is going to be a pretty cool front door to this fort. Most of these don't need ramps going up until the end. Certainly don't need these extra ramps. I will add in flooring and make it look all pretty. Could also put in pillars, put statues on them or something. Make these all fancy. Go through, mine out the extra stuff that don't need to be here. And we'll just set them to constant training. Let's see if I can throw in some more dwarves into here. Which is this animal dissector, or maybe this jeweler. Aerith. Is there a system in this game, chat, that you've learned recently-ish, where you're like, man, why didn't I fiddle with and learn this system earlier? Conglomerate. I think for me, one of that system was probably minecarts. Like when I finally did like sit down and learn minecarts, I was like, why didn't I do this earlier? They're not as complicated as I thought they were. You too, Juin? There you go. Specifying stockpiles for stations, or like linking minecarts, or not linking stockpiles together. Clothing is simpler than you made it out to be. Clothing is just like remembering to do it. And getting it set up early. Because if you don't get it set up early, then it comes back to bite you. Okay, the fire alarm is now off, so I can stop internally panicking. Lovely. Quantum stockpiles is your next one. That's kind of hand in hand with minecarts. You learned how to get dwarves to marry so you can be with family. What's your strat for that, Dwarf Dragon? I have a feeling I need more barrels. Let's go up to here. Low on certain blocks now. Let's just use conglomerate for the rest of this. 20. So here's hoping I have enough. Perfect. It's the exact right number. What are the odds? Oh yeah, no, totally. I was just curious if you had a specific way of doing it. You might be in an ad, so you may not be able to see this, but back in the day, the way to get dwarves to marry, because they wouldn't clump up or socialize in taverns and like social zones. So the only way you could get them to marry back in the day was you literally had to like either make your tavern one tile so that they would all stand on the same tile and actually socialize, or you had to literally lock them in rooms together and then make those rooms into taverns and then throw food in the ceiling. It was like, you know, kind of a big series of question marks in a row, all caps. Certainly not optimal, shall we say. Unrelated to anything, but never kill a mole. Very important advice, chat. Under no circumstances should you kill a mole. And if you have cracks in your walls, it's probably a fracture hob, which you don't want it irritated or make it yourself a boggart. You never want a boggart. Most of your playtime is figuring out how to keep your dwarves alive while trying to figure out pumps and building lava and water channels. Current fort is planned to have a mega library that goes on for many years. Hell yeah. The fun thing about making a mega library too is like, if you go in and visit that in adventure mode, you could like read all the books and learn all that knowledge and then go copy them. Libraries are fun. Quantum stockpiles like game changer. You can't make it work with finished goods. Does the finished goods stockpile have bins allowed? Because bins screw them up sometimes. Well, it's not that bins screw them up, actually. It's more just how do I word this? It's not that bins screw them up necessarily. It's more of a secrets of life in library. Trying to think how to describe this. Trying to also figure out where to put a kitchen while I'm talking. It's like I could put the kitchen down here on. Chat, I have a question. Should I put the kitchen on the level with the library or on the level with the farms? Because I could do either. But I can't decide. Which level is closest to the dining hall? Well, right now I have a dining hall down here connected to the Metalsmiths Guild. Uh-oh. I agreed to make a grand guild hall and I haven't made it grand yet. Let's just throw some gem windows in. Smooth this wall. Throw a bunch of this crap on the ground. And also, Gazoom, thank you very much for the Prime subscription for a second month. Welcome back. Good to have you. Farm level, fast cooking. It's not necessarily fast, but thinking more for the aesthetics. Food storage over here. More food storage and cooking over here. Stuff to be et goes up into the tavern. Whichever area serves the most dwarves. Everything in this fort's pretty close together. Try to get the finished meals in a stock. I try and have like either a finished meals stockpile and a drink stockpile, or both. Is something that I usually try to do. Oopsies. I may actually go with rock pots for this fort. That certainly is going to be the wrong thing. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go up to here and I'm gonna go rock pot. Love how I have one piece of diorite. I'm just not going to worry about the material too much. And I'm not going to make 10. I'm going to make 40. 70? 40, please. 40, 40, 40 of those. 40, 40. Now I'm really wondering what was up with that fire alarm, because it was going off in my building but didn't go off in my corner of the building is really weird. But it's not like they're doing fire alarm testing today. That was earlier in the month. This is going to be for drink and prepared meals. Left hand has made digital art for Cannibal. Oh, apparently Putnam's changing the, what's the word? Putnam is changing the, or currently changing the way that you get animals war trained. Apparently you have to manually assign a trainer to them to do that, which should work in the next update. Currently doesn't, from the looks of things still, but should work in the next update. There's like a lot of mechanical changes coming in the current patch. Like, geez. Yeah, because I disabled it, because chat's just not busy enough today. So when we get a migrant wave, we're just gonna do first come, first serve when we get the next migrant wave. No, I've disabled them again, Elfie. Because the rush of like everybody tuning in because you know, what's the word? The rush of everybody tuning in because it's new patch is kind of slowed down a little bit, so. Well, now you have your answer. You would assume it's mostly old players? Yeah, I would assume so too, but just from like watching streams and talking to people, this is on experimental, yeah. That's why I have the search bars in this screen. From what I gather, talking to people, you are like a fraction of a percentage. Like, it's more or less anybody who used a lazy noob pack in the older versions is just installing DF hack manually. Or rather, any people who didn't use lazy noob pack in the older versions are still installing it manually. Everybody else is, uh-oh. Oh, I see it. Reverted to a wild state, but it's in a cage still, so that's fine. Yeah, it is a very, 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 very small minority of people that are still playing or are playing with it manually installed. Like, even I wouldn't do that at this point because, like, why? You get automatic updates. The other way. Much, much, much less cumbersome. You're an elite dwarfer? I would call that gatekeeping, which is kind of shitty. I would say you are a Dwarf Fortress enjoyer. Yeah, that's the main reason I'm not using the... Because, like, I have two options. I can get automatic updates through Steam, or I could use GitHub. I'd rather just get automatic updates through Steam, because if I have to use GitHub, I would rather rip my eyes out. I don't like GitHub. GitHub's awful. Uh-huh. And I ban all, like, gatekeepers, ironic or otherwise. So you have 90 seconds to beg for forgiveness and kiss my feet, or be booted out into oblivion. I'm joking, but... All right, where was my temples? I need to double check the value of that. Oh, no, not the temple, this. Value of this. Oh, come on. Do you agree on using the Steam version? There you go. Although, actually, jokes aside, the only person I did once ban for being an elitist was because they were bragging about playing Dwarf Fortress without paying for it. Like, quite literally, were bragging about the fact that a friend of theirs who did pay for it sent them the graphics information and allowed them to install the game without paying for the graphics, but using the graphics, which is the only time I've actually banned somebody for being bit of a shithead. Oh. This isn't a temple. This is a guild hall, but these are statues. They've added more information or more sprites for the statues. So like the ones that used to just be squares are now like a Rosetta Stone, basically.
This is madness.
Purge the elitists. Damn right. Yeet. But yeah, so these are one of the new like sprites for the statues. Apparently there's a whole bunch of them, but that's the only one that I've seen so far. Like a lot of the ones that were like super pixelated before are less pixelated now. But yeah, ones that are just like, it's a bunch of history, now just look like Rosetta Stones. Does this pad... Oh my Christ. You realize that, like, the actual problem with Mark's Dwarves was fixed in September? Was it late August? I can't remember when the beta patch for that came out and when the actual patch came out for that, but they equip, like, the right type of ammo, and they have for months. Sometimes I feel like when people ask questions like that, I should just give them the wrong information, because if it's really easy to just find that stuff when it comes out. Just look at the patch notes. But the issue with Mark's Dwarves in this version was that they made crossbows not the only ranged weapon dwarves can use. They made it so that bows and arrows are also native or usable by dwarves without you modifying your game files, but you still can't make them. And what was happening was if they had a quiver, they would equip the wrong ammo half the time and not be able to shoot at all. The other thing that was happening was, just the normal Mark's Dwarf eccentricity. And for some reason, people really want to use training ammo, which is pointless. But the issue with them equipping the wrong ammo type has been fixed. So, like, as you can see, I've got a Mark's Dwarf squad here, and they're extraordinarily effective. Just don't use training ammo. And even if you do, they won't use it. There's very, very, very little gatekeeping in the Dwarf Fortress community. And you joking about it is two things. Mildly annoying and not appreciated, right? The only gatekeeping I actually see is less gatekeeping and more just people being curmudgeons about the old UI changing. And sawed off. Fine, now don't read patch notes. Fuck off, Swallowed Sun. But no, seriously, that was a thing. I mean, it's less of a go read patch notes and more of a... If you're very curious about what's being changed and you're looking forward to looking for a specific change, why don't you just read the patch notes? Because Mark's Dwarves were largely fixed months ago. Also, I don't know what exact issue they have with them. Is it I don't like the way the AI has always worked? Okay, well, it's been improved by small amounts with every patch as long as I've played. And they do kite and will prioritize running off and getting more ammo before, like, continuing to fight, if that's what you're asking, but I don't know exactly what you're asking. Does ammo work the way you would imagine it now without being able to assign specific ammo? Yes. Will they pick up ammo? Yes. Will they pick up the correct type of ammo? They will pick up the highest value, correct type of ammo they can find. Yes. And that was fixed back in, like I said, summer. I mean, to give you an idea, Keck W in this chat, Baked Potato, pops up as I'm stupid. I don't like Keck W, so you've started off on a bad foot in my chat just by having your username. So, I'm not trying to intentionally give you a hard time, but you just like popping out of nowhere and calling me a gatekeeper is just like, why are you here? Fuck off. Literally like how I think about people like you. So, you're good, but act like an adult or go away. And that's how I run my chat. It's always been run that way.
Happy Tuesday, smiley face.
Hello, Athros. Thank you very much for the 32nd month. I hope you're doing well. Regardless of distance, yes. That I said is that is accessible, right? So if you have it set to forbid ammo during sieges, then they will go for stuff that isn't forbidden, obviously. 32nd month, yes. 32. We've hit 80s now, which is kind of crazy. Like, Hobo's in the 80 month. I got a resub for 80 months last stream. More of a doorman than a gatekeeper. Like, I used to describe this community, and also my community, like pre-Steam, as like an anti-gatekeepy thing, because when you tuned into this channel and showed even a remote interest in learning this game, you would just get like accosted by people that would be like, hey, do you need help? You don't need to lock them in a room with ammo. You just need to have ammo close by, right? Like, as an example, right? If you have your archers sitting here, okay? And the nearest ammo that is not forbidden is right here. You should forbid that ammo. I don't know what being acoustic has to do with anything. If you...
Now I have a normal beer emote, crypt beer.
I forgive you for all of your previous sins, Swallowed Sun. Congratulations and welcome back to the beer cult. Good to have you around, dude. Thanks for the 11th month. Appreciate you. So, like, if there's ammo here, they will go for it. But if there's ammo here, they'll go there. So you need to have ammo supplies close by. That's not rocket science. That's just logic, right? The whole, will they vault the walls and attack things? Sure, if they completely run out of ammo, and if they have a way to vault the wall. They only have a way to vault the wall if there's no ceiling, right? So the whole, will they run straight at things? Certainly, if there's no more accessible ammo on the map. Why? Because I'm doing it for the first time in, like, ever. And because they look cool in places, Gazoom. I think the thing that there's two things that bother me genuinely about the Dwarf Fortress community. Every now and again, you get a 4chan shithead who seems to think they're cool. And those people need to just go away. And that just kind of is the reality of every video game, but it's more prevalent in games that have a free variant. Because those people are unemployed and live in their parents' basement. Anyway, so on top of me throwing shade at people, those people bother me, and also the just kind of general existence of bad information, because there's a lot of bad information that people get really attached to that they insist is accurate when it hasn't been accurate in years. Mark's dwarves do not dual wield, and daggers are not a dwarven weapon, so no and no. I'm just gonna sigh at you, baked potato. That's my only response. If you can't understand what I'm trying to explain to you, right? So if they're assigned to a burrow, they won't leave the burrow. They'll go for the thing that's in the burrow, right? And you're probably assigning burrows, logically. And if there's a fight going on, they will go to the nearest container. If there's one unforbidden bolt at the other end of the map, will they go for it? No. They'll go to their ammo stockpile. Like, mess around with it for 90 fucking minutes, you goddamn elitist twit bag, and play the game yourself. Yeah, I don't know. If you want to just, like, come at me with all of these semantics, if a dwarf drops their shield, right, and they drop their shield off a cliff into the water, okay, they will try and equip another shield. The highest value accessible shield that's closest to them when they have a chance. All military in Dwarf Fortress works this way. If something is completely inaccessible, they will try and get the next best thing that is as close as possible. You play this game clearly, so you know how the AI works to a degree. And if you can't logic together how you think the game would work based on the information I've given you, then I have no reason to talk to you or try and help you or give you information about how this game works. Can you get a quick tour of the fort? Sure. Do I build I do not build my forts thoughtfully. That is an absolute lie. We're on the surface up here. It's a double waterfall in a Joyous Wilds biome, which I haven't seen unicorns in yet, and I'm kind of sad. We've got this waterfall, which runs through my bridges, which does provide some mist in the warmer months. This was the initial stairway down into the fort, which just has this kind of little room here. And over here, we've got kind of a little open plan area, a little hospital or a little barracks, which is shit and needs to be updated. We got temple, two guild halls for metalsmiths and armorsmiths, my mayor's office temples over here. Two dedicated to the god of death, one dedicated to the god of rivers and hunting. This is a anything goes temple to the god of death. And then up here, I'm building a tavern, which isn't done yet, and a bunch of bedrooms, which I don't have enough yet. How do you not understand they equip the closest thing of the highest value that is accessible to them? How do you want me to word that? You're either intentionally being ignorant or trying to be annoying, and I can't figure out which. I'm leaning intentionally ignorant, but... And that's pretty much it. Could have fooled me. I don't know how to word it any clearer than the way I worded it the first time. But yeah, I don't know how they can make Mark Dwarves better. I think the one thing that they could do to make Mark Dwarves better right now, which would confuse people less, is give them an actual reason to use training ammo, because there isn't right now. And the other thing that they need to do is just let us specify what type of bolt they equip, if given the option, like specify a material. But honestly, I don't think I would do that, even if they did give me the button, because I want them to grab what's available. And if the only thing that I have that's available that isn't forbidden during a siege is like bow and bolts, I'd rather they do that than nothing. It's the Canadian accent. Yeah, it's my refined politeness. Describing GitHub as a struggle bus is a good way to describe it. Oh, that's fun. The Where a Hyena. Holy Deep. Akath Gutosti has come. A hyena twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for blood and flesh, and its eyes glow azure. Its dark brown hair is long and straight. You will know why you fear the night. All right, well, it's in the fort. GG. Holy Deep. Where are you from? The Realm of Lusters. Excuse me. It's the Holy Deep of the Foggy Sect. Cool. Sounds fun. I would like to see Dragon Force again. That's not a bug, Loot Goblin. Dwarves can't wear two different kinds of shoes, right? They can wear armor over most clothing, but they can't wear shoes on shoes. So if you want them to equip boots, you have to tell them to take their clothes off. You tell them to take their clothes off by going into the equip screen, adding a new uniform, and once you're done building the uniform, you click this button. And then they will wear their boots. Yeah, it's already in the fort. It's literally right here. Also, it's 198 years old. How many kills do you have? 17 kills, oh boy. No way to update an existing armor set? No, you have to make a new armor set. You can, if you want, go to equip. Whoops, not that button. Click details, and then update each dwarf manually, but it's faster and easier to just make a new uniform, which only takes like 10 clicks. It's literally like equip, add uniform, What do you want? Let's say breastplates, greaves, helms, gauntlets, low boots, shields, I don't know. Whatever weapon they want. And then just click this. Then name it. Does it wield a weapon? I guarantee you it's going to bite because it's not wielding anything. It's got no items in its inventory. So there isn't much I can do aside from just pray and keep very close track of everything. I'm going to make a burrow and call it all caps. Add new burrow. Put everybody in it. But these dwarves are probably all going to go running in. Have you been bit yet? Holy Deep grabs the glassmaker by the second finger. Bites the glassmaker on the head. Cool. Amethyst has been bit. Fighting Amethyst down into the stockpile. Who's actually like holding up a fight. She kicked it in the right foot, bruising the muscle. Force pulls the lower arm. Damn, she's getting some hits in. Okay, let's just do a thing. Didn't mean to cancel some of those, but that's okay. He's continuing to fight backwards or dodge backwards. Oh boy. Holy Deep misses bit. Well, this is a were-hyena, not a horse. Armor misses twice. Okay. Holy Deep scratches the armor, bruising the fat. Okay, so you got scratched, pulled, but you haven't been bit yet. Amethyst has been knocked backwards. So you haven't been bit, just bleeding. How about you? Armor misses Holy Deep. Holy Deep scratches the armor. Scratches it, tearing the muscle, locks their arms. They're wrestling now. Armor scratches the Holy Deep. The Holy Deep's bends the armor's and the ankle collapses. Holy Deep bends it, is just continuing to wrestle, grabs him from the upper arm. I'm kind of tempted to send my military in, but like at this point, everybody's fighting with it. So I just need to be very careful to spot anybody who's been bit, is what I need to do. Holy Deep bites the armor in the left hand through the glove. For clarity's sake, that's... oh. Guess you. Let's say... bit 2. Are there any werebirds? I don't think there are any werebirds. Bit 2 misses the Holy Deep. Holy Deep attacks bit 2. The Deep grabs bit 2 by the upper arm. I've improved my fighting. That was very satisfying. As the were creature. Wrestling with the armor. Holy Deep bends bit 2's shoulder with their left arm. Holy Deep's left lower arm is with the shoulders collapses. Bit 2 punches. Holy Deep bends. Armor strikes Holy Deep in the lower arm with the copper pick tearing the muscle. The armor attacks but jumps away. So I've got Arib who's in the fight now. Stukos, who think you were bit? Or are you good? Okay, so you were fighting monkeys. You did fight with the creature, but it didn't bite you. Okay, so this dwarf is currently fine. Stukos, you're dead. Amethyst is probably headed out somewhere. I'm gonna need a watch animal, I think. Hello, game mode. What's up? We are in an ad break, so I'm just gonna wait for 90 seconds or so. Also, I respect the username change, Baked Potato. There's reptiles, but no birds. Yeah, I know there's reptiles because there's like monitor lizards and were geckos and such. But you wish it didn't fix vampires. You could just disable vampires. If you don't like vampires, you can just make them not exist. You can like disable them at a world gen level, or like make it so that they can't sneak into your forts in the difficulty settings. So if you don't like vampires, you can just make them go away. Also, probably would be something that's pretty easy to mod, I would guess. Like removing their ability to stealth. Also, you should change your name. Can't find my zombie to can't find my vampire. It's more accurate. You know, like losing, but Mama didn't raise a coward. All right, well, there's no shame against turning something off that you don't enjoy playing against. So this creature is currently bleeding. I did tell them to station, but they haven't even started moving yet. That's how little time has passed. Okay, so you're attacking the second dwarf that you bit. You're biting him again. That's okay. Holy Deep shakes Bit 2 around by the upper head, but the head collapses. Armor attacks him, but he jumps away. Armor strikes the Holy Deep in the right paw with her copper pick, tearing apart the muscle and bruising the bone. Many nerves have been severed, and a ligament has been torn, and a tendon has been torn. Holy Deep shakes the dwarf around some more. I hope you just keep shaking this dwarf around and kill them for me while you're at it. Shakes the dwarf around by the head, bruising the skull. Grabs the armor by the fourth finger on his left lower leg. Oh no, not the armor. The miner strikes the Holy Deep with the copper pick, tearing the muscle. The armorer strikes the Holy Deep in the right hand with the copper pick, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. Yeah, okay, so they are starting to move, but like we're talking like seconds have passed. And this creature's bleeding heavily. Ah, shit. Well, let's skim through everything. Strike, 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 strike. Miss, miss, strike, strike, strike. Grabs the one you already were fighting with. Strike, strike. Bruising, tearing. Attacks, misses. Holy Crypt jumps away. That's one of my named dwarves. Bites the Holy Crypt in the head. Shit. Sage Bitey is now Sage Bitty. Creature is right here. Fitting name. Yeah. It's a shame. Okay, where was the actual bite? There it is. Latches on firmly. Strikes him. The Holy Deep strikes the Holy Crypt in the head, tearing apart the head's muscle and the skull. Artery in the head has been opened by the attack. I haven't had a were creature in ages. This is neat. The miner strikes the Holy Deep in the right paw with her copper pick, tearing apart the fat. The armorer kicks the Holy Deep in the lower arm with her right foot, and the attack glances away. Holy Deep bites the Holy Crypt once again. The armorer punches him. Armorer punches him again. Holy Deep misses the Holy Crypt. Armorer strikes the Holy Deep, which is the were hyena. I'll just say were hyena. Strikes the were hyena in the left hand with her copper pick, tearing apart the muscle, and nerves have been severed. The Holy Crypt punches the were hyena left hand, bruising the muscle. Is still, in fact, a were hyena. Is heavily bleeding. I mean, it's kind of injured. I mean, the dwarves are doing their damnedest to just kind of pile drive it into the wall. They're a cure for every dwarf that's been bitten. Every dwarf who's been bitten is screwed. The cure is death. Which actually leads me to wonder if we'll get the ability to cure it at some point with magic. But, let's see. Throws the Holy Crypt by his upper leg. Strikes the Holy Deep in the lower leg, tearing the muscle and bruising the bone. Force twists the upper leg. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep. And then we will have until the full moon next month to figure out what to do with them. And lights away. Throws them, tearing the fat. Miner strikes the Holy Deep in the right hand with her copper pick, tearing the fat. Janif, let me tell you this. I'm going to be as blunt with you as possible. Let me run my chat. It's not your place to tell me what I can and cannot do. Fight's over. Discussion's over. Move along. The Miner strikes the Holy Deep in the right hand with her copper pick, tearing the fat. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep in the right upper leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. But they would each individual were-dwarf would need that. You need advice on reclaiming a fort that's been overrun by a rock. I don't know if you... Because they're listed as a current resident, right? Not as wild. I wonder if you even can trim them. I don't have any advice to give you because I've never done that. If I'm being honest with you. Try and figure out where it is and wall it off, I guess. The Miner strikes the Holy Deep in the right hand with a copper pick, tearing the fat. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep in the right upper leg with his right hand, bruising the muscle. Okay, somebody, Holy Crypt's been bit again. I'm trying to read 2 chat rooms while also reading all this. And I can't do this inaccurately, because if I do this inaccurately, well, we're just going to fall over. Holy Deep releases the grip on Sage Bitey's neck. The Armorer punches him again. The Were-Hyena grabs the Armorer by the nose. Miner strikes creature with a copper pick. Where's my military? Okay, the military has gone from here to here in the time that's passed. It hasn't even been a day, which is something. Strikes him. Throws the Armorer by the nose. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep after being thrown by the nose in the right lower leg with his left hand, but the attack glances away. Armorer punches him again, bruising the fat. Bites the Armorer in the upper leg. I think you've been bit already. We'll just call you Bit 3. Technically, nobody's died yet, which is funny. That's 4. Oh, yeah, no, they're going to be hostile to your dwarves. I mean, you're kind of on your own when it comes to reclaiming stuff. I really don't like reclaiming generated areas, unless they're areas that I've discovered in adventure mode, so it's not something I'm super experienced with. Holy Deep bites the Armorer in the upper body. Again, unless this is a different Armorer. Yeah, no, you've already been bit. Okay. And marked. Strikes the Holy Deep with the copper pick, bruising the bone. Again, punch, punch, twist. Nope. Never heard of you before, Armor. Grabs him by the upper left back teeth. Armor bites the Holy Deep in the tail. Well, I mean, he's been biting you all day, so I guess you gotta practice for your future new hobby of biting people. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep in the left lower arm with his right hand, but the attack lances away. The Armorer punches the Holy Deep in the left paw with the right hand, bruising the muscle. Holy Deep breaks the grip of the Armorer's front teeth on its tail. The Armorer punches Holy Deep with his lower right hand. But it's good to see you, Armor. I hope you've been well. Attacks the Holy Deep, but he rolls away. Holy Deep misses the Armorer. Armorer attacks the Holy Deep, but it rolls away. I feel like we're getting close to the end of this fight. Grabs him, punches him. I'm sitting here going like, how much longer until either A, this thing dies, or B, the full moon moves over. Why did I unpause like that? Sage Bitey's bleeding. Have you been bit? Wow, this guy somehow hasn't been bit. He's just punching it. Shoutouts to Stukos here. What Logan? You've been grabbed and attacked. Grabbed and attacked, but haven't actually been bit. This armor here. Okay, you fight it. You fought with a lot of giant monkeys. You started punching it around here. Okay, so you're good. You're not, obviously. Creature is faint. Bruising the fat. Armor jumps away. Miner strikes the Holy Deep with the copper pick. Holy Deep grabs the miner. These fights always have to go really slowly. Strikes the miner. Grabs the miner. Wrestling. That's actually a good thing. Elbow snapped. Okay, getting hit with more pickaxes. More joint locks. Yeah, it's the same with dragons and hydras. We were kind of talking about this a little bit earlier because there's somebody in the chat who caught a dragon, Max and Fet. But yeah, no, it is worth noting. You should keep an eye on that stuff. The deep attacks, strikes the tail, bruising the bone. Talking about the chat and bruising the bone, Holy Deep. Punches the Holy Deep in the right hand with his right hand, but the attack glances away. Miner strikes the Holy Deep in the lower body with a copper pick, tearing the muscle. Spear, oh, there we go. Spear Dwarf stabs it with a steel spear, fracturing the bone. Armorer punches it. Armorer punches it. It's on the ground now. Holy attacks it, but it rolls away. Punches it. Once this rolls over to the second, it won't be a were creature anymore. On the first, just punching it. It's on the ground. It's trying to grab people. Spear Dwarf kicking it. Gets another lock on the armorer. He's bending his arm and breaking wrists. Militia Commander stabs the were hyena in the body with a steel spear, tearing the muscle and the right lung, and he releases the grip. The miner strikes the Holy Deep in the head with a copper pick. Those miners are doing all right. Uh-oh. The Holy Deep bites the armorer in the right hand. Oh boy, we have another one. Say bit 4. I've lost count. It's more things been bit. This thing is still alive somehow. Chat, can I get a round of beers for good luck, please? That also goes for YouTube if you happen to have beers. Or just want to post a beers emoji. Kicking it. Stabbing it. Stabbing it. Striking it. On the lower leg with a copper pick. Still, those miners are like kind of... I really need to hiccup right now, and I'm trying to not. And I have no logical reason as to why. The Spear Dwarf stabs the Holy Deep in the head with a steel spear, chipping the skull and tearing the brain. It's almost over. Creature slams into an obstacle and is still alive. Wait, no, it's not. Huh. Chat, am I going crazy? Or did were creature corpses used to go sideways? You could do any of those things. You don't really want to expel them because you could doom the rest of your faction. But I've got 4-bit dwarves. How many of you guys have bedrooms? So what I need to do... Expelled ones could come back, yeah. Also, like I said, you could doom your fort. You know what? I'm just gonna let them go into the hospital. Okay, so Arab... So 2 of them are dead, so there's only 2 living bit dwarves left in the fort. That I'm aware of. Keyword. 1 goes in here. And 1 goes in here. Okay. I'm going to put a wall. Or actually, no. I'm going to put a door here. And a door here. I'm also going to fly around and place doors in other places that I don't have them right now. Okay, whatever. That one doesn't need one. I could do something like this. And if it is in fact just those 2, I will lock them in these rooms. Because here's hoping it... Uh-oh. Stukos, did you get bit? Okay, this dwarf didn't. Sage Bitey did. So those 2 should go in together. Here's hoping... I may have to do some shenanigans with Amethyst. Actually, here's what I can do. Because Stukos didn't get bit. Sage Bitey did. Huh? Oh, and now I'm getting snatchers. Child snatchers. Well, things are starting to heat up. That's fun. Take them out, dwarves. Okay, so you can be let out. Did you get bit? Let's find out. I do not think this dwarf got bit. All right, so... I've never seen that happen. I don't think that's possible, thankfully. In regards to, like, caravans doing that. Although I have been attacked by things, like enemy sieges and whatnot, where they're just like standing outside waiting for me to talk to them on a parlay, or like I have the doors locked or something and they can't get in. And I will just sit there for a bit, and then one of them turns into a were creature, and then 2/3 of the army is dead. I've absolutely seen that happen before too. I once had a goblin siege slowly just like eat itself to death, which was pretty funny. I know. Like, that is what were creatures do. They bite things. So I will lock this door and I will lock this door. Because this dwarf is fine. This dwarf is fine. There you go. You're getting washed. So I need to just sit here and stare. And also double check something. Okay, so all 3 of the dwarves that I saw get bit are in here. They're also very happy, which makes me kind of sad. It's like the happiest dwarves in my fort are the ones that get bit. I should have them all sealed off, yeah. All 3 of them. The ones that aren't sealed off don't have any bitings in their combat logs, so they should be fine. This is just a child who's playing here. Like, none of my military got bit, my knowledge. And I need to get back to working on the kitchen. I still, by the way, I haven't made my tavern yet. Literally haven't had a chance to make my tavern. Because every time I try, some shit goes down almost immediately. I'm just gonna throw a masonry shop down here, or a stoneworker's shop down here. So the thing that I need to do is I need to get a... I need to get a watch animal up. So I'm thinking... What would be a good watch animal? I could go with the goose. We could go with the pork dar. Turkey. Also, we've got a bunch of baby giant monkeys. Are they tame, or do I need to train them? They're all well trained. Let's just manually assign a trainer. Which is good. No, we had 3. Well, it was actually 5 that got bit, but because I was numbering them as they were getting bit, class F empty. So we had 1, 2, 3, and 4 plus a 5th one. Oh, 5 total. 2 died. 3 are now in the hospital. And I need to make coffins for the rest of them, actually. I need 3 rock coffins so that I have an extra one. Let's use rock salt. Oh boy, that's fun. Sorry, we have to turn on follower only. Hey, Hobo, Elfie, can you guys ban those, please? They shouldn't be popping up publicly because they are, what's the word? Considered suspicious users, but yeah, we're gonna have to stay in follower only chat for a little bit. So apologies if you don't follow the stream. If you are watching and you want to talk and you don't follow the stream, you have to, excuse me, you have to follow the stream for 10 minutes. I might actually move it down to 1 minute. So if you do want to talk, you do have to follow the stream now, unfortunately. It's been a long time since I've gotten any kind of bots like that. Like a long time. I saw that happen in another stream recently, and they set it to a 6-month follow limit, which I ain't gonna make you guys deal with that. Don't worry. Okay, what do we have? Oh hey, I've got a caged goblin. Hey goblin, you like falling? Yeah, right, Hobo? Jeez. Yeah, I can't remember the last time it happened. It's literally been like 5+ years. Maybe longer. But yeah, chat, remind me in like 20 minutes, we'll turn it off. This is how I feel about those bots. Whee, splat. Oh. Well, that was mildly anticlimactic. Angry dwelling upon being confined, eh? Well, it's fine. I can tell my Mark Dwarves to go stand here, which they should all have ammo. Yep. Well, actually, I don't have enough quivers. I need to make more quivers. Come on, you guys can get there in time. No, I can't. Well, go tell your family to not fight with us, or we will win. Watch him, like, try and kidnap my kids again. Ah, no, he's leaving. It's fine. Goblins are immortal. They're like elves. They also don't need to eat or drink, fun fact. They can, and they get positive thoughts from it, but they don't need to. Anyway, sorry, I kind of got distracted by the BS, but is this a story? One of your runs, you had a war against elves. A random elf came to fight monsters. You invited him into the fortress. The plan was simple. Let him fight enemies. Let him die. Another victory for the dwarves. But what a twist. The elf killed like 7 megabeasts at one point. Wow. At one point decided it was time for him to leave and more megabeasts showed. Like, when you say megabeasts, do you mean like forgotten beasts? It's hot damn. He decided at the time let him leave more megabeasts and I will send this elf away. But then I thought... but then the next goblin siege and your mayor dies and guess who's elected mayor? The elf? Absolutely. Damn right. Dwarven elf, if I ever saw one. Definitely earned their beard with many years. Anyway, you vote for... I also am kind of voting for Goose Star. Sorry, but like that bullshit just kind of threw me off there. So it's nobody in particular's fault. It just happens sometimes. Spam in the internet. The internet's best friend. This is going to be to watch for future were creatures. The exact same message 2 nights ago. I mean, I've seen them before in other people's streams. I saw when Bike Man was streaming Dwarf, he got them a couple of times in one day. I guess that means I'm famous. I don't know. Like, bots don't really bother me. It happens sometimes. You need ham radio? We're going with Goose Star in this situation. Also, mead is extraordinarily tedious to make and doesn't work all of the time. I wouldn't recommend making mead at all, ever, in this video game. At least, not until they fix the tedium issues. What's much more fun is if you just want to do bees. Elves are here to trade. If you just want to do bees, I would recommend if bees are the thing you want to do, then I would suggest that you make like wax crafts or something. Would be my advice, because wax crafts are very enjoyable and fun to make, and you know, it gives you something to do. Question is, what can I sell these elves? I might just sell them a clear-cut zircon. Giant cave spider silk shoes, which I'm pretty sure they're okay with. Crappy pigtail shoes. Welcome to Blind's Used Shoe Store.
Cheese for everyone!
For everyone, obviously. It's llama wool, sheep's wool. More trousers. I mostly just want to see what they have. That's troll fur, can't do that. Let's sell them these pigtail ropes. Do I use DFAC? Yes. But I have every feature of it disabled. I'm gonna try turning follow mode off. Fingers crossed we don't have another breakup, but if they pop up again, I'm just gonna turn it back on. They're brand new dwarven quality socks. Full of holes. I thought I had pigtails planted. Apparently I just had cave wheat. Notching your bots. Yeah, mods actually need to, like, earn their stripes today. Every time you try, you end up with a bunch of basically unusable jugs. I would recommend just not doing mead. The reason I didn't make a tutorial for it until, like, people started, like, asking constantly was quite literally because I know how busted they are and how fiddly they are to actually make them work. And that most people wouldn't enjoy the process of them, even if they did work. All right, well, let's make this into a tavern. And queue up brewing. So I was kind of planning on having visitors active for this tavern. I don't think I'm going to. The reason I don't think I'm going to is I'm a little worried now suddenly. Cinnamon of tongs. Cinnamon of... How about let's go with the bronze cinnamon. The bronze cinnamon. A little tavern. But yeah, that's a pretty cool story about those elves. The thing about elves is, like, elves can be, like, really good fighters. And the thing that you need to remember about, like, elves and dwarves and all that stuff in Dwarf Fortress is, like...
Prepare thy body.
Prepare thy body. Never kill them all. Those under the soil are ready to welcome you. The thing that you need to remember about, like, dwarves and elves in Dwarf Fortress is that dwarves can be at war with elven factions. Dwarves don't inherently have anything against elves. In fact, there's very little built-in prejudice, but you could be at war with an elven faction that's run by elves. You could be at war with an elven faction that's run by a dwarf, right? Dwarves are very rarely prejudiced against people that appear unusual or live differently from themselves. They're actually, like, the most neutral species in the game, settings-wise. Let's do rock cabinets. And I need to get those dwarves buried. Well, they're usually allied to somebody, but elves are a pretty common ally, yeah. Okay, so let's go down to here. We did have 2 deaths, so this should be an amount of tombs that'll be plenty. I do need to get doors for these. Oh, also there's one down here that needs to be assigned. Oops. The bodies are all right there, which is fine. There's also a bunch of rotten cheese. Well, that sucks. One's getting put away. I like how they can put it there before the coffin's there. I will always find that funny. Okay. So I need to pay very close attention. Not just to trading, but just in general. What do they have? Warthog? Okay. I'm gonna buy the warthog and then eat it. And hope that they bring me more animals. We have some fancy fruits, which I could buy. Also gonna buy their crutches and splints, just so that I don't need to make any. And they're cheap. Good. Done. Oh, wonderful. Thank you for your business, they say. And I have proven, it's not really a myth, but there was a person trying to tell me in my chat that dwarves who are wearing animal products can't trade with elves. Not true. That dwarf was wearing leather. I am in fact going, I literally did buy this warthog, and yes, I am in fact going to eat it. How do you spell macaw? Monkey. How about I just search by giant? That's easier. Try assigning a specific trainer to this one and see if that'll do her. About to hit the full moon. So as soon as the full moon rolls over, I think it's the 25th that happens on Granite. Let's see. Suspense is killing me. I'm assuming I got all of them. I don't actually know for certain if I got all of them. So, cross your fingers, chat. You never thought you would see a live stream when it was live? Hey, hello. There we go. Amethyst, Sage, and Bim. Got him. All right, so I did in fact quarantine every single one that was bit. So now we get to figure out what we're going to do with them. And how we're going to do this with them. Also, this is a bit awkward because Sage Bitey is a religious leader for this religion, which I think is this one. So what if, like, I give Duder, like, a hole in the wall behind here? Where he could just, like, hang out in the temple. Just, like, the immortal... Just give him his own temple/altar. Because, I'll be honest with you, this is the Ashen Temple of the Cult of Ghosts, which worships the god of death. So we have the god of death, and then this is also another temple to the god of death, but a different, like, portion of a different denomination, I guess, of the religion. So I have to get that dwarf into here. Question is, what would he get? Mean a fortification so that he can scream and terrify his followers? Wait, hold on. Let me just double check to make sure there's no more. Yeah, no, it's just the three of them. All right. Well, I need to remove Amethyst as my primary gem cutter, which is a bit of a shame. It's like I do have some talented gem cutters, but not many. Throw Zephon under here. Can they actually talk to people through a wall like that? I don't even know. Where animals are dead, there's nothing you can do with them outside of kill them. They are completely useless. They have no benefit or purpose. All they can do is destroy your fort. So this is always like a series of questions I have to like. This if I ever make frequently asked questions bingo, there will definitely be a bunch of where creatures things on it because everybody always asks if they're fixable and they are not. That's one of those things that may become fixable at some point in the future, like once we get magic stuff, but no. They are unfortunately completely, totally 100% screwed. Well, regardless, I'm going to lock this dwarf in the temple. I don't know if I'm going to leave him as the religious leader, but he's going to get locked in the temple regardless. Should put them all in different temples. I mean, what religions do the rest of them worship? Doctrine of Ashes. So this is a different doctrine. Completely unrelated religion. And so, I mean, there's Sage Bitey, who's the Cult of Ghosts, who's the Holy Crypt of the Cult of Ghosts. And then Bim. Yeah, they're all different religions. I'm going to play some games for a bit. You should also shall lurk. All right, enjoy your games and enjoy your lurks. You did that embark. Apparently, damn rock isn't even there in the fort. You looked at every section in the fort that you could find. If you're using DF hack, did you type in exterminate to see if you could see it? Two people simply in the office a couple squares away. Yeah, but I think is like if there's a wall in the middle, it feels like it breaks the meeting somehow. But we can try it. We can give it our best shot. Let's see if we can make it work. Because I think it would be it's too cool of an idea to not at least attempt it. Me too. But I say I'm pretty sure. I'm not going to say I'm 100% positive they ever could. Like, you know the difference? So. Oh, you did DF hack reveal. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, my knowledge of reclaiming stuff is pretty minimal. Can stretch its teeth, enabling melee combat over seemingly infinite distance. What? Huh. So chat, I said I would do this when we get migrants. If you do not currently have a dwarf in this fort, and you would like a dwarf, this goes for both YouTube and Twitch, say pick me. Death Bagel, first up on the listies. I see you over there on YouTube as well. He is extremely confident in himself in situations requiring his skills. He is unfriendly and disagreeable and bothered by this since he values friendship. He actively avoids exciting or stressful situations and he's very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He rarely feels discouraged and often feels lustful. Could be considered rude and is stubborn. Tends to be a little bit wasteful when working on projects and tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to be passive in discussions and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He has an active sense of humor and he is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself and is quite ambitious and has a greedy streak. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally dislikes cooperation and finds nature somewhat disturbing. Respects perseverance and sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish. He likes rutile and billin and white chalistone and coral, of course. You are a member of the bud faith of vegetation and have no family and no friends. You are an accomplished spinner and a novice soaper. And you believe that you should deal fairly. Next up here is a Gelder, which is a very important job. This is Jezza. Jezza is a talented gelder, novice planter, and once stone carver. Often acts with compassion, is trusting, has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, could be considered rude, and tends to hang on to grievances. Does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living, and prefers to present herself modestly. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and she is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. She tends to be passive in discussions and finds obligations confining, though she is conflicted by this for more than one reason and does not try to get things done perfectly. Often greets others with a hug and taps her foot when there's a lull in conversation. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally is somewhat disgusted by romance. Finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. And, like I just said, the great work of art thing. Also has no family. Is a member of the cult of ghosts. What's up, Drain Echo? Sounds like a disaster. There's plenty of those. Next up, we have a herbalist. This herbalist can be black, flag, red, neck. Fish bronze is your last name. Impeccably curious without any respect for property or privacy. Checks out. Is never in the slightest bit cheerful about anything, and is conflicted by this as she values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Is obsessed with order and structure in her own life, with everything kept in its proper place, and enjoys being in crowds and lacks confidence in her abilities. Has a very calm demeanor and dislikes abstract discussions and would much rather focus on practical examples. She feels best when when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from her. And would much rather focus on practical examples. She feels best when everyone gets along without any strife or contention, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she often feels discouraged. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and doesn't handle stress well. Tries to do things correctly each time, tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and is grateful when others help her out and tries to return favors. She personally values loyalty and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity, and dreams of creating a great work of art. She likes lignite and sterling silver. Well, you'll like it here because we've got lots of lignite. You have high stamina. Ooh. Welcome to the fort. If we get enough, we got a gem cutter who's going to be Geotrack. Geotrack is Dastot and is an accomplished gem cutter, also a worshiper of the bud faith of vegetation. Has no family nor friends. Has great trouble mastering fear when confronted by danger. Tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture. Is a friendly individual and is burdened by this tendency because he dislikes the idea of friendship. He does not go out of his way to help others and tries to keep his things orderly. He can handle stress, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally finds friendship burdensome, disregards tradition, and finds romance distasteful, and doesn't really see the point of working hard. You're also a competent surgeon. Next up, we have Kubok, the cheesemaker, who's going to become Gazoom 44. Gazoom 44 is a cheesemaker, novice pump operator. Can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary. Forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. Can handle stress. And tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. She tends to hang on to grievances and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is often cheerful. Occasionally overindulges, doesn't focus on material goods, and is quite ambitious. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, values independence, and finds leisure time wasteful, values romance, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. And you got poor analytical ability and good memory, but you're tough. I'm actually going to put you into the Marksdorf squad. Which I'm sure will be decent enough for you as a dwarf. Here's hoping I have enough gear because you just had to rip all your clothes off and now you're running into the fort naked. That's called the military hazing. It's perfectly normal when you join the dwarven military. Take your clothes off and run into the fort. Pun intentional. Feels strong urges and seeks short-term rewards, and likes to brawl, and does not easily fall in love, and rarely develops positive feelings. Tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she is trusting. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she is not particularly interested in what others think of her. She lives a fast-paced life, and she scratches her head when she's bored, and she mutters under her breath when she's annoyed. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally deeply respects skill at arms, finds artwork boring, and values peace over war, and does not care about friendship. Covers slowly, sickly. Good spatial sense. Developed empathy. Values martial prowess. Will put you in the military. Because I do absolutely need to increase the size of my military. Merciful. Values sacrifice. Next up is Neurokeys. Neurokeys is constantly ablaze with feelings of lust. Oh boy. Is easily moved to mercy and often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She is often cheerful and she tends to be a little bit tight with resources when working on projects, is slow to trust others and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't focus on material goods, doesn't often feel envious of others and likes to take it easy. Occasionally overindulges and is curious and eager to learn. Scratches her head when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Personally, has a great deal of respect for worthy crafts dwarfship, values romance, and finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, and finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting, and dreams of creating a great work of art. Has no family nor friends, is a talented boyer. Hello, not us. Next up is Almost the Gem Setter, and this is the first nice dwarf of the fort. A truly wonderful individual, and this nice dwarf is now Stoned Hobo. Stoned Hobo is a novice gem setter who has no family nor friends. Not musical, but has good analytical ability. Stoned Hobo is naturally trustful of everybody, and she would never, under any circumstances, speak up or otherwise put forth a point of view in a discussion. Wow. Is often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. I don't like this dwarf. Tends to think before acting, does not often feel lustful, and is curious and eager to learn, and doesn't seek out excitement. This is one of those people who gets mad at you for putting politic in your video game. Thinks that she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things naturally, and tries to do things correctly each time. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear in the usual or live differently from herself. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally sees introspection as important and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Next up is a cook. This cook is Elfie Bean. Avuz combine whipped, always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of her consideration, is very slow to anger, and is inattentive to detail. I can't see this. Where am I? Is inattentive to detail in her own work, actively avoids exciting or stressful situations, tends to hang on to grievances, and is friendly individual. Is friendly individual, yes. Good English, me. Is moved by art and natural beauty, and is not particularly ambitious, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she doesn't handle stress well. She points her at others when she's greeting them, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still, and she needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally believes that those who sacrifice for others should be deeply respected, and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. And she has a husband named Id, who's a cheesemaker, and she's a member of the Cult of Ghosts. Next up, probably Id, yes. Id is going to be Mouse Beater. Sorry, I don't believe I've ever read your username out loud before. That's a very funny name. Mouse Beater would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. You know how like you read a name in your head and it doesn't fully click in until you read it out loud, or like you read words and it like doesn't. Mouse Beater. Jeez. Oh shit, I didn't even, yep, Jesus. Okay, anyway, Mouse Beater would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Checks out, especially if it's a mouse. Greatly moved by art and natural beauty, and lives a fast-paced life that has a tendency towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. Finds obligations confining, though he finds the concept, tends towards forming deep emotional bonds with others. He finds the obligations confining, though he values the concept of loyalty, and is troubled by this natural tendency. He is stubborn, and he does not often feel lustful. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and is somewhat quarrelsome. And he is bothered by this since he values friendship. He doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't mind being outdoors. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Personally sees competition as wasteful and silly and values nature and values romance and doesn't feel strongly about the law and does not care about family one way or another. Hold on, I need to check something. Okay, so you like yaks for their shaggy hair, but you've got no thoughts about mice. It'd be really funny if you hated rats or mice or something. Or hamsters even. That's close enough. Let's pull another one from Twitch here and go with Jelly Belly. Jelly Belly has a puppy. That's the first doggo in the fort, methinks. He has a tendency towards privacy. There's a low sense of self-esteem. Tends to hang on to grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. Isn't particularly ambitious, tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals, and finds obligations confining. Though he is conflicted by this. We're going to get a text soon, aren't we? For more than one reason. He is quick to form negative views about things, and he has an active sense of humor. Generally acts with an narrow focus on the current activity, and he tries to do things correctly each time. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and personally values merrymaking and parties and doesn't care about art one way or another. Dreams of crafting and masterwork someday. And you're frail and you have low stamina. Another dwarf, and this dwarf is going to be good. Charles. I really like super conflicted dwarves. Super conflicted dwarves are fun though, YouTube chat. He has an active sense of humor. He likes to take it easy. He often feels lustful, and he doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. He has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He tends to be passive in discussions and is often feels discouraged and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. And he is not particularly interested in what others think of him, and he often feels envious of others. He has a greedy streak, and he can handle stress. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish. It's put off by family and finds blind honesty foolish. I just got real nervous because Steam said I have no connection, and I assume they're just doing server maintenance because my internet's still up. But having my internet going down the other day made me real nervous when I looked at that. Adequate dyer and adequate shearer. And next up is Meng the Mason. Meng the Mason is going to be... God, there's so many people asked for dwarfs. Jeez. Honey, Bun, Holler. I'm going by timestamps. We haven't even hit the second and third YouTube requests yet for reference for people on the YouTube side of things. She is not driven by and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Finds a chaotic mess preferable to the boredom of harmonious living. Does not trust others and does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. Works to spread his natural tendency with her respect to martial prowess. And she is passive in discussions, and she has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. And she is quick to anger, and she is grateful when others help her out. And she tries to return favors, and she's brave in the face of imminent danger. Welcome to the military. She does not particularly she is not particularly interested in what others think of her, and she has an active sense of humor, and she generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. I missed an E in honey. And you have a pet peacock. And you're obviously going to go join the military now. Next up, we have QQ, who I typoed. This dwarf is going to be Iron Pit. This dwarf is a fish cleaner. They're creative. Just depression prone. I feel that. Frequently depressed, has a strong sense of duty, is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. She has a greedy streak and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. Likes to brawl and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Prefers to present herself modestly and is stubborn, though she is conflicted by this part of herself, and she takes effort, help, and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. She runs her fingers through her hair when she's trying to remember something, and she becomes very rigid when she's angry. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally considers craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and sees perseverance in the face of adversity, bullheaded and foolish, and prefers a noisy and bustling life to boring days without activity. He's a brewer. Welcome to the fort. No family, once again. This is a hunter. Ponce, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. The real question is, do they like trolls for their terrifying features? Jeez, I don't know. This is Jack Tool. How's things, Ponce? How was your stream? Thanks again for the raid. Were you doing more Hades today? And how's that homeworld demo? Often finds herself to be changing her mind to agree with somebody else and is not a private person. and freely shares details of her life to agree with somebody else. She often feels discouraged, and she has a sense of duty, and she tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She's moved by art and natural beauty, and she sometimes can act without deliberation. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she lives a fast-paced life, and she tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Rolls her eyes when she's exasperated. Dreams of creating a masterwork someday, and personally respects the law and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and doesn't care about art one way or another. Yeah, the homeworld's a learning curve. All caps. Playing 3D RTSs is a thing. I think I'm going to do 2 more. The 2 from YouTube. So this is Hunter. Air. Never becomes angry, is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. Has an overbearing personality and is often cheerful. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself. And he has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others. Likes to keep things practical without diving too deeply into the abstract, and is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. He does not mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living and does not often feel lustful. He often acts with compassion, generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and can handle stress. Occasionally overindulges and lives a fast-paced life. He drums his fingers when he's trying to remember something and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and personally finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. All right, 58 years old, 2 pets. A pet cavy and a pet lamb. And we got this dwarf here, also no family. You know, I think I'm just going to do like, okay, so what's happening, chat, is enough people have talked now that I can't scroll down anymore or scroll up high enough to see them. So I think we're going to call it on the naming for right now. And name some more when the next round rolls in. Hades and Homeworld. Well, thank you much for the raid, man. Means a lot. It really does. You don't have to pad my view count. We're good these days, but it's nice to see you getting raids at the very least, you know? Keeping you around whoever knows how much longer. And that's terrifying. Part of this that I think is terrifying is that we are now in a situation where goblins can invade us. And I'm going to make leather quivers and silver bolts. Next time, Baka. Next time. Okay, so I need more leather, basically. So I need to eat a bunch of animals. Pets and livestock, stuff that'll give me leather. This is why I have all of these reindeer. Leave that one alive. Eat you, eat you. Eat the yak. 2 more of the reindeer. We're gonna pop up here. Bring the new animals into here. Go over to here. Put the giant monkeys in here. They're all trained. Huh. Donner and Blitzen. I think that's like a holidays Santa joke. Uh-oh. Now we have a farmers guild. Great. And I'm sure that the dwarves are actually, like, you know, very much enjoying their time now that they actually have a tavern. And I should go around and make some more bedrooms. Because, you know, I've been neglecting that real bad. But, you know, it's fine. You hadn't already pieced together when you mentioned the icons on the bottom left look darker the other day until I realized that they're missing their border color. Yeah, I think that's just like an asset issue. Like, assets are getting swapped around and moved because, like, there's been a couple things already that looked really placeholdery in this unstable, and those have already been fixed and updated. Like the kitchen's menu had some buttons that just look bad, but those already have new assets now. So I think it's just like some assets are getting moved around. I don't think that's intentional. But yeah, no, that they look darker because they're missing colors. Apparently. Kind of curious where / how the border vanished, though. Yeah, I don't deny that. Right there with you on that question. I'm a big kitty ever get trained? Oh, hey. Okay, so yeah, in order to get animals war trained now, you have to manually assign a trainer, looks like. Regardless, Urvad the giant war leopard is now an actual giant war leopard. And also is now a pet. Yes, we have giant kitty. Giant war leopard. Which I bought from the elves last year, I think. Giant murder kits, yes. Murder mittens. Only one, yeah. Wooden table. Let's just do 15. Make them out of featherwood. I was gonna say I had a bunch of dwarves running around naked, but I guess that they're starting to find the stuff that they need. All right, so I need 2 more with pants because currently we're missing leather pants, chat. Okay, so now that I've queued that up, what else do I still need? It's likely quivers we're working on. And shields. What kind of shields do I have them using? Just bucklers, right? Bronze bucklers? Copper bucklers. Copper buckler. Copper buckler. Copper buckler. Now that I'm done with them, what about you guys? Okay, they're as good as they're going to get. Let's give them copper helms. Because I probably have... Yeah, I got tons of copper just lying around. Also go back to smelting tetrahedrite ore until it ceases to be available. Also making them silver bolts right now. Is there a limit on how many military squads you can have? As many as your brain can remember to manage. So, no. Well, as many dwarves as you have, I guess. This is CHERT. So hopefully, this goose won't immediately escape from here. And we can have a guard goose. Copper buckler. It is a funny series of words, isn't it? Trees do regrow on their own, actually. If you mouse around on the map, see, like, birch sapling. In, like, a year or two, that'll become a full-grown tree. That's a dead walnut sapling. Walnut tree sapling. They also die if there's too many other trees around them because they don't get enough light. Stuff like that. Garden goose. I don't know. What's the best thing I could come up with? Is all military fort service guarantees citizenship? I'm doing my part. And there we go. We now have a defense goose. Citizenship guarantees, sir. With citizenship comes mandatory service. Okay, so I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. Let's just do this way. So when Honkers up here sees something, I can lock these and pull a lever to slam these drawbridges shut. In full plate armor all the time. I mean, the dwarves will just get strong enough so the plate armor is not an issue, but... Alright, let's see. Do I have any drawbridges that I'm raising right now? I don't think so. Actually, no, I do. Where's this one? Ah. So, let's go right here. Goose guard, guard goose. A very easily defendable guard goose. There's I guess Twitch OG is a good way to describe Dodger. Dodger these days, who used to be on the Co-optional podcast, is like friends with Jesse Cox and that whole crew. She lives on a farm now, and one of the things they're raising are geese. And she has commented about them attacking her before, so, which I think is very funny. Must be organic geese. You know, it's funny. Whenever this topic comes up about geese, I am convinced geese are one of those creatures where if you act like you're a threat to them, or if you act afraid of them, or if you get in between them and their young, they are vicious. If you are indifferent to their existence, don't act afraid and kind of ignore them, they just kind of ignore you. Like, there is a photo of me online lying down inside of a flock of geese. Like, completely surrounded by geese. And one of them literally stepped over my leg. That's how, like, docile and, like, non-giving a shit about me they were. And then I just kind of stood up and walked away eventually. Like, I've literally never had a problem with a goose in my whole life. Aside from, like, when I was a very small child and scared of any large animal. Or any animal, for that matter. They're ducks, but bigger. They're just a large bird. Like, that's it. Like, I used to be terrified of them when I was a little kid. But, like, you know, I was a little kid, right? Little kids aren't smart. It's on my Twitter somewhere if you scroll up. And I really don't feel like going through Twitter, if I'm being honest with you. On and off since about 2009. But I didn't properly learn the game until like 5-6 years ago. You know that Canadian geese fly down to the States too, right? Just because they're called Canadian geese. Maybe it's just Canadian geese realize that fellow Canadians are friends, not food. You were 5 years old? Okay. Illegal immigrant geese. Yeah, I mean, the good birds stay in Canada, like Canada jays. I actually don't know if Canada jays are outside of Canada. I know that they're like high altitude Rockies birds, but saw some down in Tampa. Checks out. It's too cold up here. I think in reality, Canadian geese are just like the wealthy racist Canadians that are just like, I'm gonna go stay in Florida in the summer because they're not as left. Or in the winter, rather. That would make sense. We're in Sweden, too. Their poop is problematic. That's just bird poop in general. Could say that about pigeons. Monkeys are stealing a bunch of clothing. That's funny. Let's check my squads. Take gear. Go get pants. Oh, I see game hasn't unpaused yet. Okay, we're getting there. The size of dog poo? What are they feeding those? Because either you're referring to a really large dog or a really small dog or a very large goose. Because like the biggest goose shit I've ever seen is like that big. So if you're talking about like Chihuahua shit, I'd agree with you, but like goose poop ain't that big unless someone's feeding them something weird. At least not up here. I saw a great heron a couple weeks ago. Unrelated to anything. We're just talking about large birds. Those are big birds. It's gonna cue something up. Can't remember what it was. Sure, I'll remember. The Fellowship of Fate has many worshippers in Riverdepths, and the Lark's Guild of Leopards. That's the name of my farmer's guild? Really? No, I mean, like, they evenly distribute a very large area, but it's not the size of dog shit. Unless we're talking about a really small dog here. Flying dinosaurs? Yeah, pretty much. Goose poops are about Bruce poop size. Can I say Bruce poop is very funny to read near goose poop? This is one of the strangest conversations we've had in recent memory. Speaking of strange conversations, how you doing, Clino? How you liking the new search features? Giant monkeys keep stealing my crap. Grumble. Okay, fine. Because we practically hunted them to extinction in the 1800s. Yep. Oh, geez. Water melted. I mean, the ice melted. Been a long winter because of the werecree trope that we had to deal with. Nice to finally have that up and running again. There's only 80 pairs in the UK? Jeez. I remember reading an article that was like during the pandemic, and it was like, I don't know, late spring 2020 when like things were kind of in full swing and everything was at its like peak awful. There was an article that blew up where there was a Belgian brewery, I think it was Belgian, might have been German, Belgian or German, almost the same thing. I mean, that's practically one city across. Anyway, very different, I'm sorry, to anybody from Germany and Belgium, sort of. Anyway, there was a brewery in Europe, we'll just say that, and this brewery just was finally allowed to restart and start production again as, like, because of the pandemic. So they were finally allowed to let some people in to start working again, and they were very, very enthusiastic and happy. They arrived at their brewery and looked up, and there was a crane's nest on their chimney. It's illegal to damage or move a crane's nest. So rather than move the crane's nest, they built a new chimney. Because they couldn't damage the crane's nest. So it was quicker and easier and more cost effective to build a new chimney than it was to move the crane's nest. Even if legally required? Yeah, no, it's kind of funny. You overcomplicate things. I mean, it's the same here. It's illegal to disturb, damage, or move a crane's nest. Because, like, they mate for life, and they only have, like, one egg per year. They are a very, very weird, like, fragile species. And it would never have nested there if the chimney was actively being used. But because the chimney stopped being used, it, like, you know, they decided, hey, this seems like a good place to nest. Okay. What I need to do is I need to fix my masonry area. I need to make a proper masonry area is what I need to do, because I don't have a proper masonry area right now, and currently it's entirely full of lignite. So my stockpile is, like, kind of useless. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this stockpile. I'm going to pause the game. I'm going to go get my sandwich. I'm going to eat it, and then we're going to build a proper masonry zone. All right? I'll give you guys a dwarf to follow, but I'm going to put the game on slow speed. Because I'm hungry and it's 4 p.m. So... And I'm not me when I'm hungry, so I'm gonna go eat a Snickers. Not really. I'm gonna go eat a sandwich and pretend it's a Snickers. Here, you guys can follow this Dwarf who digging. Game's at 10 FPS, so it'll go nice and slow. All right, Hangman, we'll see you when we see it. I will be back in, like, I don't know, 90 seconds. Sandwich is more healthy? Well, I have acquired sandwich. Also, I can't even begin to describe how excited I am for today's sandwich. Very rare I'm excited for a sandwich, but I'm excited for my sandwich today. If only we had a commercial fund designed specifically a communal fund designed specifically to manage such unforeseeable expenses that are generated as a result of governmental decisions. Such what, to like... Remember seeing cranes in the Netherlands just chilling with people outside of pubs? Cranes are cool birds, man. Cranes are cool. What's in the sandwich? So normally I eat like, it's like cheese or like very boring sandwiches. So I found some chicken breasts that weren't $1 billion. Ow, that hurt me in the diabetes just reading that. Bastet, I'm sorry, but Jesus, ow. Anyway, so I found chicken that was affordable. So I have, it's chicken breast with a little bit of mustard, 2 pickles, or 2 slices of pickle, and homegrown lettuce and some avocado. Closet lettuce, A+. Yeah, I grow lettuce in my closet. If you, just because someone on YouTube sort of mentioned it. If you ever hear me referring to keep your closet dirt moist, I'm literally talking about like watering the lettuce in my closet. Have the leftovers for lunch? That's a good way to go. I very rarely eat pizza, but if I ever have leftover pizza in the apartment, something I like doing is taking the slice of pizza, putting it in the oven under the broiler for like 10 seconds, pull it out, crack an egg on top of it, and stick it back under the broiler until the egg is fried. I like how petitions is clipping through the UI there. It's funny. Honestly, if you enjoy eating it, it belongs on a pizza. Pizza, it's like sushi. It's so international at this point. People that get like hoity-toity about what can and cannot go on pizzas just perplex me. I don't get it. Water him by the end of the week. Yeah, I don't know how often to water that thing. I've watered it twice since I got it. All right, well, let me enjoy my pineapple pizzas then. You don't have to like things I like. That's okay. As the wonder, I would agree with that actually. Water does not, in fact, go well on pizza. Neither does beer, believe it or not. It goes well with pizza, but not on pizza. And as somebody who did see somebody spill most of a glass of beer onto a pizza once, I don't think the flavor of that's particularly good. Pineapple, pepperoni, and jalapeno is a good combo. Yeah, I don't know. People get weirded out about pineapple. One of the best pizzas I ever had like mandarin orange slices on it. So like, I don't know. I'm open to experimenting. I'll bet you could do like a beer sauce on a pizza. But that's probably about where I'd draw the limit there. Okay, so what I need is I need to put kitchens here. And I need to figure out where I'm going to put my stonecutters shops. Is what I need to do. I would argue that sloppy steaks are just kind of gross, in my opinion. I don't think, like, people shouldn't be allowed to eat them or anything ridiculous like that, but sloppy steaks are kind of gross. Like, to me, sloppy steaks are something that happens when foodstuffs like beef is too cheap and you don't know how to season properly. It's like the result of... Might make some people feel icky. Shitty boomer cooking. You know, like, people were really bad at cooking 20, 30, 40 years ago. Partially due to crappy availability of ingredients, and partially due to lack of knowledge. We're very fortunate to live in an era where, one, ingredients are extraordinarily accessible, and two, it's very easy to learn how to cook things. You just need to look it up. Probably, Graknork. I know almost nothing about George Bush outside of his political career, so... I had a pineapple jalapeno beer once. But, yeah, I guarantee you pineapple jalapeno with, like, spinach or bacon or feta cheese, any of that would be good. My neighbor Mike once brought, like, every now and again, some of my neighbors around the building will just, if somebody has a lot of leftovers from something, they'll just, like, show up at your door and knock and say, hey, do you want food? And you generally say, yeah, sure, I'll take food, when they show up at your door and say, hey, do you want food? And one of my neighbors, Mike, he did that to me once, except the food he gave me was what he described as a beet salad. There was beets in it. That's all I can really say. It was like beets, mayonnaise, I think relish, or like very thinly sliced, very tiny sliced pickles. Some sort of cooked onion. Like, it wasn't bad. It was tasty, but like, I would not consider that a salad in any respect of the word. Russian beet salad? Probably. His wife is Russian. But it reminded me of, like, some of the stuff that my grandma used to make. But yeah, I would argue that there was almost no salad in that supposed salad. You don't eat beets? I eat so many beets. I'm gonna die to a fake beet at some point. Or a false beet. What's up, Silvershy? You're still not used to how burrows work in this version? Well, at least you can zone... Excuse me. You can designate them over multiple layers at once now. So that's nice. Beets, mayo, garlic in it? Other than some salt? Yeah, there was pickles in this. Radishes are extraordinarily easy to grow. Mouse beater. Like, I grew 8 radishes in my closet. And they came out okay. They were like that big. They were like the size of golf balls by the end of it. But if you have any kind of outdoor dirt, like if you don't live in an apartment, if you have a backyard, beets grow fast, easy. They need like indirect sunlight for like 5 weeks. They grow extremely quick. You can have beets in a month. Just plant like 40, and then next week plant like 40, plant like next week 40, plant 40 the week after, and plant 40 the week after that, and then 40 free beats a month. It's great. I have loads of dirt. Hell yeah. Dirt good. How you doing, Cooler? If Cooler's in my chat, it means I need to look at my Discord DMs. Hey, chat room. We need feedback for arts. I think it's way easier to discern the difference between these two now. That looks really nice. Pretty good. A+. Now I need like 35 color variations of that. For the text on the front. Oh boy. So what I'm trying to do right now is I need to make a masonry area. Which I need, space there. We're also going to inevitably walk down this way. Kind of looks like an angry whale. There we go. And, there we go. See, now it's a whale. Unintentional, but it won't look like that when I'm done with it, so. God, I made it worse. Phineas, thanks for the 44th month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Gonna do something with this room down here. Maybe another barracks. We'll see. So what I need to do is I need to make 3 infinite stockpiles, basically. 3 of them. So this is going to be for the Fellowship of Fate, which I'm just going to queue up right here. You know, this patch is starting to feel pretty finished. I wonder when it's going to go into the main branch. I'm really hoping it's this week. Because, like, oh, you also worship the same god. They also worship the god of death. There is now 3 religions in the same fort that all worship the same god. In Dwarf Fortress, this will end just fine. If this was real life, there'd be wars happening in the fortress over this. If somebody's church got even slightly less funding. Can you target enemies yet? I haven't tried. Someone in chat was saying they fixed that, but I don't know if that's actually in the main branch yet. Because the way I fight things is I tell the dwarves to station somewhere. I almost never actually tell them to go have a kill order. So I need 1 for blocks and 1 for boulders. Mine or wooden mine cart. 2. And let's make these out of featherwood, I guess. That's only very slightly different. Mm-hmm. Well, I'll take your version of your religion and I will make a better religion with hookers and blow. Gnomes drank you out of house and home. Really now? Oh, wow. Rip. Yeah, and I guess gnomes aren't inherently hostile. I mean, you could just put weapon traps down. They will trip those up. Consistently as hell. So silver statues are for this god, so I'm going to just go plop this over here. And I will make copper statue, like 10. The fated ghost associated with death. Fellowship of Fate. You eventually made a gnome trap? Gotcha. Apparently you weren't able to issue kill. I didn't actually encounter this myself, but just parroting what Twitch chat has said. Apparently there was an issue in the experimental build where you couldn't tell them to kill a specific thing, like it just wouldn't work. So I don't know. Like I said, I next time we get something attacking us, I'll tell them to go kill something, but we've had a were creature, and everybody ended up fighting with anyway, and two goblin attempts to steal my kids, and both of them were unsuccessful, so. If you give a temple statues of a wrong god, what'll happen? Absolutely nothing. I'll be mildly annoyed that the wrong statue is in there. Pushing folks to test the beta has been fruitful. Well, I mean, they didn't say anything about it. I do actually wonder if I wasn't like streaming the beta, how many people would have noticed. I need tanned hides. So let's start you training. Giant monkey. I may actually eat all of my adult monkeys. Let's make sure that they all have trainers assigned. Yeah, I'm gonna go eat all of the original adult monkeys. Just because I need the leather. Kleno, did I tell you that I have not one but 2 gremlins caught in my basement? I feel like you may have been a patch behind then, because there was somebody talking about how they were a patch behind not too long ago. It does actually make me wonder. I'd be careful when setting, like, the version that you're playing on, actually. Like, be, like, mildly cautious, because you may end up playing a version that is out of date. Place these here to get these done. You know, I've been pushing it? Yeah. Apparently, I have more influence than I realized. Because I'll be honest with you, I don't really think too much about how much influence I have. It's just not something that really comes to mind often. Really? You only get 1 leather for a giant monkey? I feel like I should get more than 1. Seems kind of like a ripoff. The heck? You have 5 cave swallowmen with shields that come and eviscerate your fort. That came to eviscerate your fort 18 months in. Oh boy, that's pretty brutal. Let's see if I can get more. Dwarves with quivers or pants. There you go. At least all of my Mark's dwarves have pants now. And you didn't even have forges up yet? Oh boy. I know cave creatures can be mean. Like mean. Those dudes can be gnarly. So I'm just making cheese, and apparently none of it's getting put into stockpile. Which is mildly vexing. Alright, well, let's just get rid of this. Everything. No seeds, no drink, no prepared meals. Everything else go there. Monkeys are good as a pet. They live pretty long. I've always thought that, like, having a pet monkey would be like having a pet raccoon. Like, they're too smart to be a good pet. Because, like, they'll just start to break stuff after a bit. Like, every tale I've heard about where people had pet raccoons, like, they always end up just, like, learning to get into every cupboard and, like, learning to open doors and shit. Like, they're too smart, basically. And I could very much believe that they would be a pain to properly take care of. I've ended up with, like, some pretty good cheesemakers in this fort, which is a little surprising to me. What? Oh, I thought I was hitting the aquifer. No, that was just the area that I didn't designate to be dug out. Just use limestone. These are going to be all of my stonecutter shops, because this is going to be a stonecutter's area. And let's do rock salt. And rock salt. It can be very dangerous. Yeah, I believe it. I've just seen videos of, like, people in India and, like, guys just, like, sitting there eating a sandwich, and then a random monkey just, like, drops off of the roof of a building and grabs his sandwich and punches him and runs away. Like, I've seen too much of that. It's like, I'm good. I don't need a pet with thumbs. That just seems like a bad idea. Everything about that seems like a bad idea. Like, there's a meme on a podcast I listen to called "They Canceled Monkey Mondays" for a reason. Valid reason. Also, in case you didn't know, did you know that you can watch all of Shrek in one on Discord at very, 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 very low res? It's like the size of a postage stamp, but you can watch all of Shrek in Discord. Apparently. Because somebody uploaded all of Shrek to Discord. Okay, so this one gonna be for boulders. Let's do this one first. Let's call this boulders. And it's going to load theoretically most stones. No, none of this, no coal, no lignite, and no clay. You are going to be once again this. No lignite, no coal. Same thing. Coal, lignite. None of these. Load from the bottom. Now, I can't remember which direction I had this one facing, so I'll start this over. And then you will throw in a featherwood minecart. Before it was Morbius? Naturally. I feel like meme movies just do the rounds through stuff like this. It's like when I watched like I don't know, 90 seconds of Barbie on Twitter. Because somebody uploaded Barbie to Twitter. This time will be stone/clay blocks. And then here, stone/clay blocks. We're gonna call this rock block. This one's cloth, I think. And then you, once again, stone clay blocks. Load from here. I think that's the right direction. And then here, I need to set this to 0. I need to set this to 0. I need to set this to 0. And I need to set that to 0. There's no wheelbarrows in any of these. And then it's just a matter of doing this, this, and this. And then I can put one up here as well. And because I'm out of the material I was using for the other ones, we'll make that one out of slate. Then I can go over here, and I can deconstruct this. I can go here, I can deconstruct this. And I can go around and remove the rest of them. I'll leave that one there, because it's close. Already took out that one. Sweet. Yeah, it's like, I think Morbius has joined the ranks of meme films alongside of the great works of art, such as the Bee Movie, you know? Like, it's just, it's the meme movies that are just kind of in the common thought process of the brain. Oh god, the Bee Movie. I do in fact like jazz. Not a joke. Can confirm. I read the entirety of the first Bee Movie's script for charity on stream, which was pretty fun. I have to do a charity stream like that again at some point where we just read. Maybe I should read the script for Morbius. So, not to like announce something before it's officially announced, but I'm gonna be doing a pretty casual charity thing soon-ish. Maybe that should be the incentive, is that I read Morbius. That may actually end up being the thing that I do. All right, so as far as squads go, I've got 2 very undertrained squads. I'm very worried about when we actually start getting attacked by things, but hopefully we'll be okay. It's just I don't have any materials, and like I don't even have enough bedrooms yet. So I'm like, my priorities are kind of all over the place right now because it's like I need to be doing like 55 things currently. It's like right now I need to be making 2 temples. I need to be getting defenses up and running. I need to be designing my defenses. I need to be training dwarves. I need to be making weapons. And it's kind of a lot at this exact moment. And my brain is a little mush today for one reason or another. It just happens sometimes. You know those kind of mushy brain days where you're like, brain, please, can you function better? But it just refuses and doesn't listen no matter how much you ask it. That's the kind of day I'm in currently. Not, ew, mushy brain. You have those days often? Yeah. What's funny is, like, technically I slept well last night. I haven't even smoked weed in the last 3 days. What are the odds of surviving with all legendary fighters and biters? You mean wrestlers? Like unarmed dwarves? I don't know. Haven't tried it in ages. I'm being honest. I do not know. And also, it depends on what you're up against. So I think my only way of being able to answer that question is actually simply stating, I don't know. So I'm just going to make these 2 stockpiles bigger, just to speed up this process. Of stuff getting hauled to these. Just remember, if you give them shields, they will have a significantly higher chance of surviving. So I would recommend giving them shields. If you're gonna try a melee-only fort or something silly. Or something equally as silly, I guess, would be the better thing to say. Let's see if this is enough to satisfy this temple with some engravings. Shields are better as a melee weapon. Bucklers allow for higher agility. Theoretically. Once again, that's old information. I don't even know how accurate that is these days, because I'll be honest, I haven't done the science recently. Been having a lot of those recently where you're trying to work on it. Today is special though because you woke up after 2.5 hours of sleep due to the siding being replaced in your apartment. Oh, good lord. That sucks. Especially if you have to sleep during the day. Okay, so that's the first thing. Second thing is Farmers Guild, which I'm going to put down here, because this is the most logical place to put a Farmers Guild. Right where the, farmers can look out at the fields that are being farmed. Or is your room actually pitch black? It's not pitch black, but it's more of a trick of the camera. I actually have a pretty bright light on me right now. Let me show you. Cameras don't like these. But no, I'm not using a filter. I don't see the reason to use extra CPU or GPU rather to add a filter onto a stream when I could just use camera tricks. All right, there we go. Got the value up high enough. Sacred Burial is now going to be Nero Keys. Nero Keys is now the Sacred Burial. That's the first thing sorted. Now we got to do the Farmers Guild. Truth of the Void, yeah! One time people were replacing windows that are building in the complex, and your girlfriend and I woke up to men repelling up to your window on the 4th floor. Do you stand up and flash them? Camera tricks, the original filters? Yeah. I mean, I've been using this gimmick since before, GPU filters and things were, super common. There was a few of them when I started doing this stuff, but, a lot of things the NVIDIA filters and whatnot are all pretty new. Grand scheme of things. Why ramps instead of stairs? I use both. Why don't you use ramps? There's stairs right there. Different uses. Is there a difference at all? Sure. One goes this direction, one goes vertical. I mean, on paper, technically, wagons can go up and down ramps, whereas they can't go up and down stairs. So there is that difference. As far as like mechanically goes, it allows me to have different kind of fort designs, which is interesting. And I like interesting fort designs. It's like how I've been playing the entire time I've been playing, so it's just what I do. But yeah, what Elfie said. Madness, Dwarfiness, sanity. I love getting shortlisted for games I have absolutely no interest in. Get an email. You've been shortlisted for coverage for random shovelware shit you probably don't want to play anyway. It's like, well then, why? Why? This is the most bizarre email ever. You're receiving this email due to your use of online features, including cross progression and my rewards in CD Projekt Red games. I don't believe I've ever played a CD Projekt Red game except for about 90 minutes of The Witcher 2. What? We are migrating these products to a new account system, owned and operated by CD Projekt. Effective from March 4th, this consideration will involve the transfer of governance of your personal data, including the email address and username from GOG account to the CD Projekt Red account system. What if I don't? Can I opt out? Yes, clicking this link. After the system will delete your data with the same link. Yes, please. Please opt me out. I don't... Yes, I want to opt out. Opt me the hell out. I thought the two companies split at some point. Like, they released their ownership of it or whatever. It was quite some time ago, but... That's weird, though. I every single time I look at GOG's website, I go, man, it would be a shame if this website ceased to exist. And at the same time, I'm always, like, kind of surprised that it still exists. Like, I like GOG. I think it's a pretty good service that's had some pretty questionable marketing in the past, but largely is a pretty solid little service. And yeah, I'm a little constantly worried that it's going to cease existing. So these dwarves are moving so slowly because they're all hauling boulders, but this is going to clean up the fort pretty quick of boulders. And for the 3 people that are always annoyed that there's boulders everywhere in my forts, well, there won't be any in this one in a moment. There's some things that aren't on Steam that I own on there, like SimCity, as an example. That's not... Like, SimCity 3000 is not on Steam. Ultima, yeah. Fear, actually. You can buy the Fear games individually on GOG, but you can't buy them individually on Steam, which is stupid. Because they don't want you to just buy Fear 1. They want you to buy the crappiest hell Fear 2 and 3 for a full price bundle on Steam, and they never go on sale, whereas, like, you can buy Fear 1 separately on GOG. I own Stalker on GOG. Yeah, I don't know. I guess kind of just in the... GOG has always had financial troubles in the past, and in the current world where literally everything is shutting down and everybody's getting laid off, when I get an email like that, I suddenly go, huh. That's kind of it. I'm not saying that I know anything, because I don't, but recent events have made me very nihilistic about the future of anything in this industry. Hey, chat room, can you... so somebody on YouTube here has asked me to explain how to make a drowning chamber. How do you make a drowning chamber? I would think that you would make a chamber and then put water in it. And when the drowning be done, you remove the water. It's very simple. Fill a room with water, yeah. It's almost one of those things where, like, saying it out loud, like, That's how you make it. Or your favorite liquid. Yeah, liquids of choice. BYOL. Bring your own liquids. Fortunately, our bodies have plenty of liquids. Simply put, person on YouTube, I don't give you direct descriptions on how to be creative. If you want to be creative, be creative. You know it's possible. So it's time to prototype some steps and do some science. It's called Dwarven Engineering. I'll help people with more complicated concepts, but that's a very simple thing. You wish you could make a wine chamber? Are you going to whine about it? Farmer Hall. This. There's dihydrogen monoxide in you right now. Fortunately, a very small quantity. No. There is no, like, terrain destruction in this game outside of a few very specific circumstances, and lava really isn't one of them. Lava will melt through ice. But, like, constructed ice walls are safe in lava, to give you an idea. It's kind of miraculous how quickly boulders disappear when you have a setup like this. Like, there was just boulders everywhere, and now there's just nothing. So if you're trying to pump lava, you need the pumps to be entirely made out of lava-safe material. So iron pipe tubes and pipes work. And then your mechanisms, if you make them out of rock, need to be made out of a lava-safe rock. While they don't burn through terrain, they will burn through constructed objects if lava is flowing in the same tile as the object. So they will melt through doors if the door opens. They will melt through floodgates if they're not lava-safe and the floodgate opens, that kind of thing. Lava's a little tricky to wrap your brain around initially, but it's quite simple once you get the basics down. But iron pumps is in fact okay, but the mechanisms also need to be made out of lava-safe materials. Okay. Just gonna make some pyrite windows. Although, actually, I'm going to get rid of these first ones here. Do diorite. Diorite and diorite. And diorite. And then I'm going to put these in front of this. Oopsies, wrong button. That's what I was looking for. It's your first time doing lava. You want to move lava to see up 130 levels. Yeah, so you're gonna need. So if you want to do just like a single tile pump stack, like just one pump per layer, you're gonna need 130 iron corkscrews, 130 iron pipe sections, and 130 lava-safe mechanisms, which could be made of metal, or you could make them out of gabbro. You could make them out of, I think dolomite. Basically, if you go to the, I always forget, but if you go to the stone use screen, it'll tell you what is and what isn't lava-safe. So like kilonite is lava-safe, magnetite is lava-safe, marble is not lava-safe. Calcite, cassiterite, dolomite, helena, alunite, basalt, bauxite, chromite. These are all pretty rare though. So, yeah. Glass too. Yeah, glass is also lava safe. Yeah, also the blocks. Yeah, I forgot about the blocks. So like, it's easiest to either have blocks or like a lava safe stone. So I left this public for a moment, and I suddenly have a human snatcher, putrid hunter visitor. Uh-huh. He's a member of the Allied Echoes and a former prisoner of the Allied Echoes, eh? And is friends with Ingus. Or passing acquaintances with.
Cheese for everyone!
Talked with an acquaintance. I love the fact that this is very funny to me. Just this mental image. There's a human zombie with a big ass beard who's like 100 plus years old, wearing a short skirt and like a leather shirt. I'm just imagining this like zombie wearing like, what was it, Lollipop Chainsaw? Is that the name of that video game? Yeah, that's a video game. I'm basically imagining this person walking in wearing like this shit for some reason. So, you know. You dig it? I just think it's just a funny mental image. Literally, he just walks in like a shitty cheerleader. All right, well, because this human up here made friends with one of my Mark's dwarves. Where'd that human go? I would like to have a reason to interrogate that dwarf. Oh, also, by the way, in the interrogation screen, I don't know if any of you guys have messed around with the interrogation screen yet, now that the versions have updated, but guess what, chat? You can queue up more than one interrogation. Which might actually be like the greatest change to come to this version, just period. Oh man, I should put my prisons down here. Oh. Okay, so two ideas here. I put the prison cells behind the battlements. That's option A. Option B is I put the prison cells above the battlements. Its mindless self-indulgence was rightfully canceled, and they did pretty much the whole soundtrack. I don't even know who mindless self-indulgence is. You can't find your PS3 disc? You want to know the reality, Hobo? Emulating PlayStation is pretty good these days. You didn't hear that from me. I'm very tempted to like, ooh, if I put them above the battlements along here, I could give them fortifications. They could actually spot invaders for me. So Zack and Tarn is Bay 12, right? And they own 100% of the rights of Dwarf Fortress, our thickest cat. And they partnered with Kit Fox to basically do all of the paperwork for them so that they could release the game on Steam for money. Kit Fox doesn't own any of the IP. Kit Fox is just simply taking 10% of sales to basically do community and outreach and marketing on behalf of them. And also all of the paperwork so that they could hire people like Putnam, who is their like contract coder who's technically working for Kit Fox, but working on Dwarf Fortress. updates are going to continue on both. So if you are playing the ASCII version for free right now, you can just keep playing that version forever because it will, assuming you're playing version 50, which has this UI, it'll get updates alongside of this version, day and date generally, with some rare exceptions. It's getting there. It's getting there. Elbow. Yeah, I think I'm gonna put prison cells up top. We're gonna make some silver chains, I think. I love how I need to make bedrooms, and here I am making prison cells. Priorities, you know? Just because somebody came by that was kind of sus. I was like, well, it's time to get to the thing. And we also get to figure out who's going to be my captain of the guard. Happy to help, Tactical Slothy. This is going to be Captain of the Guard's office. This is going to be the Captain of the Guard's dining hall and bedroom. Fucking off to band practice. Have a good time at band practice.
Yeet.
All right, who's going to be Captain of the Guard? Mayor Anander. Ooh, Zini. Novice Tactician. Don't really have any Intimidator or anything. Novice Schemer. How about you? Who's the Schemer? Kubak? I think we'll just get Zini up in here. Also, is Fallout still the most upset dwarf? At least he hasn't tantrumed yet, so I guess that's a good thing. You just keep having to pump in water? Are you currently digging in candy? Because, like, they are in the magma sea, which... Yes, they can have lava in them. That's not the armor withdraws from society. Usually I just pump the lava out, but... Got another armorer is going to go off and make an artifact. I have a question. Do you know the spoilers? Because I'm trying to figure out if I should say anything. You know what you're in for? Okay, got it. Because sometimes, like, I'll see people in my chat and they're like, "Yeah, I'm digging around in candy. I'm just gonna try and, like, you know, do all this," and then it's like, do I tell them that could end their game very quickly? But if you know what you're in for, then okay, cool. Reminds you of King Bim, which sounds odd at first, which is the Legend of Scorchring, the fort he was from. I vaguely feel like I've heard about this one. Export of large gems is prohibited. Well, that's easy enough. Oh. Luthi Sunbear. You've been here before, Luthi. Yeah. You're the person with... I was gonna say 2 religions, but maybe 3? Hold on, I took a screenshot of this person. Yeah. No, this is this person's second time here. Huh. Wait, really? Large gems are very easy to not export. I usually use large gems in my forts anyway. Well, I mean, this is a human, not a dwarf, but... Sun bear. Any troll sighted? I have not been invaded yet in this world, which is good because I'm not ready to be invaded yet, but hopefully soon. I will make a highlight and put it on YouTube as soon as I get a troll. I mean, we did get a bunch of bots asking me to, like, what was it? Asking to buy a view bot or something with very racist names. So that counts. So those were spotted, unfortunately. Your step-grandfather had 2 religions. He was pretty chill. What? I mean, that's just called keeping your options open. I love how this person is, like, a human crossbowman, high kinesthetic sense, but clumsy, frail, and has poor intuition. You know, honestly, that kind of checks out enough that I want to let them stay here. What do you think, chat? Should we let the human Luthi Sunbear? This is their second attempt at asking to join my fortress. Should I allow them to join my fortress? Hell no, no, sure. Heck no, okay. Sorry there, guy. Chat says, chat has decided. What could go wrong? They could die. Seems pretty chill. Probably is. This dwarf. Needs be interrogate, but I can't quite interrogate just yet. I think I might actually make copper floor out here. Because this is going to be the cop's office, get it? It's the copper's floor. Visual pun. They're adventurers. Kill a couple and then bum around the bar and get in arguments and martial trances. Oh, it's a great time, yeah. But usually the reason they go insane is because you need to give them bedrooms. But they don't automatically claim them because they're not members of the fort. Someone boo.
You suck.
You're welcome. And other philosophies in the world. Believing in one religion is a very Amaranic idea, and other philosophies and religions in the world are less bothered by it. True. Whoa. Dastat Atisibrook, the armorer, has created All is Gooded. All is Gooded. A bulging silver breastplate, and offers it to the dutiful boulders. Yeah, bulging silver breastplate. It's like it was canned and is now expired. I beg your... Oh, I see, because I clicked the wrong thing. This is a bulging silver breastplate. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with silver. Well, at least we have another legendary armor smith. I will just put it here. Because, like, we can't use it. All is good, exactly. All is good here, I suppose. Okay, what's the value of this? This is what I should be prioritizing. Not sure how I ended up with one tile of wood there, but you know what? I kind of like the look of it, so I'm going to leave it. The breastplate sounds like a legendary artifact. I mean, it's a bulging breastplate. It's kind of reminding me of, like, extraordinarily buff cartoon characters for some reason. Although, if your breast is bulging, please go see a doctor. I don't know if that statement is in poor taste or not. Genuinely good advice, but at the same time, like, I feel like I shouldn't be saying that as a joke. Unless you have pigeon chest. I don't even know what that is. And if your pants are bulging, then you're just happy to see me. Or you have a banana in your pants for some odd reason. Not sure why. Strange hobbies. Yeah, also, if your pants are bulging for more than 6 hours, please seek medical attention. This is how we got here. It's just brew drink from plant. How are we doing on bedrooms for right now? 49. Got like half of the bedrooms I need, basically. Diagnosed with hammer pants. The word hammerhead now just hits different. That's a result of too much borax. There's so much borax in this fort right now. It's like not even funny. There we go. Almost everybody has what they need now, which is good. We've got one more dwarf that still needs a crossbow. But we're getting there. Like I said, it hits different. It's got so off topic. Yeah, we're still talking about breastplates. What are you talking about? Perfectly normal discussion of breastplates. All right. I think that there is enough boulders in this pile now. So I'm going to leave this one big. I'm going to shrink this one down. And some migrants have arrived. If you do not have a dwarf in this fort and would like a dwarf, say pick me. Also, hey, look, a frog. How you doing, Briox? Congrats. You used to be rich. I would give you this one, but I know that you like dwarves that are good at writing, and this dwarf is bad with words, so I'm going to give this to somebody else. Also, they have a pet goose, so this dwarf can't be trusted. Definitely a criminal. Holski, congratulations. You have a pet goose. Holski presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements and is stingy with resources when working on projects and refuses to expend any extra effort. Doesn't stick with things even if minor difficulties arise and is given to flights of fancy and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others and has a calm demeanor. Is easily moved by art, natural beauty, and does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, is brave in the face of imminent danger and has an active sense of humor. Tends to think before acting and is quick to anger and doesn't focus on material goods and needs alcohol to get through the working day. I think this dwarf may join the military. Personally doesn't think one way or another about leisure time. Yeah, no, I'm actually just going to let you go do whatever. Next up, probably Talon Artho. Talon Artho is often feels filled with joy, would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Finds humor in most situations, does not generally respond to emotional appeals, often acts with compassion, and is conflicted by this, and she sees these tendencies and impotent for the quest for power. She often feels discouraged, and she is a friendly individual. She is conflicted by her nature, since she would ideally prefer more strife in her life. She's not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Anyway, Sorry, there's times where just like brain stops working, and today's very much one of those days. She is trusting and she has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications and tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects and occasionally overindulges and generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she dreams of ruling the world. Well then, personally is disgusted by the idea of loyalty, believes that the acquisition and use of power over others is the ideal goal in life and worthy of the highest respect, and does not respect a society that is settled into harmony without debate and strife. And you worship the bud faith of vegetation. I'm just gonna hold up because we are currently in an ad break. Necromancer Queen in the making. I mean, that would be a very long-term fort, but possibly. Maybe Baron. Secret Elf. Cheerful, high kinesthetic sense. Disdains harmony, values power, 73 years old. Shark, you do not have a dwarf in this fort. It's your opportunity to become the queen. Queen or king. It's equal opportunities. Hates harmony, values power. Cheerful, brawler, good focus. No knowledge. Adequate poet. You know, poet who wants to rule the world, who's novice at lying and, like, kind of, you know? Adequate intimidator. Sorry, Izini. I think I'm making this person captain of the guard. Just because of the intimidator. This one's a doctor. Anna Both. Diagnoser, greedy. High social awareness, adequate marks dwarf. He presupposes success for any adventure requiring his skills, with what could be called blind overconfidence. And he tries to assert himself in the conversation, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. And he generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy. And he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, is curious and eager to learn. And he tends to consider what others think of him. He often feels envious of others and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible. Tends to not reveal personal information and begins to talk much more slowly when he's exasperated. When he's bored, he constantly rolls his eyes. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally dislikes cooperation and does not care about family one way or another. Adequate marks dwarf. Welcome to the fort. Bunch of donkeys and things. Oh, sorry, reindeers. They really like the reindeers here. I think this fort's Finnish. Next up be Sanye. She's driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Very different than Tilinartho. She presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements. She tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things, and she likes to take it easy. She sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. And she tries to do things correctly each time, and she has an active sense of humor, and she tends to not reveal any personal information. She likes a little excitement now and again. And she has an active imagination, though she has an active imagination. Or am I completely misreading this? Tends to presume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and she has an active sense of humor, not imagination. I see where I was getting there. Active sense of humor, and she tends to not reveal personal information. She likes a little excitement now and again, and she has an active imagination. Okay, she does. I was just skipping like 3 sentences. She is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself, and she tenses up when she's nervous, and she licks her lips when she's nervous, and she rarely speaks when she's angry. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and does not mind being outdoors, at least for a time. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Finds craftsmanship to be relatively worthless and considers craftsmanship to be... She sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless. Finds eloquence and artful speech off-putting and considers craftsmanship to be worthless. Oh, you don't like a lot of things. I can aesthetic sense. You know, I think this dwarf may end up in the military at some point, but not right now. Next up, ooh, a novice axe dwarf. Playing a D&D character like this? Hell yeah. This one is Juice, the name. Juice the name. Juice it up. This dwarf disdains the law, is anxious and creative. Always tense and jittery, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, is quite ambitious, and is stubborn. Often acts with compassion, tends to avoid any physical confrontations, works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess, and she is curious and eager to learn, often feels lustful, and tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And you're a member of the Fated Creed. And your novice fighting skills are going to put you into the military right away. Next up here, we've got a dwarf who's bad with words. Who's leisurely but zany. This dwarf is now lazy man. Lazy man. Finds something humorous in everything, no matter how serious or inappropriate. Is very slow to anger. Could be considered rude and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. Likes to take it easy and tends to avoid crowds. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture and has an active imagination. Generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy and doesn't seek out excitement and often feels discouraged. Is somewhat quarrelsome and is bothered by this since she values friendship. She doesn't hold on to grievances and tries to keep her things orderly. She often feels lustful and is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments and her hands jump all over the place when she's excited. She stiffens up when she's surprised and she needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great masterwork someday and personally doesn't really value skills related to fighting. And you worship the god with a really long name, which is the Gilded Faith. Waiting for this dwarf to move up a layer, but they refused. So thus, Shark Jumping Walrus. Hello, Devilish Potato. How are you? I'm all right. Is assertive and to the point of aggression, unwilling to let others get a word in edgewise when he has something to say. He does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He is an optimist, and he strongly prefers discussions of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Shark, remind me to put you into the library. Is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and has an active imagination. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind, and he has a noticeable lack of perseverance. He finds this troubling since he values the... He finds this troubling. I'm confused. Where was I? From himself, he has an active imagination. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. And he has a noticeable lack of perseverance, and he finds this troubling since he values perseverance. There we go. He occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand and can handle stress. Stares intently when he's thinking. He tenses up when he's nervous and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of falling in love. Oh, you poor baby. Personally thinks high romance is very important and in life and disregards tradition and respects perseverance and doesn't really value skills related to fighting. I was about to add you to the military, but I guess not. Wow. Sickly, low willpower, low stamina, impatient, proud, values stoicism. Oh boy. I almost don't want to name this dwarf because I'll feel bad for whoever gets it. Hi, Chromoise. I'm sorry. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth, tends to share his own experiences and thoughts with others, struggles against this tendency as he finds such open expression offensive. He does not go out of his way to help others, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence and is quite polite. Rarely happy or enthusiastic, he is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he prefers to present himself modestly. Generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally thinks it is the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain or even show emotion. He doesn't see cooperation as valuable, and I hate this dwarf. Sir, you're a problem. Bastet, you have no empathy. You're also an extravagant brawler who's shameless in private. Checks out, actually. She presents herself as extravagantly as possible, displaying a magnificent image to the world, and would never pass up a chance for a good fist fight. Generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concealing her actions. This dwarf is a professional wrestler. Anyway, is very polite and observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible and thinks she is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. Is moved by art and natural beauty, and she is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and she finds helping others emotionally rewarding, and she occasionally overindulges and can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Doesn't seek out excitement. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. The Rock. In order for a dwarf to become the Rock, they need to, like, have hundreds of kills, I think. Dreams of creating a great work of art and personally holds shrewd and crafty individuals to the lowest esteem. Values loyalty. I'm actually going to make this dwarf into my hammerer. No, I'm going to make this dwarf into my dungeon master, actually. Need to find her. She's probably at the bottom. Yep. She's the dungeon master. No empathy. All right, I think that's everybody. Well, I got prisons to work on. How's my squaddies doing? Well, at least they've got helmets now. That's good. Let's do copper breastplates and copper greaves. Good dungeon master is hard to find. Yeah. Okay, so since I now need a second space for the dungeon master, you can have this spot and a little open office plan over here. And let's see what we got. We got conglomerate, that'll work. Because I have a feeling we're going to start getting crimes pretty soon. I have this suspicion. I mean, Bonesaw is ready, right? So we haven't been attacked by the goblins yet, but they have sent snatchers. I've actually been playing pretty slowly this season because the dwarves have been demanding I build a lot of things, so a lot of the time today has actually been spent paused. But my kind of last thing I really need to get done today is I need to get, like, well, these prisons done, but I also need to get my metalworks industry proper, because currently it's not. Bonesaw's always ready? Well, that's good to know. Let's do 16 rock armor stands and 16 rock weapon racks. We'll just make those all out of rock salt. Yes, I named a dwarf after you, and you are the dungeon master. Shame that you missed that. It was a great read-along. crossbow dwarves are doing what they need to do, which is good. Assuming that... Yep, I need more tanned hides. Which basically means I need to eat more of my pets. Kind of miffed at the fact that the giant monkeys don't give more leather. Like, kind of really miffed, actually. All you think about is getting hammered? You just can't wait for it, Chromies. You're just sitting here going, my head is ready. Got my hard hat and everything. And then another thing that I need to do is I need to get all of this lignite into a stockpile. Because there's quite a lot of it. Like, basically everywhere I'm digging right now is hitting lignite, which means when I start to run out again, I can just, you know, go mine more, which is actually kind of nice. Okay, so we're going to make a office right here. Actually, no, before I do that, do I even have ropes and chains right now? No. Okay, so let's do bars. Silver chains, I think, chat, right? Silver chain. Let's do 10. I also sneakily stood up. Which allows me to stretch easier. Also, welcome back, Lanix. Ow. You know, it's kind of wild that we're into February already. I don't know. This last year went pretty quick in my brain, except for the parts that went way too slowly. And so far this year's already going pretty quick. Like, I feel like it's still January. But, like, it's really weird when I go outside because of how warm it is because of all of these atmospheric rivers or whatever the heck they call them now. What are happening? Yeah, it's February. It's something. Let's go down to, or go up to the mayor's room, or the mayor's office, which is 2 layers up. There we go. Mayor's slightly happier. Welcome back, Elfie. Okay, so this is going to be a small office right here. And this is going to be dedicated to the captain of the guard, who's Tellan Artho. This is going to be a dining room right here. That's going to be a bedroom, also Tellan Arthos. This is going to be a dining room. So this can be Tellan. This can also be for Tellan. Over here, this will be for Bastet. this up here can also be for Bastet. Also, sorry, Alfie, but I didn't even realize that you'd left. Yeah, it's been a pretty normal day of messing around on the experimental branch. Nothing too out of the ordinary, aside from some UIs moved around. Which is, you know, always nice. Not going to complain about UI changing places. And this can be Bastet's bedroom. And that's Bastet's. Okay, so they... Wait, what? Oh. I assigned Bastet to the wrong dining room. There we go. How did I manage this? How is this the same zone? How did I do that? Apparently okay. I thought I set them as multi, but I guess I didn't. Okay. There we go. They're all getting there. I thought I did, but clearly I didn't. Make these all out of featherwood. I'm still waiting for a forgotten beast. It's not good nor bad. Necromancers are just immortal dwarves that have weird hobbies. So is it like bad for your faction? No, it's generally fine. Although usually the goals of a necromancer are going to be a lot more violent than the goals of a non-necromancer, so it probably means that your faction's going to start more wars for no reason. Because generally, in the during the process of becoming a necromancer, they become criminals. So they probably are more angry than a non-necromancer, but is it a bad thing? Not necessarily. Okay, let's shrink this down a bit. And get more boulders moved down to here. Then the next thing I need to do is I need to move my smithing operation, which is right here. The question is, where do I put it? Do you have a Necromancer King? Oh, that's kind of cool. It's so to give you an idea, Necromancers are supposed to be a lot harder to find. They've been like very, very, very common for a while now, which isn't necessarily a bad thing. They're just way more common than they were initially intended to be right now, which, like I said, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, that's funny. I've accidentally destroyed this this bridge by accident. Huh. Let's just build a little bridge across this and deconstruct this so that it can flow down again. You don't know why you have the audio off tag? You can disable it by clicking on the little chat identity button, which is right next to send a message in the chat. Oh, our goose is still there. I'm gonna throw a couple more dwarves into the military, I think. That have decent fighting stats. Because I think I have enough gear for them. we do. And simply put, we're going to need to have a full military pretty soon. Because who knows when we're going to start getting attacked. Let's go for copper gauntlets. You find a lot. You just must have a world generated where necromancy is really common. Yeah, they're not supposed to visit, right? Because they're supposed. Their goals should basically be to become Bond villains, not to like be friendly community members. If that makes any sense. Like their goals are supposed to be evil, do evil things. But because, there we go. But because they currently visit way too much and do a lot of things they're not necessarily supposed to be doing. Did I just see okay. What? Oh, it's a fairy. I thought I saw a fish falling from up here and I was like, Anyway, yeah, they're not supposed to be, like, as commonly findable, I suppose. Let's make some meals. I don't know if I've fixed the... Just do 200. Let's go to the kitchen screen. Fancy new kitchen screen. And say veggies and fruit. Don't cook plump helmets, please, but I will let them cook plump helmet wine. Okay, we'll leave those as is. Let you cook plump. Actually, no, not quite yet. If we ever end up with like a massive surplus, then yeah. Anything I don't want you cooking? Not really. Holy shit, I have a lot of goose eggs. Oh, tallow, that's what I want them not cooking. Although maybe I should cook. Maybe I should. We'll let them cook it for right now. One's got a legendary necromancer armor smith. That's pretty cool. Yeah, sounds like Dwarf Fortress to me. There's a few dwarves left all storing items in stockpiles, and vast majority of the boulders are gone, meaning likely almost every boulder in the fort is right here, which is what I wanted. Which means I can now shrink down the size of the stockpile down to almost nothing as I'm making it bigger. Big old stack right there, which is great. And let's make a couple more spots for workshops. Except I'm going to put down another mason shop and also craft store shop. So I can make rock pots quicker. Because I need rock pots. Yeah, I mean, like I said, necromancers are literally just perfectly normal dwarves with weird hobbies. They're not going to act much different to any other dwarf, except if you actively attack them and there happens to be a dead body in the vicinity, they will make that dead body into an undead body. That is how they differ from normal dwarf activity. Is they are very, 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 very perfectly normal dwarves, aside from the fact that they have questionable hobbies and a weird desire for bodies. Dead ones, so that they can make them undead. And that's about it. Aside from that, they're very normal dwarves. What madness is this? Oh, don't dig any deeper. You'll... If you think that's madness. If you think that's madness, don't dig any deeper. You gotta remember, like this was a freeware, like, crowdfunded hobby project for, like, the better part of half a decade. Or better part of a decade and a half, sorry. And then spook the necromancer. I mean, certainly, if that is what your goals are. At some point, I need to like lock Tarn in a Zoom call and get him to like narrate a brief history of Bay 12, and I'll make a video. And then finally we'll have a video like that that isn't made by some nincompoop who's just reading the Wikipedia page. Because there's so many of them. Although, honestly, I don't think Dwarf Fortress is, like, the biggest crime against programming. The biggest crime against programming that I know of is WarSim, because it's, like, 800,000 lines of code in one file. Like, it's literally, like, a single text file is the entire game. Which, coincidentally, makes it really, really easy to mod, but, like, also really, really easy to break. You need to have a necromancer you can view your legendary warrior body pile. I really like the way these waterfalls ended up turning out. Like, they look so nice. Like, they're not perfect, but at the very least, they look really pretty, you know? See how many make blocks orders we have left. Let's pump that back up to 1,000. At it. So chat, what have you guys been playing recently? I know like a couple weeks ago everybody was playing Pal World. I'm just assuming you guys are all very deep in Suicide Squad right now. A game that's better than people expected it to be, but still somehow kind of bad. Dwarf Fortress? Weird. What's that? Never heard of it. Enshrouded and Dark and Darker. I've heard that Homeworld 3 demo is pretty good. Powwow. Gotcha. Yep. Factorio this month? Oh boy. Rest in peace, your brain. BF3? Did Battlefield 3 have a campaign? Unless there's a different BF3. Skies of Arcadia Legends, okay. Blood? What's BLUD? Blood. Blood? BF3 and BG3 are very different things, yeah. It's a Biv inscription. Eh. I mean, Pony Island 2 is coming soon, right? Soon-ish. I'm playing that new Star Sector update. Yeah, somebody mentioned that on my Discord. Star Sector is one of those games that I'm personally just kind of surprised isn't on Steam yet. I know that it's, like, weird of me to assume that games should just, like, come out on Steam when I shouldn't assume that, but... Where'd you get the oxygen, then, if it's not included? You're inspired to play Quest for Glory series again? I have no idea what that is, but... You want to finally play 5? What is Quest for Glory? Never heard of this. A force that is dark and vile has arrived and is seeking a parley! Trolls? Trolls? No? Grr. Mild unamusement and minor disappointment. It's a Sierra game? Huh. Like King's Quest, but with... Okay, I'm familiar with King's Quest. I'm not very well-versed in the Sierra games. Alright, so... Chat room, first off, can I get a big Vile Force of Darkness? And this is the perfect opportunity for me to remind everybody that if you would like to be a true vile force of darkness, you could go to my merch store right now and from there pick up a Vile Force of mug, which is a glorious mug that some people do in fact own and people have purchased in the past. So if you would like to join the Vile Darkness Forces and purchase yourself a mug, you can do that from my merch store right here. It's a weird price because that's the Canadian dollars, but like it's about $15 for this mug. It's a very, very good mug. I do recommend it as it directly gives me money when it is sent to people. Anyway, it just seemed like a good ad spot for an ad read. But anyway, we're gonna maybe not deny this just yet. But what I am gonna do is I'm gonna go to this. I'm gonna grab this. I'm gonna click this and this and this. Let's see if stuff works, chat, shall we? Everybody's assigned. Hopefully they don't murder my goose. We're gonna get the front door shut. Thanks for the $5, gnocchis. Thing is shut. Is it science time? What kind of science? They haven't sent me trolls, if that's what you're asking. It is free armor time courtesy of the goblins, though. Wow, this goblin's got a family. Oh shit, you're a snatcher? Dude's moved around a lot. Is a member of the Bronze Scorpion. I love finding random goblins with family. Do you have family that's with you here? It would be great. Oh man, I was kind of hoping it would be like related to the one goblin in this fort. Oh, you're married? Okay. I've always wanted to just like spider sweats. I don't want to know anything about spider sweats or spider sweatpants. Goblin criminal, man. Hold on. You worship a force? That's interesting. How does a goblin end up worshipping a force? I've killed 2 goblins before, Bax and Snang. A spouse named Snowdub Drool Hexes. Vault Terror, good name. Spider Sweat is a witch's brew ingredient? Oh, probably, yes, actually. That would check out. So they did demand a parlay, but they haven't actually sent that big of a siege. This is only the first siege, though, which gives me great hope about the future sieges. Okay, so I have to go down here and claim the ammo. Which means they should run down here and then run out this way. Here they come. See how they're doing for ammo. They should be good. All of them except for the one that doesn't have a quiver. Well, this is going to sort out the non-quiver problem. The ones that still need ammo are going to run up there and grab ammo. Excellent, excellent. All right, so the Mark dwarves are going to fight. And then the melee dwarves are going to finish them off. All right. Chat, let me know. What do you think the death count for this fight's going to be? What do you think that the death count for this fight is going to be? And then goblins took it back over and a bunch of elf goblin interweaving? Probably, yeah. So Mebzith, this is this person's cat. Kitty is blissful after a bath. And are you interacting with a pet? Please tell me you're interacting with a pet. Aw, nothing about a pet. Well, it's time to see how effective Mark dwarves are once again. Oh, hello. Devil Dawn has gifted a Vile Force of Mug to the Twitch chat. If you would like to win a Vile Force of Mug, by the way, that's my first sale this month, so thank you. If you would like to win a Vile Force of Mug, right now you can do that by typing an ! Enter in the Twitch chat. This does not, however, work for the YouTube chat, so just the Twitch chat. Twitch chat exclusive, even. Doesn't matter if you're subscribed or if you follow, you can just type an ! Enter. Right, the bolts should start flying pretty soon. Goblins moving forward. Bolts begin flying. This is also very good because this is extremely good for what's it called? Training. This is 7 times as effective as training against a target, considering fires it and he dodges it. However, this goblin is nauseous, meaning he probably did get hit by something. In fact, got hit by a silver bolt in the lower body, which tore the muscles through the guts. Ugh! 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 He's got a bolt in his gut. More bolts are flying out. The goblins are bleeding, and some of them are immediately running away. One of them bled out in the front. Up here, Zalak, this goblin criminal, got hit with a silver bolt in the upper leg, chipping the bone through the iron mail shirt. The goblin criminal says, "Death is all around us. It's truly horrifying." Well, not all around us, mostly just Stozu here. How about you? This goblin is seriously injured after getting shot with a silver bolt in the lower body, which tears the muscle. And one of them falls into the river. Excellent. More bolts continue to fly, and bits and pieces are smashing into the goblins. What I should do is actually I should cover this with drawbridges so I can pull a lever and like put a thing to stand on there. Nero Keys has won the mug. What's the link to my store? Exclamation point merch. Yeah, it's a merch command to get into the store. Dwarves are continuing to fire. A lot of these goblins are criminals. Are very much cowards. The Marks dwarves are continuing to shoot. And let's see if I can use a kill order. Let's find out, see if this works. It does not work. Kill orders do not work, at least not in the version I'm currently playing. And there's, oh, hey, the goblin who fell into the water didn't drown. In fact, the goblin who fell into the water is currently... her neck is torn open. She got hit in the head, but the bolt was deflected by a copper helm. Another bolt just hit her, actually. Somebody just fired a bolt at her. Where did they go? Did they go to the top? But another bolt was just launched at her from somewhere. Let's see if we can catch her off. As she's climbing. Made it to the upper layers and is moving up. It's terrified while in conflict. Oh, hey, traders have arrived. Cool. Runs up. Is now dueling with Aerith, the Marks dwarf, who is probably leading the charge to get out ahead of this. Oh, geez, I didn't realize that I'm actually making them go the long way. Because they have to go through the bottom here. Oh, boy. Oh boy, Aerith, you may be about to be in trouble. Although Aerith was the one who... No, that was Inga's, not Aerith. I say Aerith was the one who made friends with the goblin. A new giveaway has been is being gifted. Another Vile Force of Mug is being gifted by Garrison. Could I get a... what's the word? Another round of enters, if you would like a chance to win a mug. Where are you? Stunned. Bleeding, in pain. This goblin may be turning themselves into one of the most wanted goblins in society, because Vakar the Marks dwarf also collides with it and is also flying to pieces. Come on, why are my dwarves in armor so slow? The rest of the dwarves show up, including Giant Kitty Cat, and Goblin falls over. Please tell me Giant Kitty got the kill. God damn it, Kitty didn't get the kill. Who got the kill though? Juice? Did you get it? No, did you get it? Yeah, it was Onul, the militia commander, with 3 notable kills, and that being one of them. Oh god, that's an image I don't know if I want to see. Alfie. Should send that to Oba, though, because apparently he's a fan. So what's the total death count? 2 more? Brahms, congratulations, you've won a mug. Thanks, chat, for the giveaways. Appreciate you guys. Not that many, actually, as far as death goes. I've definitely had way worse. I think this might actually hit the aquifer, so. And I want them to be buried. I don't want them to sleep with the fish. Uh-oh. Sorry, one of my spear dwarfs was found dead, drowned. I don't even know how that happened. What's above this? All right, yeah, no idea on that. That'll drown, that'll, what's the word? It'll freeze pretty soon so I can dig the body out. Yeah, I have no idea how that happened. Although, I think the population dropped more just now. You're unconscious? What? Oh, you're sleeping. Okay, I was like, what happened to you? It's not bad. I mean, we get some free bolts, which is good. You broke your favorite coffee mug? Well, now you have another one to break. Opportunity for diplomacy with the mountain gnome. We ask for anvils and iron. Yeah, no, I mean, it kind of helps that, like, the goblins don't show the type of armor that they're wearing on the surface. But they were only really wearing leather armor, which is pretty easy to just shred. There are no merchants trading right now. What? Oh. Oh, no trading. Chat room, the merchants did a smart. There's a bridge right there, guys. You can't tell me that's my fault. They can't blame me for that. I mean, they can and they will. They can't blame me for that. That's not a legitimate... Is that goblins and humans show up with leather, but cavern dwellers show up with steel? My headcanon is that the cavern dwellers extort the goblins for items to stop attacking them with their overwhelming numbers. That's my headcanon. I mean, you can take it or leave it. Which kind of makes like a degree of sense, I would say. Wiz the God! Congratulations. You too have won a Vile Force of Mug. Just click on that redeem link and go redeem your mug. And thanks, chat, to everybody who's giving away mugs. You guys are fun. This stuff never gets old. Is there another one, or did I miss one? I think that's all of them. Yeah, Neurokeys did the last one. So I think they're all over now. But thank you. Thanks a lot, chat. It's so cool. I mean, there's certainly worse silly novelty items you could own. And Cooler's art's great, so, you know. You're supporting independent Canadian business. Sounds weird to say. Although I am, you know, an independent contractor working for Amazon, so it's as independent as that, I suppose. You should grab a picture of your mug pile. The fact that you say pile makes me concerned. It's like, it's just a, like, you know, because I've sold like 400 of those Vile Forces of mugs in like the last year and a bit. And there's just like this image in my brain of like, what if somehow Darius has ended up with every single one of them? Every single one of the 400, not like one of each of the mugs. It's like, did you just like impersonate 200 people and buy every single one of those mugs? Because, Jesus. right, so let's see. Who are we at war with now? Oh, interesting. Oh, that probably is why there's forces. It's because the goblins have taken over a bunch of forests retreat. I'm going to send my dwarves to go explore this Ram Glacier place, which is just a abandoned fort. I'm sending them off to go do that just to hopefully give them some skills related to attacking things. Also, I've got a piece of livestock who's starving to death, so let's put you up here. I did also accidentally just add a monkey to this, but I can move them. Monkey. Are they tame? I can't tell. Their names are too long. Oh yeah, all the young giant monkeys are tame. From the looks of things. Cool. Big kitty? Yes. We have big kitty and big monkeys. And also a stray boar. Turns out. All right, so I need to figure out where I'm going to put the metal industry. Okay, so originally I was going to put the metal industry directly underneath this waterfall. I think I'm going to put the metal industry directly above the waterfall, actually. I think that's how I'm going to do this. What do you think, chat? I think directly behind the waterfall, like right here, is going to be metal industry. Because I think that's just going to look too nice. I do it that way. But first I'm going to get down to your level, chat. But first I have to grow really tall in order to do that. Oh, my back just popped in like 18 places. Mug pile on Discord. Is this a photo I can show on stream? Oh wow, that is quite the pile. You might have the most complete mug collection. Just period. That is a lot of mugs. I have a question. Which one gets used the most? You know what? You know what's actually funny? You have more mugs than the Kit Fox office. You gave one away too. Oh boy. Huh. Because like the Kit Fox off, like, because I sent them 6 mugs for Christmas for the holidays. Like I was like, do you guys have any office mugs? And then their community manager's like, yeah, just like a pile of random things. I was like, well, bang, here you go. Here's just like a bunch of gift links for mugs. And please give me adventure mode early. Anyway, was like kind of how that conversation went. Basically, what I'm suggesting is I've bribed Kit Fox with mugs. I love how we've got an angry whale up here, and now we've got like whatever this is. You were not using that monitor for the stream. Well, you just needed the background, right? I mean, I respect it. What's up, baby Blueford? They got mugged. Yep, pretty heavily. It's a big-lipped Pac-Man. I think like a weird-shaped dog, but currently mining out bedrooms up here. No convicts just yet. But what I do need to do is I need to go down here and I need to make more bedrooms. It's a dinosaur taking a chunk of, I mean, or it's a dinosaur puking. Depends on how nice you want to be. So speaking of how nice you want to be, chat, I went to the pub this weekend, which I don't generally do, but I was chatting with the bartender and I was drinking a beer that I haven't had in a while. He asked me what it tastes like because he'd never had it. And it's a beer called Four Winds Saison, so it's a Saison beer. And I was like, well, I got two different descriptions for it. He goes, okay. I'm like, I can be flattering and pretentious, or I could tell you what most people would come to as a conclusion. And he goes, okay, give me the flattering version. I'm like, well, it's floral. It's got like a hit of fruit. It's very light and fragrant, very enjoyable kind of like aftertaste on the finish. And he goes, okay, so what's the unflattering version? I'm like, moldy socks. And then he tried it a little later. He's like, you know, I don't think I can ever drink this beer again. That's disgusting. Like, this is genuinely a beer that I really like. Never, like, ask for the bad version of a description of a beer from me if it's a beer you like. Moldy socks, yes. Fermented athlete's foot. Mm-hmm. All taste like spoiled beer to you, not spoiled wine. My mom says they taste like spoiled wine. Although it depends on the sour. There are a few sours my mom likes. There's just a goose in this hallway for some reason. Yeah, I love this beer. This is a beer I very much enjoy. Yep. It's one of my favorites, actually. I don't know what put me on that tangent, but that moment just popped back in my brain for some reason, so I figured I'd share.
Thanks for the good times, blind in chat. Crypt
Happy to help.
beer.
Let me know if you need me to ruin a beer for you. Okay, so now we're going to do dungeons all the way across. So let's see, how are we doing on chains? Chat, am I crazy, or is the number of chains needed supposed to be on this screen? It's supposed to be on one of these. I think it's this one. What's up, Laura? I think it's supposed to be on this one. True, Stone, yeah. Well, found a bug. And I got a thing to look at. Not 70 colors. Well, thanks for the zips, for the zip folder. Cooler. Appreciate you. I mean, I was kind of exaggerating. I just need, like, you know, the normals. The usual lists of color variations. Although I'm not going to be using those until Premium Adventure's out, so I'm not going to get much use until, well, for a little bit still, but. So this dwarf ended up, like, right here. The one that fell. Also got to go down here. They got all these. And it's time for us to dig out some tombs. Please tell you which one of the ones in there you like. Hold on. I haven't downloaded it yet, so. Apparently Discord is blocked by my browser guard. Cool. Press again. Uh-oh, that seems not good. Do not block Discord again. It's the third time? Continue. So Malwarebytes has decided to not let me download things from discord.app. Section of cavern has collapsed. That's mildly concerning. Nobody died though, I don't think. Yeah, Malwarebytes has decided that Discord is evil. I will try downloading that later. Actually, here, let's try it this way. Let's try downloading it with Firefox. There we go. That did it. Those look nice. I mean, this is just the first one I opened, but adventure mode VOD thumbnails. It's nice. It's normal Discord is evil Discord. Is there any so do you want me to go through all of them, Cooler, and then tell you specifically which ones I like, or because Windows 10, why do you suck? Sorry, Windows 11, why do you suck? It's all the same. Let's go here, stream everything, thumbnails, new tab, all these, copy to there. I've put them all into my thumbnails thing. Let's go through. Nice. Oops, wrong direction. Why is it like not giving me what I actually have open? Ah, I see. There we go. This is how we're gonna, you know. I would almost say change the color of the hilt of the sword to like match these, but that's a lot of work for you. But it's just different text colors, right? Thumbnail templates. But honestly, I'm happy with them as is. I don't need any changes made. I do need to make coffins though. Adventure mode, yes. They say adventure, okay? I realize my face is covering a chunk of it. Wondering why that dwarf was moving so slowly. No, the were creatures are still in their individual rooms. I've been busy, to put it simply. Things kind of got a little hot. We just got a siege. I had a lot of different workshops and things I needed to make in a very quick, short period turnaround time. So it's been busy for the last couple minutes, but also, you know, we just had a siege and some dwarves died. I had to name a bunch of dwarves, then I had to name a bunch more dwarves, and then I got distracted. And it's not the biggest priority, but we will get them out of the hospital eventually. You know, also, like, there's a dwarf's dead body right here. Stuff like that, you know? Good things. This dwarf, see? Cool ball. It is kind of nice that, you know, when the winter hits, you can just, like, go down here and just, like, you know, dig out the whole thing. And get a bunch of free stuff, like when the traders decide to go full stupid and fall down the waterfall. It's great. I can just go here and collect the goodies that they unfortunately were dumb enough to leave there. 'Cause, 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 Free stuff equals free? Sure. Yeah. To a degree. You forgot that the trader's stuff would be at the bottom of the waterfall? Naturally. I mean, they fell down it. Some more migrants have arrived. Would anybody like a dwarf, chat? Got a high master. Poor memory. Wish that said poor empathy. Frail and not musical. So this first dwarf, Ton, is going to be Monticore. Monticore disdains even the best advice and associates and family, relying strictly on his own counsel, is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings and tends to reveal personal information. Though he is conflicted by this information, though he is conflicted by this, as he dislikes that sort of concealment. In the abstract, he enjoys the company of others and does not often experience strong cravings or urges. He is troubled by this because he values such powerful forces in life. He is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and he can be very humble, and he doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. He is quite polite, and he is a greedy streak, and he tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, tends to be swayed by the emotions of others, and exhales sharply when he gets angry, and he talks very quietly when he's angry. He needs alcohol to get through the working day and dreams of creating a great work of art. He personally sees concealment of emotions as a betrayal and tries to bet his best to never associate with such secretive fools. Literally, I can't tell you nothing. Finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff, and sees guile and cunning as indirect and somewhat worthless, and values honesty and values good craftsmanship. And he's an adequate mechanic and a high master furnace op. Next up, we got Idun. Idun's Sazir is now Ranger Rick. Ranger Rick is private, unassertive, and disdains artwork. Frail and not musical, she has a strong tendency towards privacy, only rarely tries to assert herself in a conversation. She generally is unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning her actions. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions and has an active imagination. She doesn't focus on material goods and is curious and eager to learn and tends to be a bit stubborn in changing her mind about things. And she has a sense of duty. She's quite ambitious. She was generally quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures, and she likes to take it easy. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. I'm going to go turn off the light above my closet dirt so that my closet dirt doesn't get dry. Also, I have plants that think it's early spring now, and I don't want them to, get fucking 14 hours of sunlight. So hold on a second. All right. Stone pots aren't that heavy. So this dwarf has a strong tendency towards privacy, only rarely tries to assert herself in conversation, blah, 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 blah. Already read that. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. Personally has a great deal of respect for worthy craftsmanship and finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff. Finds artwork boring and dreams of mastering a crafting work someday. And is a member of the cult of ghosts and the dutiful boulders. I don't find glazing to be that tedious. When it comes to tedious things in Dwarf Fortress, I don't think glazing is particularly tedious, but this next dwarf here is B.K. Nord. Chat, do you think glazing in Dwarf Fortress is tedious? Forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others. I find it like less steps than making steel. Is very impolite and inconsiderate of property, has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and doesn't tend to hold on to grievances, likes to brawl, and is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from herself. Often feels lustful and inhales sharply when she's angry, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Never done glazing? Not particularly. Yeah, I don't know. I've never found it to be particularly tedious. Have we been raided by any goblins yet? Yes, but it was a pretty small siege, so second siege would be when they would bring creatures. Personally, strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best, and dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. And is a high master armor smith. Ooh, kinesthetic sense. Hold on, what do you... You know, I think Kaynord actually is going to join the military. You're going to join the military. Next up is a soap maker. I think the pottery industry in this game is fantastic. It's certainly better than the like beekeeping industry. Mackodarkfyre. Mako Darkfire is confident under pressure, can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, is not driven, and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. Has a greedy streak and could be considered rude, doesn't seek out excitement, and doesn't often feel envious of others. Is given to flights of fancy, and she doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She isn't particularly interested in what others think of her, and asserts herself when she starts talking to herself when she becomes exasperated and she needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally values good craftsmanship and sees merrymaking as a waste. Impatient and weak, resilient, overcautious, and not ambitious. I would describe myself as overcautious sometimes. Aliastra, thank you very much for the raid. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Not too many, though, because you might drown them. But, welcome, raiders. Hello. Welcome to stream. What are we up to today? This is a talented leather worker. This talented leather worker is going to be... that's pretty much everybody. We'll give this to the raiders then. Aliastra is a talented leatherworker and is gripped by crippling shyness. Presupposes success in any venture requiring his skills, with what could be called blind overconfidence. Is very ambitious and always looking for a way to better his situation. Cracks easily under pressure and has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and likes to brawl. Is assertive and doesn't focus on material goods. Is stubborn and has little interest in joking around. Finds obligations confining, though he's conflicted by this for more than one reason. Acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a certain stare when he's annoyed. Needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday. What's up? Welcome to stream, raiders. Hope you guys are up to something fun. It seems to be more or less the end of it. Maybe not. Let's go over to YouTube. Black Gruel. Prue, got it. He's very quick to anger and tends to hang on to grievances. Does not easily fall into love and rarely develops positive feelings. Has a calm demeanor and has an active imagination. Isn't particularly ambitious. Occasionally can lose focus on the matter at hand. Tends to make a small mess with her own possessions. Often feels envious of others and can handle stress. Tends to avoid any physical confrontations and works to square this natural tendency with her respective martial prowess. Personally, prefers that everyone lives harmoniously as possible. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and does not often experience strong cravings or urges, and stomps her feet repeatedly when she's angry, needs alcohol to get through the working day, dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally has a negative view of those who exercise power over others, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and does not care about fairness. And apparently you're... What? How did you see Atul die? What? Huh. Atul died on the other end of the map, and the body's already been removed. All right, that's odd. But I said Prue gets a dwarf, so here, you can have this one. Prue, you are a metalsmith. He has an overinflated sense of self-worth and doesn't handle stress well. Is quite comfortable with others that have a different appearance or culture, and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. Map edge bug? Maybe. Grievances and does not Tends to hang under grievances and doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him. He has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, talks to himself when he's thinking, and cackles when he's nervous, always points at others when greeting them, needs alcohol to get through the working day, and does not mind being outdoors at least for a time. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, personally would have the world operate in complete harmony without the least bit of strife or disorder. Finds the pursuit of knowledge to be a waste of effort, and prefers a noisy, bustling life to boring days without activity. And sees sacrifice as wasteful and foolish, and doesn't particularly value loyalty. Is this modded? Nope. I have vanilla. Was I full screen that whole time? Or did I hit the wrong button? I think I might have just briefly hit the wrong button. It was normal. Okay, so I just briefly hit the wrong button then. I can't actually see OBS unless I look directly at it, so... Even though it's up on a monitor right there, it's just out of my line of sight because I don't have much. No, that's just because they are clearing out the trade caravan that fell down here. That's partially what they were doing. And also cleaning out the bits and pieces left over from this dwarf, who died, which is very unfortunate. There we go. So that gives me 9 more tombs. And get those bodies over into there. It looked intentional. Well, I can tell you for a fact, it wasn't intentional. But, cool. I'll take it. Forget that I said it wasn't intentional. It was very much intentional. I 100% did that intentionally. I am good at my job. That's all. Let's just do conglomerate blocks all the way up to here. Because it'll match the wall. You inherited an old man cat. He just took a last tour of the house and found a nice quiet spot to go. Gave him a space heater and a full towel. How old is this cat? My parents' cat is 22 and has dementia. If you stand in a particular corner of the house, he decides it's time to eat, regardless of like when he was last fed. So if you stand by the side door of my parents' house, he, regardless of where he is in the house, he gets up and just kind of limps over to you. Just goes, meh. Feed. Sustenance. It's literally a running joke in my family now that cat's immortal. Just showing the signs. Gotcha. Okay. So, like, somewhere between 8 years old and 17 is like an old cat to me. I keep using too much of this conglomerate flooring. Oh boy. Hold on. Am I out of blocks? I think I might be out of blocks, chat. Oh boy. Well. It's not really a problem I thought I would have today, but I'm out of boulders. Sorry, I'm not out of blocks. I'm out of boulders. I may just start digging out this area down here. That or just start mass digging out this area. Yeah, you know what? Let's do that. Let's just... Graves will go on this side. And I'll just start digging out this area. And hopefully we get more lignite while we're at it. How? I'm also out of tanned hide, but that's a different problem. But yeah, no, I am out of boulders. All I have left is lignite. Even got my Aussie Shepherd to place... Oh, play nice. Okay. Place nice. I was trying to figure out what place nice meant. But that's good. Glad you're keeping that senior citizen happy, though, regardless. I like old cats. Old cats are like a special kind of crotchety that not a lot of animals get. Like, my parents' cat literally acts retired. It is very funny. Although we've joked that he's been in a kitty cat retirement home for a very long time because, like, he lives with my parents, right? And he grew up and spent the majority of his young life in the country on almost 10 acres of property, but realistically probably closer to 30 because he had free reign of the entire area. The entire surrounding general vicinity of where I grew up, he had free reign. And because of that, he, had a couple near misses, like almost died a few times, normal cat things, right? And now he's just basically just takes breaks all day, doesn't really do much, like is super cautious, barely goes outside. He'll like flop himself down on the carpet. He'll flop outside in the sun and sit in the sun. And that's about like a busy day for him. And it's just kind of funny. It's like, wow, you've calmed down so much. And then every now and again, like he'll get outside and like somehow manage to kill a rat. Like he'll just bring home like a giant beefy dead rat. It's like, how did you do that? Like, dude still got it after all these years. That crazy cat still got it. Oh yeah, no, and old cats have like a certain level of tolerance before touch me again and you die. Honestly, it's sort of like me. It's like I have a certain level of tolerance before say that to me again and you get shot into space. You head to bed, Gazoom. We'll see you later. I'm just gonna probably only be playing this for the next little bit. I might also be done with Creature Keepers because, frankly, I was recording Creature Keepers yesterday for the video that I put up this morning, and I'm gonna be generous and say I couldn't keep it above 10 frames a second. Like that fort's map is huge. It's got tons of birds that keep spawning. That combined with all the hell stuff, it's like, oh boy. Past bedtime for you. We'll see you later. You as well. Here's hoping on the next siege we get trolls. Because we got a normal siege too, or its first siege. Let's also put these geese in here. Oh shit. I may have actually just like unassigned this goose from the surface. Yes, I did. What, for the cat who's still alive? Or like you're pre-planning on how you're gonna bury the cat? I mean, I don't know if I would do that, but... What's up, Knots? Weather Mountains? Yeah. Hopeless Run's going well. The current quest is to irritate goblins and see their fun invader friends, because they're supposed to invade with monsters, air quotes. Mostly trolls, but sometimes other things. And this, ever since Premium launched, that has been bugged. So the current like beta branch patch that I'm playing on is supposed to have that fixed. But I'll believe it when I see it. I certainly haven't seen it yet. What rock is that in the rooms? For which floor? This stuff? This is borax, and then that's rock salt. This is conglomerates and more borax. It's mostly borax, which I still think sounds like it's some sort of intestinal medicine. I'm gonna make the elves real happy too. Blue? I guess it's kind of a blue. I've been thinking of it more as gray. I think I like it more now that you say it looks like blue. BLT, I'll take 2. Extra T, easy on the B, but still give me B. You know what I mean? But extra T. I like things leafy. Years ago, there used to be a regular in this chat who would like very frequently go off to Jimmy John's and had like this like routine of being like, guys, I'm going to Jimmy John's. Anybody want anything? And everybody in chat would just like place orders, and then he would just leave and then come back and be like, all right, everybody, I got all your orders. Like, just pop over. It was like this like running bit that he would do almost every day. Because he had a Jimmy John's beneath where he lived. I haven't seen that guy in ages. I wonder what he's up to. It's like one of the weird parts about doing this job is like, you'll have people that'll become super frequent regulars, and then you won't see them for like multiple years, and then suddenly they'll come back and be regulars again. It's kind of, or like never come back, and I'll just be sitting there like, I hope they're not dead. And then I'll see them randomly in a different chat room and be like, whew, still alive. Is my embark wagon still there? Oh yeah, no, I'm not going to destroy it. Although if anything topples it, it's war. I don't know, I haven't seen Jimmy John's guy since like 2018, so. What did I do before being a streamer? Worked at McDonald's? Like, when you say that, it sounds like you're assuming that I had some sort of career before I did this. What am I trying to do with goblins? Stab them with pointy sticks. Sure, yeah. I kicked ass and chewed bubblegum, definitely. No, I was a hobbyist streamer for years, like a very, very, very long time. I streamed primarily like modded old PC games, and it was purely like a, oh, geez. What do you need? I thought that you might have grabbed everything you needed by this point. So cloth, rough, or cut gems, okay. Rough gems, all right. Do I have rough gems? I might not. Tanned hides. Ooh. Bars, okay. Okay, I've got cut gems. Do I have rough gems? 22 rough gems. Okay, do I have... I do, in fact, have quite a bit of various different silk cloths. You know, oddly enough, I think literally just digging through these extra tiles here might actually be enough to like satisfy this mood. Just gonna chuck a couple extra dwarves into the miners. I'm also going to move this to only selected do this. Also going to do something I almost never do. I put metalsmithing under a particular role. Oh, also one of the changes in this next update, which isn't out yet, is you can go and edit the default ones. So I could go into planters and be like, oh, by the way, planters, I now actually want you to, I don't know, they do butchery and farming. Let's also get them to do tanning as well. You know, I can just add other things to this, which is kind of neat. I'll take a brownie. Maybe like a small one. Being out of tanned hides. Oh yeah, no, I know I'm out of tanned hides because I've been making leather armor for my squads. But currently I'm not making as much leather armor. Although I think we're still making leggings, which I can stop doing. And also stop making quivers. But in order to make tanned hides, I'm going to slaughter a reindeer cow and a reindeer bull. Equal opportunities. Also, Gesm wants you to post beer chat. You want a Wonka bar so bad? I don't think we have those in Canada. Like, I'm being serious here. I don't think I've ever heard of a Wonka bar before. Oh, apparently Putnam found the issue. Putnam found the issue making it so that you can't see the number of needed chains in any of these screens. I know it's supposed to be in one of these screens, and it's not in any of these screens for some reason. Made you think of edibles? I think that's kind of the point, which is why they specifically stated normal ones. I'll have you know that the vast majority of the brownies I make are normal. Like, 100% guarantee you does not, in fact, have drugs in it. This reminds me of the Normal Club, which is a thing that Hobo used to be a part of. Like an acronym for a weed advocacy university group. Also, Nox, thank you very much. Or Nox Street, or however you're supposed to say that. Thanks for the Prime subscription. Appreciate you. Also, shout outs to the folks watching over on YouTube. I know that I don't respond to you guys in the chat as often, but I do see you. So thank you. Especially for the 40 of you watching. They had snockers? Oh, it was a Snickers bar with 4. Wait, was it actually like a Snickers brand Snickers bar like that? Like they just opened up the packaging and repackaged? Like, am I imagining this actually as like bootleg insanity as I think it is? Because that's something if that's the case. They stole the branding. So here we have these things called meteorite, which they aren't a weed thing. You just buy them at dollar stores. They are like as close to the same ingredients as Snickers bars as you can get. Found Dishmab the merchant dead and a horse dead. So we just got a ton of free cloth and stuff. So, oops. We ended up here. Ah, there you go. Where's the strange mood dwarf? I mean, they're not there anymore, so clearly they've spotted what they need, but There you are. Ah. Never had this many artifacts that are invisible before? You've been lucky. Mounds just is a weird word to use to refer to a candy, and I don't like it. Why is my fort so deadly? It wasn't my fault, okay? They fell off the waterfall. That was not my fault. I thought I'd made it protected, too. Like, I mean, come on. I would say, if anything, this fort's relatively safe-ish. You've never had this many... I mean, true. You are in a very old fort, aren't you? It's called Spanow. Thank you. Yeah, the thing is, the only thing that we get out here from Wonka brand is gobstoppers. That's the only, like, Wonka-related candy that I am aware of. Granted, I also haven't paid much attention to candy in, like, the last 10 years, so that's probably got something to do with it. They're about to hit 53 years. That's not even that old. As far as, like, forts go. What's your population in that fort? But in regards to me before streaming, when I was younger, I wanted to get into radio. That's what I wanted to do before, like, I ended up working into real jobs, I suppose. Then I always had an interest in music and, like, just kind of creative career choices and ideas. And around the time I was, like, getting close to finishing high school and, like, university age, I started looking into, like, music production and stuff because radio was dying. Still kind of is dying. And I pretty decisively decided not to go that route when I looked at how much tuition would cost and how much equipment I would need to buy and all of that. So I more or less just kind of said, screw it. Canceled that entire portion of my life, I guess, and just decided to not. Moved on instead and got a job. And I got the first job I could get, which wasn't my first job, actually. I'd had several jobs before. I had several summer jobs. I worked for my dad for a bit. I worked at a gas station. I did other things. I was a kayaking coach briefly. Like, I had odd summer jobs and short-term jobs, but then I got a job in fast food. And at the time, my parents were broke because my dad had, like, just gotten stable work after being in school for several years, so they didn't have much money. So it's not like they could really clear me, but we ended up, or I ended up just getting a job because my girlfriend wanted to move out. So I just went and got the first job I could, which was in fast food. Ended up on full-time night shift and on the maintenance shift, which means I didn't have to interact with customers, which was great, and also got paid better, which was also good, but the job sucked. The people I worked with generally sucked, except for some odd situations where I ended up in, like, perfect storm of, like, actually liking the people that I worked with. Then had no social life and didn't like my girlfriend at the time's friends, so I needed something to do, and somebody that I worked, well, I didn't work with him, but one of the regulars who would show up at my job almost every night was like, hey, you seem entertaining, you should stream. Like, yeah, that seems fun because I like watching Twitch, but, like, no one would watch me, come on, don't be silly. And he eventually just, like, kind of conned me or convinced me, I guess, to give it a shot, so I did. Are they hauling these out one? Oh, they're literally grabbing seeds. That's actually kind of funny. Is using your brain a skill that you were capable of? Yeah, and then pretty much the rest is history. I mean, like, I started streaming a bajillion years ago. It was like 2013 was when I started the first couple of times, and then I was homeless for a bit while still being employed, and eventually worked my way back into streaming after being, like, homeless for a little bit because all my shit went into storage. Started streaming again in 2014 November, and I basically haven't stopped since. That block of ice appearing is a little bit scary. But Curious Maniac, thanks for chucking a gift at Lord Floof, and telling Arthur once you post beers. All right, I need to make a big-ass cloth stockpile. That's what I need to do. Oh, I streamed many, many, many years with nobody watching and didn't rise anywhere for a very, very, very long time. And even when I did go full-time, I was broke for... Like, it's really funny. Like, you could look up when Twitch's revenue leaked, because Twitch's revenue leaked at a point. And when Twitch's revenue leaked, I was, like, in the top 8,000 highest-earning streamers, because our revenue leaked in 2020. I think at the time, on average per year, I'd made, it was like $7,000 US per year or something. Through Twitch, because that's what leaked, was the Twitch revenue. That's on average. And I think, like, the year before I'd made, it was like $15,000 US or something in a whole year. Like, the year before the revenue leaked. If people ask nicely, yeah. Generally how I name dwarves. Sometimes I restrict it a little bit more if things get busy, but people ask. All right, cloth. Let's see, are they bringing all of this stuff out? What? Okay, I need to get rid of these. Oh, probably because... Yeah, I'm here now, but I'll be honest with you, I'm not a sentimental person, Maniac, and so I really don't like it when people are like, that's an inspiring tale, and it's like, you have no fucking idea. It's like the only thing I can, like, really respond with, so... It's one of those things where it's like, I wish I could respond to comments like that positively, but I'm just not mentally capable of it. Black Gruel, thanks very much for the subscription and also for subscribing 3 months in advance. Appreciate you. I'm one of those people who's kind of like, words are meaningless to a degree. Like, I know a lot of people value them, but, like, largely to me, I find that words are kind of meaningless. Let's just try and get these bodies out of here. How's the rest of this crap? Oh, is that actually one of my dwarves? No, that is actually one of my dwarves. Okay. So somehow ice is appearing down here. Did I get the other one? The other one? Oh, yeah, no, the original dwarf that was in there got removed, but somebody froze to death in there. Rag, the paper maker. That was one of my dwarves. And we got his body out of there, so that's good. Also, I completely missed this artifact, but we made a silver buckler. This is a silver buckler. All craft worship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned pyrite cabochons and encircled with bands of silver and groundhog leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of rock crystal and menaces with spikes of cave spider and silk and pyrite. On the item is an image of an emerald cut gem in reindeer leather. I think I'm actually just going to throw that. Onto a pedestal in the barracks. And also, speaking of the barracks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That the aquifer? Possibly. I'm not entirely certain. Certainly seems like an aquifer. But we're gonna see if we can smooth it off. But it also shouldn't be dripping water down, which is the weird bit. Yeah, like water just appeared here, or ice did. Actually, you know what I should do? I should just do this. It's cheesy as all hell, but... Let's just try and move everything over one tile. And collapse on the surface. What? Oh, did I just have a tree collapse a tree? Must have been what it was. Must have been what it was. Did I play any instruments? I finished Royal Conservatory for cello. That's like the instrument I can actually claim to be able to play. I can play some other instruments too, but... Kind of like in the same way that if you know how to sing, you can sing songs in styles you don't know. My biggest achievement was I wrote a piece of music that was performed by an orchestra that I played in at the time at the opening to the BC Summer Games. That was also the last thing I ever did, oddly enough. Let's see if this dwarf immediately unexists themselves. Nope. Okay. Huh! Wow, that filled up way quicker than I thought it would. Okay, well, let's go up here. Get the rest of it out. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of this stockpile and hopefully move it all over there.
Morning.
Morning, An Observer. You're not wrong, words are meaningless, it's just a word, but they've given value by the receiver, and the receiver gets, and if the receiver gets no value, then meaningless. I'm terrible at taking compliments in person. I'm even worse at it online. Like, just period. Like, I'm bad at taking compliments if you're in the same room with me looking at me. You know, like, it's like every 6 weeks a different, like, TikTok blows up and goes viral on a billion different social media platforms with the exact same subject, which is just men are incapable of taking compliments, or men are so, like, not used to getting complimented, it's impossible to take compliments, or some variation on that. And it's 1000% true for me, and something I talk about with my therapist quite frequently. Like, it's just something I am incapable of doing. The way I trap those monkeys, they trap themselves. I'm just simply training them for meat purposes. It's both work and black magic. I would say witchcraft is black magic. Therapy is just nice. Conglomerate, Kong, C-O-N-G, not cog. It's just a coincidence that you happen to be here too. Cheers, I appreciate that. I mean, like, I'm 1000% of the opinion that if I wasn't here doing what I do, somebody else would be doing it in my place. So, whether or not that person would have ended up having so many connections to Bay 12, I don't know. But it's hard for me to look at the stuff that I do and think of it as anything special, I guess. I tend to turn positive comments into negatives. You know, I can't tell... You know, I not to just be like, well, I've never had that exact comment, but I've never had somebody tell me that I look like I lost weight, because I've always been absurdly skinny. All right. Like, I'm like borderline concerning levels of skinny most of the time. But I don't know. I think I'm certainly better at like taking compliments than I used to be. Like I don't know. Like for me, trying to not be a terrible person has been most of my life. But some people have tendencies of being better people than others. All right, let's get this stuff moved. Metalsmith's Forge, smelter, wood furnace. I'm going to place 2 wood furnaces for when I need them. One there. One there. I'm going to grab a metalsmith's forge, and I'm going to put it here. No, I need them to deconstruct that one first. Sure, but if you act like a mean person, kind of fall into that category regardless. I guess to be clear, I'm not saying that I'm a bad person, but I can certainly act like one. How's that? I'm going to put the metalsmith's forge right here by the waterfall. And you can be made out of, I don't know, stone maybe? No, let's go with schist. Schist is a nice color. And then I will make the furnaces, smelters, out of, let's say, not schist, because I just did that. Let's go... kind of don't want to use, like, diorite. Kind of want to use silver, but that stuff's too valuable. Let's go slate. I think also to a degree I overcompensate in the wrong direction too. Like I'm kind of, I would almost say borderline obsessed with not being a bad person. Which on its surface isn't necessarily a bad thing, but like it's certainly like handicapped my career to a degree because I'm so like caught up and concerned about ethics in this job that like I've absolutely handicapped parts of my business potential, shall we say. All right, let's do that. And then I will place a minecart track down here. Then I need one for ore and one for metal bars. So let's do the ore one first. Let's do something like that. This can be for... let's actually do this for metal bars. Metal bars will go right there. And then the ore is going to go... actually, no. Let's actually make this into the ore one. Metal ores. Swap this out. That's going to be for metal ore. And oops. And these are going to be for metal bars. Okay. I really like the little signs that are on stockpiles. It's little details like that that really make me appreciate this version. These, no bins, done. These, no bins, done. Gonna go a track stop this way. And this is also going to be for metal ore. And that's where that one's gonna dump. You see, I respect what you're trying to do, a curious maniac. But you said earlier that you have your username for a reason. So if you understood, you would know why what you're trying to do is literally never going to work. So you clearly don't understand, but I respect the attempt. All right, so we're going to grab these. So this one up here is going to be lignite. Thanks, Brahms. My voice almost cracked when I said that. Let's go you and you. And you're gonna load from here. And we're gonna put this willow minecart in here. Let's make 2 more wooden minecarts. 234 screw pumps by hand, and your hand's already hurt. Yeah. What I would recommend doing, forbid all of the components that are not lava safe, and then don't individually click things. Like, just go into the stock screen and just be like, blocks, and then forbid every block that isn't lava safe and all that. Speed up your life so quick. This kind of thing is really good at making a macro. Yeah, but only if you have keyboard control enabled. And macros can't be used for building in this version, I don't think. Yeah, because there's no way to place it with a macro. Because, like, you could, you know, hit B, M, P, but then there's no hotkeys to go through this. So, on paper, sure, yeah, it would be a good spot for a macro, but unfortunately, macros don't really do that. What? Why did you have bins enabled? It's just metal ore. What? Odd. All right, next one. Metal bars. You're gonna load from there. Okay, so I will state this a second time because I don't think I made it clear enough the first time I said it. There is no keyboard control for the construction UI right now. So you could macro B, M, pump, but that's as much as you can do. So it saves you 3 keystrokes. Could you do that? Certainly. Does that actually speed up the process much? I don't know. But yes, you can in fact enable the keyboard cursor in the options, but you can't place a pump with it. There's no ability, like, the keyboard cursor is like exclusively for digging. Like, you can use it for designations, but no, you can't quite macro that much. Yeah, it's for digging currently. I mean, you used to be able to macro the entire game, which I think is why chat goes down these delusions of grandeur sometimes, but I mean, like, you don't have to believe me, but like, I can assure you that that's not something that you can actually do currently. That's disappointing. It's been that way since version 50 came out. But we are working our way back towards it. Putnam is working on proper keyboard support, and one of the things that she's working on next is getting that exact feature working that you're talking about, so. You can be disappointed, but I think you should have been disappointed, you know, a year and 3 months ago. Otherwise, it can't actually be that disappointing. This will be metal ore. And I'm in an ad, so I'm going to wait. Oh, I was more responding to what Brahms was saying, not you, geek. Hello, Bucci. Thanks for all the very helpful tutorials and patch summaries throughout the years. Cheers. And thanks for swinging by to say thanks. Appreciate you. Yeah, no, it's literally been like the reason I guess I'm kind of eye rolling at it, Brahms, is because it's like that's literally one of the most requested features. It's like, well, I mean, here we go again. Groundhog Day. Which is funny because like even when it was a feature in the game, it's a feature I basically never used. Like I almost never used macros back when they were good. Also don't really use them now, and probably wouldn't use them now. Because it's not how I play the game. But yeah, we will get macros again one day. One day in the future, we will be able to use macros again. So look at your metal bar strokes. Yeah, I'm trying to think, like, I would occasionally cave and, like, macro, I don't know, one or, like, a bedroom pattern or something. Like, I think I would use them sometimes for, like, if I was doing, like, dig, channel, in, like, a spiral pattern or something down into my fort to, like, get the wagons in or something. Usually at that point was where I would start to actually use them, but I barely ever use macros. All right, let's go down a little bit to the caves. I'm just realizing I haven't seen like any gremlins today, which is kind of disappointing. Where are my gremlin boys at? Oh well. Facing a goblin siege, send in your dwarves out in the very first combat interactions. Like dwarf slipe is slicing a goblin's leg off and it goes flying through the air. That's not even that funny. Like we had like I had a dwarf get thrown by their nose in a combat segment against in combat against a were creature. A dwarf get grabbed by the nose and thrown by the nose. Create an explosion of goblin teeth is always fun too. Yeah, it's fun when there's just fighting and then boom, like 5,000 teeth just erupt out of nothing. It's like, well, how many teeth was in that mouth? Jeez, man. Oh man, I was really hoping that would just kind of keep going. Okay, cool. Some of it is. There we go. I'm gonna get that tetrahedrite the hell out of here. Tetrahedrite's supposed to like look like obsidian while it's getting mined. Weird. Home run, yeah. 4! Bonk. I'm just prospecting for more ore. But yeah, things like macros are something that'll work again as soon as we have the ability to hotkey furniture, or the placement of furniture, which currently just isn't a thing, even with the keyboard cursor on. So we'll get that eventually. I mean, the conversation that I had with Putnam that I posted this morning, I think kind of says a lot about kind of the state of that stuff right now, because it's still a bit of a ways off, but I mean, honestly, the thing that has me super stoked is just this. Searchable things. Better menu sorting, you know, like being able to see Dwarf's skills and just type in a name, like all of that stuff is just, that's the stuff I'm the most excited about. That and like, I mean, I don't have any crimes yet, but you can search criminals and queue up multiple interviews at once. Yeah, that was confirmed almost immediately. Somebody has a vampire mayor, and they just loaded it up and were like, "Yep, vampire not blue anymore. Vampires actually hide." Although, also apparently, if they interrogated that vampire, they didn't unhide, which means maybe there's other problems that now need to be solved. But you know, I'm sure that'll come with time. Is when adventure mode hits. Yep. You enjoyed a lot, but you enjoyed it, but lots of other games to play. Oh, yeah, no, totally. Dwarf Fortress is, you know, there was a joke that we had in this chat for a little bit a couple of years ago, which is Dwarf Fortress it's like Destiny. It's like a live service game. You play it when the new patch hits until you get bored of the content, and then you wait until the next patch. You know, it's like an MMO that you don't pay monthly for. You play the content. When you get bored of the content, you wait for the next content. And Dwarf Fortress has always kind of been like that. And then, like, in between those major patches, the enthusiast crowd does, like, either long-form RP projects or science or, like, brainstorming in the forums. And the more casual crowd, or the people who, you know, pretend other games exist for some silly reason, go off and play so-called other games for a period of time, and then they come back eventually. But if you don't get bored, then you just keep playing. You've officially acquired Crack Fortress, I suppose. So-called other. I like other games too. Okay, I'm just being silly, but it's fun to visit Dwarf Fortress's children. Yeah, I see what them like fake knockoffs of the Dwarf Forts is up to. You know, see what they're doing. Oh God, is that the edge of the map? And that's always such a buzzkill, but it's like, it's the edge of the map, but there's ore right there. Big sedge. Much upsetting. All right, well, that'll get me plenty of ore. Just rotate between Fortress and Adventure mode. I mean, that's probably what my streams are going to be. I was actually thinking about this last night. I don't really know what my stream's cadence is going to be like when Adventure mode is out. I don't actually know all that much about what the cadence is going to be like. Is it like, I don't know if it's going to be a constant like jumping back and forth, because I don't really know what how well the audience is going to jump onto it. Like I really hope people enjoy watching Fortress mode, but I'm not entirely certain that, or rather, I hope people like watching Adventure mode, but I'm not 100% certain that they're going to love it, right? So it's kind of I don't really know what the cadence is going to be like. At least initially, it's going to be a lot of jumping back and forth, but there will be a point where it kind of, you know, shifts back and forth, I guess, periodically, in between forts. Do a couple of adventures. I will probably still be more time in Fortress mode outside of that, like, first month or whatever. Yeah, I don't actually know exactly what the cadence is going to look like. You hope Tarn gives it a look? Yeah, that's something that needs to have a look given to it. I mean, Putnam mentioned it that on this stream the other day when she like ambushed me and showed up and hung out for a bit. Where it was just kind of yeah, it's a priority, but Putnam doesn't know how to fix it. Tarn might, but I really think what's better than reclaiming is just waiting until you're done with a fort and then using your adventurer to gather some of your favorite dwarfs and then find a new location for a new fort. That's kind of, to me, like the best way to do it, is use it as a way of finding the next spot. Oh, that's why this is taking so long, is because there's a wheelbarrow on that. Let's put all of the wheelbarrows on the ore. How do you play this without ruining your life? Self-control. It's quite simple, really. I'm also going to, I think, throw coal into this. So bars, blocks, other materials, coal. And then I'll have to remove bins from both of these, so bins don't end up here. And let's go to metal bars / Coke. Never know. Dwarves is life. True. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Crack Knox. They flood when you do. Yeah, I mean, you've seen how many shenanigans I do with liquids in a lot of my forts. Most of those forts are unreclaimable. I feel like whenever Tarn's talked about this sort of stuff, it's always kind of along the lines of, yeah, in order for that stuff to really get worked on or fixed, I suppose, we really kind of need a uh-oh. You know it's set to dump? Uh-oh. I don't think it's set to dump in a direction. Well, gotta fix that. It's one of those. Fortress, like we kind of need the map rewrite stuff, which is stuff that's in the planning phases still, right? Like we are a ways off from getting the map rewrite still, but we're gonna start getting parts of it hopefully sooner rather than later. On making the weather mountain on the water flow and getting underground river, going with some water wheels. Hell yeah! I need to do that in this fort, but it'll freeze for half the year, so it'll be stagnant, not moving for half the year. Rock door. Let's just make 80 rock doors. Are you for real? I'm just like perpetually out of boulders right now. Like it's weird to say, but I am straight up just out of boulders. This is shale. This is all limestone. This is all chert. This is more chert. How am I running out so quickly? Because I'm being very efficient at using it all. That's how. You got plenty? Sure, ship it over. I'm good, Nox. I don't need that in my game. Other people just make game less fun. You know, I feel like every time I look at the future of the fortress or something, some previous thing that Tarn thought was going to take him 16,000 years to finish is suddenly not actually that bad. I think Tarn's just kind of got like a revitalized confidence. And also, we are sitting in this weird situation where shit for Dwarf Fortress has been really slow for quite some time. So because stuff has been so slow for so long, it's kind of a very real possibility that, well, stuff suddenly is going to seem way less slow because the thing that we just waited for is a much longer wait than what we're going to have to wait for next. just to, you know, be blunt, this game is never going to have any online functionality ever. In fact, I will be surprised if we get cloud saves. Like, it's just, this is a game with code from 2002 that was made originally for single-core CPUs before, like, Steam existed, before the internet was a thing, right? Before commonly usable game engines were a thing, right? So you can dream, but there have been mods that have attempted to add some light multiplayer to this game in the past. And let me tell you, if that's something that you want, if you want multiplayer, go play a different game. Because one, it's never going to happen in any kind of official capacity, and two, in unofficial capacities, it sucks. It really, 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 really sucks. Depends on who you ask, Curist. I would agree with you, but there are some people who are like weirdly angry about how this game runs. How much Coke do I have? Huh, 200. Okay, well, I got tons of Coke then. Let's smelt tetrahedrite. As long as there's tetrahedrite and refined coal. Get to it. I believe you, but there's other people bouncing off of you, Nox. So you said it, so you started the conversation. Joking or otherwise. But yeah, it ain't happening. Ain't happening. Pepsi's too sweet. Although I also don't particularly like Coke, so... Nah, it's fine, you're all good. Right, he appears to have genuinely gotten a lot better as a programmer, though, through the premium process and just having to do things he's never planned for. I don't know if it's necessarily Tarn's gotten better as a programmer. I think Tarn is just simply a more experienced programmer. I think he's always been a good programmer, right? Because programming is mostly math, and he's always been very good at math. So when it comes to Tarn and programming, I think, you know how, like, Kleno, you've been around for a while, right? When Tarn just kind of goes into a mood, and then like 6 weeks later, we have 2.5 new updates and a massive patch with a bunch of crazy features. I just have a feeling that's going to happen 3 or 4 times after Adventure Mode comes out, because, like, there will always be the people in my YouTube comments section who are just like, they shouldn't be adding features because, like, the game is bad, or whatever the fuck. But quality of life is new features, right? Making the game work better is new features, right? Tweaking things so that they play better is new features. And I have this feeling that there's going to be a very large influx of interesting new features and things that improve the game for the better when Adventure Mode is done, because every single time I've talked with Tarn over the last, since 2020, I guess, he's just been kind of in this progressively less happy kind of slow down state where he's just like, oh god, I'm still working on menus. And then Premium released, and ever since then he's like, yep, still working on menus, but like not as down on it, it seems. Because money makes brain happy, at the very least, and relieves a lot of stress and lets you just kind of work on the thing, which is, I think, kind of the flow that he's in at this point. He's like, yep, just back to working on the thing. So I'm very excited for the 6 months after. Like, people keep talking about how excited they are for Adventure Mode and how happy they are to see stuff. You should just talk to Putnam about that before you use the good old-fashioned MT reading coding words in my chat. But I'm excited for the next 6 months after Adventure Mode releases, not because I'm excited for Adventure Mode, but just because I'm curious to see what'll happen next. Did so well. I think there's a world where it could have done better. I'm happy with how it went because my streams have been going well. But I think the part that I was disappointed by with the release of the Steam version is that Dwarf Fortress has always been a really niche game. And I think that the release of the Steam version just kind of like reinforced in my brain that it will always be a niche game. And that kind of made me sad a little bit. Oh, no, totally. I mean, it went great for the development team. I mean, it's like, it solidified the future of this game, right? It guaranteed the future of this game. Like, that, and that is, like, one of the best possible outcomes. The only reason I am a little bit disappointed is it would have been cool to see this game break into the mainstream a little bit more than it did, because obviously I make money from that. But, oh boy, we've got a bunch of thieves. This goblin is a hammer goblin. Adequate gilder, a weaver. Also from the bronze scorpion. Well, sending the squatties up. The dwarves meet them on the bridge underground. Those goblins almost immediately become non-existing anymore as the spear dwarf stabs the goblin thief in the head with a copper spear and the injured part is cloven asunder. This goblin here is terrified while in absolute horror as their friends get shredded by the goblin spears, or as their goblin friends get shredded by the spears. Viscera falling out of this goblin's up here's guts as Big Bang stands above, stabbing downwards. Holy Earth kicks the goblin thief on the lower body with her left foot, bruising the muscle and bruising the spleen. The Holy Earth bashes the goblin thief in the upper arm with her copper spear, fracturing the bone. The force pulls the right shoulder, bruising the muscle and bruising the bone. Goblin thief over here is experiencing trauma as their friend dies in front of them. And then the dwarves corner the goblin in the corner, and very quickly, the goblin looks sick after getting stabbed in the lower body with a copper spear. The spear dwarf attacks the goblin thief, but he jumps away. And as the viscera flies, the goblins fall. I have a feeling that the next siege is going to be a big one, because that was a really big group of gorblins. Yeah, what's for Din Din, Alfie? But yeah, I don't know. I look at games like Kenshi, and even to a degree RimWorld. And the part where I was kind of disappointed with the release of Dwarf Fortress is that there's a lot of people that I know who do what I do in this industry, who I think would really like this game if they'd given it a bit more of a shot. And it was less of a disappointment with the release of the game and more of a disappointment with my peers, I guess. Because to, like, put it simply, a lot of people that I know that I work with pretty frequently, or at least have known through this industry for a very long time, tried it. And within 90 minutes went, this isn't for me. And that really kind of broke my heart a little bit. Because I was really hoping that by the end of, like, that launch cycle, I wouldn't be the only streamer around this size streaming this game. You know? Like, I was kind of hoping that the result of the initial launch would be Dwarf Fortress ends up in the cycle of a lot more bigger streamers or streamers around my size. And that's I think the thing that I was disappointed by. Like, it obviously, it did well, but I work in an industry where you need one of two things. And I have one of these things, so I'm good. Also, hey, Roush and Cat, I don't actually think I said hi to you today. You either need a very consistent audience that supports the hell out of you, which I have, so I'm very fortunate, or you need an active community around you. Those are the two things that give you job security in this industry. And by active community, I mean, like, just to throw out a word here, the Minecraft directory, pretty busy. There's always somebody streaming Minecraft. You know that you could always go raid somebody streaming Minecraft. Somebody can always go find somebody playing Minecraft. People know to look for Minecraft streams because someone is going to be playing Minecraft, right? To a degree, games like Binding of Isaac had that for a really long time, where there's always somebody streaming it, and you know that you can go find somebody streaming it. Somebody's probably better than you at it, and you know to look for it because there's always somebody doing that, right? I wanted Dwarf Fortress to be like that, and I don't mean like kind of where it is right now, where there's always some channels live, but they're all pretty small. I wanted Dwarf Fortress to be a game that always had 200 to 500 people watching. Of course, it's nice that there's 200 people watching whenever I'm streaming. That's great. That's phenomenal. But in the long term, that's not as sustainable as, let's just say, something like RimWorld's directory. So